And so love is fundamental to that. And so our point in being here is to receive that, to realize it step by step, day by day, to grow into what is possible for us with all the help we can get, frankly. That means two things which I think perhaps need saying when we're talking about faith and whatever faith isn't. First, it's not as though God is a kind of extra item in the universe who might or might not be there. God is as present in the universe as Bach is in the St. Matthew Passion or Beethoven in the symphony. It's that energy, that shaping energy, which makes it what it is, but it's not a thing within it. And sadly, both religious people and not so religious people often think that religion is just believing there's one more thing in the universe than others think. Not that. Second thing, though, is that
I recently saw Richard Dawkins. It's sort of embarrassing.
Philosopher that out.
We're talking about first it's not be there, it's shape.
Explain the horrible suffering, loving, creating a unity. The powers hypothesis fits quite well with a certainty way of science and This has all happened since you invited me, sorry. Sorry. Let them down the atheist side.
Don't worry, I haven't become an atheist. What are you doing?
And that's what I found recently with this slightly unusual form of Christianity.
What are you doing?
And I think for 30 years thought Christianity was a load of bollocks. But sometimes when you look at the same thing from a slightly different perspective, it can start to make a lot more sense. And that's what I found recently with this slightly unusual form of Christianity.
What are you doing? You're supposed to be atheists.
This has all happened since you invited me, sorry. Sorry. Let them down the atheist side.
Don't worry, I haven't become an atheist.
That was a balanced out.
There's news.
Okay, Alex, as our one atheist on the panel.
I've got some bad news. Or good news, if you like. No, unfortunately, I'm still an atheist. And I say unfortunately, not just for the sake of this little joke, but also because I quite like to believe in God. It sounds quite nice. I do think that Philip is right to say that there are sort of mysteries on both sides that can't be explained. For example, the existence of suffering. But let's not brush over that. We talk about it as if it's some kind of intellectual exercise. If we're confronted with two hypotheses, I think one good way to analyse them is to ask what we would expect under either hypothesis, and then compare it to what we do actually find. So what do we find? Well, a universe. That's pretty difficult to explain, especially because it's so finely tuned. One question is to ask why the sort of meta conditions of the universe are such that the constants have to be so finely tuned. Why it is that they would have to be on a knife edge. It's almost as though God didn't want us to exist. It's the tiniest little probability. There's an interesting argument to say that if you wanted to imagine that there was somebody who invented some kind of game where you were pulling balls out of a hat, and you were trying to figure out what colour ball this creator of the game preferred, and you pulled out a yellow ball. That might be good evidence that the creator of this game likes yellow balls, fine. But if you then looked inside of the hat and found that every single other possible ball was purple, you might think, actually, it seems like the creator of this game actually wanted the purple ball, and we happen to somehow get the yellow one. So there are lots of interesting heretical forms of Christianity that I do think account for this, such as the Gnostic tradition. The Gnostics, of course, believed that the universe, the material universe, was created by an evil demiurge. And that's the God of the Old Testament. Marcion, the man who compiled the first ever canon of the Bible, the first one, omitted the entire Old Testament because he thought that God was simply incompatible with the person and character of Jesus. So what did the Gnostics believe? They believed that there was some kind of higher creative God. sure. But that there was an evil demiurge creator god who created the universe. Well, what might that look like? Maybe the great power who sets the meta conditions tries to make it as difficult as anyway theology presents outside the deaf and the weakest and us unfit. And I'm told that this is the mechanism that God chose to embed into the universe, make it that a death instantly, so it suffers for minutes in writhing agony whilst its windpipe is caught in the jaws of a lion, and it's more like this. But on the hypothesis of naturalism, not only do we explain this phenomenon, we also come to expect it. So I think it offers a better account for at least this aspect of what we see in the world. And fine-tuning consideration is a difficult one, but ask yourself just intuitively, if in, say, 80 years from now, you were watching somebody looking at an old screening of this recording, they're watching it in 80 years, and one of them says, gosh, can you believe it, they haven't worked out the fine-tuning yet. That seems plausible. But can you conversely imagine them watching it and going, gosh, can you believe it, they haven't worked out the problem of evil yet. They hadn't explained why suffering exists. It just seems to me more intuitively plausible that one of those problems is a problem that will be solved and one is not. But as I say, that's just a hunch.
Let's bring in Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I had the pleasure of reading your book over the last weekend. It seemed a lot more down to earth than the philosophy text that why we're here.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the origin of I wasn't there, so I don't qualify. I don't find it that interesting. And so I started to ask myself,
I think
why?
you've got the wrong crowd for that.
Or rather, I'm interested in why we do find it. What is it about the origin of things that fascinates us? It's usually because we want to learn something about where we are now, right? We think it will tell us something about where we've landed now. I think fundamentally underneath, it's an identity question. It's closer to the yearning of an adoptive child to know where they came from. Who am I? Is what's going on when we ask about our origins. Do I matter? Are we in this theatre tonight just the random meat shrapnel spun out from a set of accidental processes? Or were we meant? Wanted? Am I ultimately loved? Is what I think the big one is. Under all this, I'm just going to show my prize right here at the beginning. I'm not looking for an elegant explanation of data points, and probably that's why I'm not a philosopher. I'm looking to answer that question.
Okay, so like the parsimony argument. Picked an alien. Who looked and functioned identically to a human being would be, but DNA of an alien species. Instead of human DNA, would be seem obvious that this individual has a right to life. Similarly, if individual with no brain individual without a functioning but is still alive. Less clear that this individual has a right to life. The next is the species essence argument. And there's admittedly some ambiguity here. Oh my gosh. Almost sneezed there. So the idea is that don't understand this. Oh shit. I lost it. Mother Teresa, she said I was gone. Here we go, let's sing along. Beep, beep, clap, and I'm about to snap back. Crack the step, and now you crack your mom's back. At war, man, we really about to attack. Attack the other side. On the horse I ride down to the hill, man, I really like the thrill. Here we go, man, I'm about to get the kill, yes I will, man, here we go, I killed him with my real gun. Man, I'm having fun, chilling in the lunch. Okay. Death? 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 I tell my piano the things I used to tell you. That sort of like that command is all projection. when it wantonly,
Wantonly.
wantonly. Where's your ball? Where's your ball? Where is it? Is it somewhere out here? Oh, you got it. Sit. Oh.
Ejaculation occurs during approximately 200 million sperm or spermatozoa are deposited into the vagina. They swim through the cervix, held by whip-like motions of their tails or flagella, after which muscular contractions of the uterus direct them to the uterus. This process usually takes 30 minutes. Only around 200 spermatozoa will reach secondary oocyte, and only one will fertilize it. Fertilization cannot occur until two processes taking place: capacitation and chromosomal reaction. These can take several hours. Capacitation is not fully understood, but secretions from the uterus wall and uterine tube destabilize the plasma membrane surrounding the head of the spermatozoa, or acrosome, resulting in the membrane becoming more fluid, which helps to prepare the spermatozoa for the events of fertilization. The spermatozoa become hyperactive. Their flagella beat more frequently and their heads move laterally. Their fertilization. The spermatozoa become hyperactive. Their flagella beat more frequently and their heads move laterally. The capacitated spermatozoa move through the corona radiata, a dense layer of granulosic cells surrounding the oocyte, and come into contact with the zona pellucida. The zona pellucida expresses specific receptor proteins called ZP3, which bind to proteins expressed in the heads of the spermatozoa. The binding of ZP3 triggers the acrosome reaction, during which the enzymatic contents of the acrosome are released. These enzymes help to digest a path through the zona pellucida, allowing the spermatozoa to enter the perivitelline space and reach the plasma membrane of the secondary oocyte with which it fuses. To ensure that only one spermatozoon penetrates the zona pellucida and fuses with the oocyte membrane, fusion of the spermatozoon and oocyte membranes activates a fast and a slow block to polyspermy. During fast block to polyspermy, after fusion, the oocyte membrane depolarizes, preventing other spermatozoa from fusing with it. Slow block to polyspermy is also stimulated by this depolarization. During slow block to polyspermy, a wave of intracellular calcium is released, causing small cortical granules beneath the oocyte membrane to release their contents, rendering ZP3 inactive and making the zona pellucida impermeable. Upon the spermatozoon entering, the oocyte undergoes meiosis II and further develops into the female pronucleus. During this time, the sperm develops into the male pronucleus, and the two pronuclei fuse to form a single diploid nucleus, or zygote. Form us into the male pronucleus. 2. Upon the spermatozoon entering, the oocyte undergoes meiosis II and further develops into the female pronucleus. During this time, the sperm develops into the male pronucleus, and during this time, the sperm develops into the male pronucleus, and during this time, the sperm develops into the male pronucleus.
Membrane of the sperm.
Upon the spermatozoon entering, the oocyte undergoes meiosis too, and further develops into the female pronucleus.
Understanding of fertilization, that the sperm membrane uses with the egg membrane, which means that one that they become one membrane. Still a single membrane. There's what but the sperm considered? The sperm turns into a pronuclei, right? If that is the case, it seems like there is still a distinction between the egg membrane and the sperm membrane. nucleus. The fusion of sperm and egg occur at a specific point. The nucleus. Shit. The rest they can merge, but they're but there are still two nuclei. Being the sperms and the eggs nuclei. They then both turn into pro nuclei and then fuse.
time, the sperm develops into the male pronucleus, and the two pronuclei fuse to form a single diploid nucleus. During this time, the sperm develops into the male pronucleus, and the two pronuclei fuse to form a single diploid nucleus, or zygote.
The chromosomes.
cervix is open through the toward the uterus, a touched and story. Sperm facing incredible odds to unite with an egg and form a new human life. It is the story of all of us. During sexual intercourse, about 300 million sperm enter the vagina. Soon afterward, millions of them will either flow out of the vagina or die in its acidic environment. Next, usually it remains tightly closed, but here the cervix is open for a few days while the woman ovulates. The sperm swim through the cervical mucus, which is thinned to a more watery consistency for easier passage. Once inside the cervix, the sperm continues swimming toward the uterus, though millions will die trying to make it through the mucus. Some sperm remain behind, caught in the folds of the cervix, but they may later continue the journey as a backup to the first group. Inside the uterus, muscular uterine contractions assist the sperm on their journey toward the egg. However, resident cells from the woman's immune system, mistaking the sperm for foreign invaders, destroy thousands more. Resident cells from the woman's immune system, mistaking the sperm for foreign invaders, destroy thousands more.
Damn.
Next, half the sperm head for the empty fallopian tube, while the other half swim toward the tube containing the unfertilized egg. Now, only a few thousand remain. Inside the fallopian tube, tiny cilia push the egg toward the uterus. To continue, the sperm must surge against this motion to reach the egg. Some sperm get trapped in the cilia and die. During this part of the journey, chemicals in the reproductive tract cause the membranes covering the heads of the sperm to change. As a result, the sperm become hyperactive, swimming harder and faster toward their destination. At long last, the sperm reach the egg. Only a few dozen of the original 300 million sperm remain. The egg is covered with a layer of cells called the corona radiata, the zona pellucida. Through this layer to reach the outer layer of the egg, the zona pellucida. When sperm reach the zona pellucida, they attach to specialized sperm receptors on the surface, which triggers their acrosomes to release digestive enzymes, enabling the sperm to burrow into the layer. Inside the zona pellucida is a narrow, fluid-filled space just outside the egg cell membrane. The first sperm to make contact will fertilize the egg. After a perilous journey and against incredible odds, a single sperm attaches to the egg cell membrane. Within a few minutes, their outer membranes fuse and the egg pulls the sperm inside. This event causes changes in the egg membrane that prevent other sperm from attaching to it. Next, the egg releases chemicals that push other sperm away from the egg and create an impenetrable fertilization membrane. As the reaction spreads outward, the zona pellucida hardens, trapping any sperm unlucky enough to be caught. Inside. Outside the egg, sperm are no longer able to attach to the zona pellucida.
Damn, poor homies.
Inside the egg, the tightly packed male genetic material spreads out. A new membrane forms around the genetic material, creating the male pronucleus. Meanwhile, inside the egg, the tightly packed male genetic material spreads out. A new membrane forms around the genetic material, creating the male pronucleus. Inside, the genetic material reforms into 23 chromosomes. Inside, the genetic material reforms into 23 chromosomes. The female genetic material, awakened by the fusion of the sperm with the egg, finishes dividing, resulting in the female pronucleus, which also contains 23 chromosomes. Material, awakened by the fusion of the sperm with the egg, finishes dividing, resulting in the female pronucleus, which also contains 23 chromosomes. As the male and female pronuclei form, spiderweb-like threads, called microtubules, pull them toward each other. The two sets of chromosomes join together, completing the process of fertilization. At this moment, a unique genetic code arises, instantly determining gender, hair color, eye color, and hundreds of other characteristics. This new single cell, the zygote, is the beginning of a new human being. And now the cilia in the fallopian tube gently sweep the zygote toward the uterus, where he or she will implant in the rich uterine lining, growing and maturing for the next 9 months until ready for birth.
So it'd be like if I would consider that like a distinct thing. Okay. I think I like kind of got that. Sorta. Sorta. What does it mean to black pill? To be black pilled.
For me, it's absolutely basic to understanding
Right, so hello everyone. So we're here with Dustin Crummett, the world famous progenitor of the most powerful argument for theism, the argument from psychophysical harmony. Right, so hello everyone. So we're here with Dustin Crummett, the world famous progenitor of the most powerful argument for theism, the argument from psychophysical harmony. Right, so hello everyone. So we're here with Dustin Crummett, the world famous progenitor of the most powerful argument for theism, the argument from psychophysical harmony.
Psychophysical harmony? The fuck is that? Physical harmony? Okay, I guess I kind of get that.
Various other things now, lobbying on behalf of the sector, something like that. Do you want to take a second to introduce yourself?
I'm Dustin. I have been an academic philosopher. I used to be a postdoc at the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. Now I'm the executive director of the Insect Institute. Remain part of the Department of politics, philosophy, and public affairs at the University of Washington come up at full time doing stuff now.
All right, so yeah, we're going to be talking about souls and maybe whether you can have infinite amounts of things. So Dustin, why do you believe in souls? What's the evidence for these souls? They just sound sort of wishy-washy. They just sound like magic. Why believe in them?
I mean, there are a couple lines of reasoning that might lead you to believe in souls. Let's see. I was thinking in preparation for this about your objection to souls. So I now I need to think about how to have like a crisp articulation of arguments for the existence of souls. I guess they're all going to go like this. So you're aware of the fact that like you exist and are having experiences, right? Then what? So then you wonder, like, okay, I exist. I'm a subject of experience. That's interesting. What exactly am I, though? Right? Am I my brain? Am I my body? Am I some other physical object, or am I like a non-physical object? My soul. What arguments for dualism generally are trying to do is show that like all the otherwise plausible candidates for what physical object you might be, like your brain or your body or something constituted by your brain or like an object composed of the thinking parts of your brain or whatever. All those things actually have properties that like rule out their being subjects of experience, and so you know you're not any of those things, and so if you know that you're not a physical object, you have to be some sort of non-physical object, right? And then what is that property? It'll depend on the argument. One, you had Michael Huemer on recently. Michael's argument basically is that he gives in his book Knowledge, Reality, and Value, basically is, look, like any candidate physical object that I might be, there are going to be possible cases where like whether that object survives or whether some object is identical to that object are either like there's like no objective fact of the matter, it's like indeterminate, or it's merely a semantic question, or whatever, or it will be like extrinsic in some way. It will depend on something other than just like how this thing is, whether this thing is me will depend on something other than just how it is in and of itself. It will depend on other things. And you know, when we think about like my nature as a subject of experience, it's just kind of clear that can't be right. It can't be that there's some situation where like it's indeterminate whether like these experiences are being had from my point of view or not, right? There's some fact about whether they're being had from my point of view or not. You know, that's not something we can just settle via semantic stipulation or whatever. It's also clear that it can't just be like whether they're being had from my point of view or not doesn't depend constitutively on like how other things are. It just depends on like the experience and point of view, right? So situations of the sort in question would be situations where you know, we do odd things like we gradually replace you know, all the parts of your body with mechanical parts or something like that, and you know, by the end, it's clear that your brain has not survived, but like, it's not. It doesn't seem like there's any. If you just like replace them a little bit at a time, it's not clear that there's like any specific moment at which your brain has ceased existing or something like that. Or maybe we cut your brain in half and put your brain into like two new bodies, each which has like a replacement brain, so they're equally good candidates for being you, and et cetera, et cetera. So that's, I haven't spelled out that argument in great detail, but people can go look that up. There are other arguments. I mean, one that I have found convincing is, but no one else seems to find convincing, is like mereological nihilism is true. So there aren't any composite objects, but like the physical objects I might be, like my brain, my body, etc., those are all composite objects. So like those don't even exist, but I exist, so I can't be any of those things. Peter Unger.
That's the unfortunate problem of having a false first premise.
Oh no, I think it's obviously right, but Peter Unger has a separate sort of, and Michael and Peter are both atheists, so it's not like they have some religious agenda giving arguments or something. But Peter Unger has a kind of separate argument that's like, look, you know, physical objects like this phone, supposing, I say, counter possibly that there really is like a phone here or something. There's not really just one phone, because there are all sorts of equally good candidates for being the phone, right? Like whether some electron that's about to fly off in this direction, like whether it's part of the phone or not, when it's like right on the edge, you know, there's no fact of the matter about that, right? There are zillions of equally good candidates of like sets of particles for things that could be composing the phone. And so in fact, like if there are any composite objects, there are probably like a bunch right here, right? There are a zillion candidate phones which just like mostly overlap each other. Then you have the problem of, well, when we think about subjects of experience, like, looks like the same thing's going to be true. If I'm just a physical object, there are like zillions of candidate physical objects here. So it turns out that like there's not just one subject of experience, there are a zillion of them. Now, you know, that seems very weird. It seems, you know, it might have odd ethical implications or something, like somebody with like slightly more matter in their brain turns out to be more important because they're like more subjects of experience there or something. He thinks, you know, you can solve this by saying, well, there's just like the one subject of experience, the soul, and that is, there's only one of those, there's only one candidate of those. It doesn't have a bunch of parts that are overlapping. And it's all.
Okay, so I would want to put this in a separate category. Maybe I can call this something else. Okay. And then I can also like, you can sort of like, you know, like gender, I guess. So I would like do something like this. Go something like this. Not really as interested in that. Something like this. This. Okay. So now playlists. I would like
reflect any attempt to
is can I not edit the name? Oh. Okay. What I wanted to do was Avi Majesty of Reason, Objective, or like moral realism.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's access.
Hey, how are you? I'm doing well. How are you? Pretty well. Just getting this full screen working. Okay, there we go. The one thing about video is that I am eating a bowl of oatmeal. So. Oh, nice. Perfect. It's good to meet you though. Yeah, nice to meet you as well. Yeah, I'm drinking some, what is this, vitamin water zero, so okay. We're twinning. Yeah, it's like it's food and it's sort of in that like healthy category, eh? Yeah, and they're both like quasi-liquid. Well, yours is quasi-liquid. So both drinking. Like quasi-liquid. Well, yours is quasi-liquid, mine is liquid. Both drinking or eating. That fucked my sentence up because I was like, I was going to summarize what we're doing, and then I realized I don't know what the action is that describes the consumption of the quasi. Consuming, yeah, exactly. Well, slurping. What does it entail? I think liquidity probably entails quasi-liquidity, but I'm not sure about that. Yeah, well, I mean, maybe we should just discuss that. That is it. Yeah, that's the ultimate philosophical question. Yeah, so I don't know your content super well. What I've seen, I've been really impressed with, though. You know, I like to see people doing like real philosophy on YouTube. Yeah. I gotta say, real philosophy. I obviously sounds horribly pretentious, but we both know like how hilarious like YouTube is, right? So it's nice. Yeah, actually knows what they're talking about. Like, does like, I mean, obviously, if you don't have an education, I'm astounded. Surely you study philosophy, right? Yeah, I do. But if you don't have an education, I'm astounded. Surely you study philosophy, right? Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it's good to have people who like know what they're talking about, spreading good info with actual good quality videos, because there's the subset of people who are actually doing that. A bunch of them just like don't put any effort into aesthetics. I've been trying to get Troy, who you know from Friction, to care a bit more about this. But yeah, you have that going too. So yeah, it's just a good production overall. I really like what you're doing. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, it's wonderful to hear. I've been trying to up production value as of late. I actually left my HD camera at my school, so I'm going to record there. I'm on spring break right now, so that's why I'm at my usual background. Normally there's, like a little towel rack behind me. It looks like I'm in the bathroom, but it's my dorm room, so Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's gonna, if we share this video later, it's gonna be funny because people aren't gonna understand what I'm talking about when going on about equality, and you're like, hearing like this currently. Exactly. So I guess the thing I want to talk about was moral realism. So, I mean, if you have an idea of what direction you want to go right off the bat, you can just take a wheel, but otherwise I would maybe like describe my general kind of view on it and let you assess that or something. Whatever you want, really.
Yeah, that sounds fine. I mean, we're not recording yet, are we?
I have it recording on my end in OBS.
Oh, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Did we discuss recording? I can also not record it. I'm sorry. Did we talk about that?
Yeah, I presumed it was going to be recorded.
Okay. Oh, okay. I had it recorded before we even started the call, but we can clip out us like chatting or we can do whatever. But I just have the whole thing. Yeah.
People don't know that at the beginning. We were talking about quality liquidity. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with going whatever direction you want to. Honestly, I mean, I probably got. I don't know until I probably got 75 minutes. If that's fine with you.
Yeah.
So it's quarter till. So an hour past quarter till. I don't know what time zone you're in. I'm in Eastern time, so.
Yeah, I'm in Eastern too, and I may need to be reminded because I'm bad for the time. But yeah, like I really shouldn't actually be doing a huge conversation right now because for me, the break is over and there is a midterm the day after tomorrow. And
yes, exactly.
Hey Google, stop. And I should be tomorrow. And
yes, exactly.
Hey Google, stop. And I should be doing problems to prepare for that, but I don't know. I'm doing philosophy, I guess.
Yeah,
so
well,
okay. Yeah, maybe I'll describe my view then if you don't have a particular kind of angle you like to all, because some people they're like, I like to do this with this discussion. I'm like, okay, well, let's just let you do that then.
Let me just define moral realism. Does that sound good?
Yeah, because I was going to start out by laying out this is the kind of things it can mean, and this is what I feel about the different things someone might mean by it. So if you want to just start by clarifying what you mean by it, that's obviously great.
Yeah. Okay. So ethics, unlike a lot of other domains, is a bit wishy-washy with respect to definitions. I don't know, a lot of people even professional philosophers use a lot of these terms quite differently. But as I understand it, the kind of general trend in metaethics is to define and understand moral realism as a kind of tripartite, and in some cases, what is it, tetrapartite or quadripartite? I don't know, a four-part thesis or a three-part thesis. Okay, so the three-part thesis, and then I'll talk about the fourth. Firstly, our moral claims, or at least many of our moral claims in our judgments, like murder is wrong, or you ought not torture babies. So I'm including both the kind of normative aspects in there with respect to what we should and shouldn't do, as well as the kind of, I guess, axiological properties like goodness and badness. Some people would say like deontic or whatever, but there are different ways you can cash it out. But those sorts of claims, attributing goodness, badness, rightness, wrongness, permissibility, impermissibility, supererogatoriness, those sorts of things to states of affairs, acts, people, and so on. That's what I mean by a moral claim or a moral judgment. And so this first part of the thesis of moral realism is just that some of these moral claims are, at least many of us, they are truth apt. When we say these things, they are truth apt. So we deny non-cognitivism. We instead say that these things are expressing propositions or expressing beliefs aiming to represent moral reality. Okay, so that's cognitivism. It's a denial of non-cognitivism. These aren't mere expressions of emotion or things like that. Instead, these moral claims have a determinate meaning, and they can be, in principle, true or false. So that's cognitivism. The second component is, well, at least some of these are true, so they're not all uniformly false. Some of them are true, so that we could call them non-nihilism. Some of them are actually true, so it's actually true, for instance, that torturing puppies for fun is wrong. Just an example. And then the third component is stance independence. So these are true, like the truth values of these moral claims is not determined by or a function of or dependent on anyone's beliefs or stances or desires or attitudes or whatever, any of our subjective mental states. So even if, for instance, we all thought that kicking cats on Wednesdays was a good thing to do, even if we all thought that, we would all presumably be mistaken. So the truth value of the relevant statement, that kicking cats on Wednesdays is A-okay or permissible, that's not dependent on our attitudes, desires, what pleasure we might get from it, and so on. Anyway. So it's stance independence, cognitivism, and non-nihilism, and then the fourth aspect that some people add is kind of epistemic access. So some of us know some of these moral truths. So you don't want a kind of skepticism with regard to all of these. You want to say that hey, some of us know at least some moral claims. anyway, that's kind of how I use. I know it's a bit scattered, but I'm just doing this off the top of my head. So, and I should say to people that I am not a professional meta-ethicist. I work in philosophy of religion, philosophy of time, and metaphysics. Okay, so this is a little bit outside my domain of research. So, just wanted to say that. But yeah, anyway, what do you think about? Well, I'll just turn it over to you.
Well, I guess I'll repeat back some of that and just make sure I'm following you. So, yeah, you're just saying that realism is either 3 or 4 pieces. I mean, 3 pieces is obviously easier to defend, so we can talk about the 3-piece version, the 3-piece suit. But yeah, you're just saying it's cognitivism, so moral statements are truth apt. You're rejecting error theory, at least one of them's true, and their stance independently true. So you can have a situation where even if everyone converged on a belief that P, where P is some moral proposition, it could nonetheless be the case that not P.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Yeah. Pardon me?
I said perfect.
Oh, okay. All right. Good. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess there's a few things that I would say. So I guess I want to kind of almost zoom up a level. It's not. I mean, I don't know how useful it's going to be to do this, but for some reason I just feel a bit compelled to give this information. But then I'll talk more precisely about, I guess, 2 of the 3. Well, let me just come around to that. So, okay, so the first thing I want to say is, like, in a big picture, like, have you talked to Lance Bush at all?
No, I have seen some of his discussions about variableism and indeterminism with respect to the kind of folk meta-ethics.
Yeah, so I really like this guy because, you know, obviously he brings a ton of great points, great novel points, but he also has managed to nicely sum up a lot of things that I was thinking, or in some cases had said. So it's like, in addition to coming with all this great info, he came and restated things that I had said in better ways that were like nice and clear. So he says, and this one is just one of his though. He says moral realism are views that are described by their opponents, I guess, or are just described by people as moral.
them exist, therefore exist. No revenue, just trying to find what's indubitable. This indubitable foundation upon which you can build this philosophy. So I guess I'm almost doing this as a performative, like, I'm just inviting you, like, as a person, right, who may or may not have relevant concepts. And I'm just saying, let's do this performance, okay? So, when you, like, surely you, like, actually you, when you think of, someone claiming that...
Yeah, I can reply to the performance. Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off, but you don't have to repeat it. I got you. I was interpreting it like it was supposed to be, like, a sequence of premises and a conclusion, like, more tightly analogous to the CIG, but I think I understand you. Like, you're trying to go, if I see an argument, a valid argument, for instance, and someone accepts the premises and rejects the conclusion, I want to say they should accept the conclusion, right? Where the should is, like, mind independent. And you want to go...
Even if they don't want to. And the thing is, like, let's set aside whether or not you accept that is true.
Yeah, I know what it means.
Yeah, you have the concept.
Yeah, I don't know what it means.
Okay, yeah, I see.
I'm that guy. Yeah.
As you know, no, I mean, that's fine. I did say, and you know this, I was prophesying earlier. I said earlier, like, one way you could get out of this, and this would entirely bars the argument, is like, nope, I don't have that concept. So yes, that does the performative. I mean, I know I just said argument, but it's really a performance. It's just you specific. So again, that was my penultimate pitch strategy. So I guess I have to get into interpretive dancing now.
Yeah, oh no, okay, this isn't good. Maybe we should cut the...
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean, it's a barrier. I mean, I really actually appreciate this conversation, because, like, it seemed like we quickly both kind of understood what would happen. Like, the second I heard you describe that view, I was like, I think I know where this is going to go. And I feel like Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, and, like, we both are at least familiar with the case that Lance gives, and we both have seen certain discussions with him and how those turn out, and we know the kind of the dialectic where this is going. And, I mean, I was thinking at the beginning, like, when you were prophesying, I'm like, yeah, that's going to happen. And, like, I know all these different strategies where someone tries to point into other concepts that they might have, or, you know, blah, 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 so...
Yeah, well, I guess it's funny, but we might just be, like, at a stalemate, because the thing is, like, I can tell you what I think is going on. Like, I think probably we are actually having the same experience. I don't think our psychology is radically different. I think we've both built up conceptual architecture that's, like, large enough that it's a bit impenetrable, and our concepts are built up a bit differently. I'm very doubtful that we're actually having different experience. I just think there's probably so much conceptual clutter built up around it that it's, like, very hard for us to understand that we're describing the same thing. That's what I honestly think when I talk to these people. But yes, I mean, that's not always agreed with. People go, no, we are not thinking the same thing. We're thinking very fucking different. So yeah.
Yeah, well, and other people are like, you know, you're just suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, you know, like, you are just suppressing...
Okay, I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah, like, you definitely have the concept, you're just suppressing it, you don't want it.
Yeah,
man.
But I'm saying it to level with you. In the same way, I would honestly appreciate if a Christian leveled with me like that, because I would go, okay, I don't think I'm doing that, but I appreciate that you're being honest with me. And for the record, well, that implies lying, so that's a bit harsher. I do not think you're lying. I can't give arguments for this. We kind of had the argument part already. I'm just saying shit now. But, you know, if you just want to know what I think, like, I bet we're all doing the same thing. I think we're probably just describing it in different ways. Like, I mean, there's a separate conversation that's really, I think, the one we need to have that's almost about, like, phenomenology. Where we need to sit there and talk through, like, from a first-person perspective. Like, when you perceive the, like, moral truth or whatever, like, I want to know what the fuck that experience is. I want us to, like, communicate at length on that. And I want to understand how that's different, that experience you're having, from me just really not liking what I'm seeing.
I mean, I was just gonna say, like, that's interesting. Like, that could potentially be. I mean, what makes that difficult, of course, as you know, is just that, like, we don't really have a sufficiently rich, I don't know, vocabulary to express the precise qualitative phenomenal character of these sorts of things. The barrier to that, but, like, that might actually be, like, a way to proceed these sorts of I don't want to say disputes, but, like, these sorts of barriers when one person doesn't really seem to have a concept, or at least a concept that's relevantly similar to the other one. So, like, yeah, that could actually be a way to go.
Yeah, I have a bit of this leaning from, like, used to have a little bit of interest in, like, Buddhism and some of this kind of stuff. So when it comes to a lot of this first-person subjective experience and stuff, like, I put a lot of emphasis on the, like, phenomenology. And what I, like, again, like, what I think is going on in these kind of conversations is, like, I don't, when these people talk to me, again, I don't want to say I think you're blind. I do not think you're blind. I'm not trying to Christian you or something, but, like, you know, it's like I find it hard to believe that we're having some like radically different experience, and that if I were put in your mind, that I'd be like, holy shit, there's like moral properties like flying all over them. Like, I mean, I just have a feeling I'd be like, oh, it's the same thing, and I'd be like, so what the fuck was he talking about? And if that's the case, then it's just a language thing, but it's like a deep enough one that it seems non-semantic, right? And the way if you have something that is semantic, but it's like so deep that it's hard to even notice that's the kind of thing that, like, yeah, doing a little phenomenology and trying to actually get like this real clarity on exactly what we're describing. And you know, the thing is, at least I agree it's a barrier. We don't have a lot of good language for a lot of this phenomenological stuff. I think Eastern philosophy has a bit more progress on that, to be honest. But I think at least it's approachable, right? I mean, maybe you think the task of interpretive dance is approachable, but you know, I'm not going to be a dancer, okay? So at least the task of, like, at least maybe that's a way we can try over time to bridge the gap, is like try to develop a shared vocabulary, I don't know why I enunciate it like that, to talk about the phenomenology around these kind of moral experiences. And maybe by building a common enough foundation there, we can finally get on the same page about what we, if anything, is different about what you and I are experiencing when we see like an old lady get stabbed or something. So it's approachable because we could build that linguistic architecture. It feels less shitty than, well, stalemate, like have fun doing philosophy in your little universe.
Oh, really? Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, like, this is interesting. I mean, I feel like, well, okay, I mean, I'm not sufficiently informed about the literature to know that whether or not this has been, you know, latched onto and discussed a lot, but at least prima facie, from what I'm aware of, this seems to be like a potentially new problem or new area of research that people can try to explore. Like, I don't know, you and Lance should try to write something up and just be like the problem of, the problem of conceptual disparity or something, you know, just like talk about that and just like go through and just talk about this phenomenon where there seems to be this almost kind of stalemate. People almost have a kind of built into their very concept of a reason, say, is this referentiality, this goal referencing.
Doesn't have to be that, though. Doesn't have to be they have another concept that's in tension with it. It can just be they lack the concept and don't even have their own. It's not necessary.
That's very true. Yeah, exactly. And like explore the consequences of that, and like talk about the different strategies that someone give to them. You know, this kind of a connection to other sorts of things that the person might take to be, you know, I want to say able to be get a grip on, a conceptual grip on, but like you could talk about the different strategies, right? So like the strategies that we've been through, so the almost conceptual companions in guilt strategy, and talk about why you think that fails. Talk about the companion, almost the symmetry that deity defeater or whatever that you're talking about, that kind of strategy. Another shot. I'm trying to build you an outline for your paper that you're going to go off with.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I mean, like, this is seriously an interesting problem. There's so much cool philosophy that could be done on this. Like, you can bring in meta-ethics, philosophy of language. You could bring in phenomenology and so on.
Yeah.
Like, this is a really interesting problem that I don't think has been sufficiently appreciated in the literature. And it's a serious problem. And, yeah, I mean, there are so many that can balance. You got
Oh, sorry. It's okay. We're on your video. Oh, sorry. It's okay. We're on your... To take off my shoes if I'm going to be really doing this, and I need your help.
Okay. Oh, well. No.
This is a new... Okay, all right, ready? Thank you.
Oh my God.
Just stay straight. This is called the scorpion.
Okay.
And because usually you do this in a yoga studio and there's a wall, so I'm gonna have to use you as my wall. Is that okay?
Boo-hoo.
Okay. All right.
Such an idiot, I'm sorry.
There we go. Take off my shoes. And I need your help.
Okay.
Stuff about Agrippa's trilemma, and you got primitivity, all this cool stuff.
Yep. Yeah. I could say a bunch about that. Let me pick a thing to talk about, I guess. So, one thing is that there's a kind of similar thing that happens with arguments, actually. Someone can always just question the premise, like all the way down, right? Why is that premise true? Why that's right? At some point, I guess, for the public.
Saw my vagina.
Damn.
Wait, how you stop one beat though? That's crazy. Yo, W, check.
Like either they're on your page or they're not, right? Like, you know, that you can have, some people think it's dishonest. Like, you can always just escape by asking for the next premise and the next premise and the next premise. But it's like, well, not, I mean, if you're an honest actor, you can't, if you actually believe one of the premises. And additionally, you know, it's going to be very hard to fool the public if the other guy gets his argument down to a level where the premises are things like, you know, dogs exist or something like that, right?
Exactly.
Like, so but there is almost a parallel to the trying to, like, I don't have the concept. I don't have the it's like, why would I accept that premise? Why would I accept that? Like, it's kind of this pattern of, like, you can always just have this kind of, I don't even know what the fuck I was going to say. There's a parallel there. That was the extent of it. There's something else I was going to say about what you said. Can you repeat your last point there?
Yeah, so, I mean, I was just trying to give you, like, an outline of different ways that you can go about exploring this problem, right? And so one of them, different strategies, levels, and that you and Lance could respond to. So one of them was, of course, the conceptual companions of guilt. Another one was deity defeater's symmetrical consideration. Another one is the kind of trying to build connections between different concepts that you are alleged to possess. Those are at least three strategies that we've talked about in this particular video. Stuff about Agrippa's trilemma and whatnot, and primitivity.
I remembered. So, yeah, sorry, I didn't want to make you repeat the whole thing. But, yeah, so another thing is, you mentioned that this is not a common kind of critique. So, at least that this critique hasn't been delivered a lot. I think I have this feeling it's symptomatic of a kind of another problem. I mean, it's definitely present in the lay public. It might be present in academic philosophy. You'd probably be better posed to assess that than me. I don't, you know, I'm not actually super read on philosophy, but yeah, there's a tendency to, so the way I view it is you can always engage someone at the level of arguments, right? But there's a kind of a layer that's below that, which is like semantic. And in the same way that any empirical debate you can turn into a philosophy debate by going like, what epistemic framework are you using, right? And then suddenly you can destroy every nutrition debater on the planet because none of them know how to respond to that, yet all of their points rely on that. And it's not biconditional. It doesn't go the other way with philosophy. Philosophers understand where the barriers are between philosophical and empirical questions and know how to avoid the things they can, right? So it's kind of this lower level you can always drag these people into to their dismay, right? Same kind of thing with semantics, like broadly. Like the guy who's making an argument, you can always kind of get underneath that frame by not knowing what words in the argument mean, right? Now, what was I going to say about that? I think that there's some kind of aversion, or if not an aversion, like at least it's not intuitive for people to attack in that kind of way. Like You know how it's really natural for people to want to try to say that's false or that's true, and they like don't understand that it's sufficient to be agnostic to. You know how it's really natural for people to want to try to say that's false or that's true, and they like don't understand that it's sufficient to be agnostic to reject what the other guy is saying? It's like a similar kind of thing, I think, where there's this jumping to like trying to falsify. Maybe it's the same thing. I'd have to think about it, but it's like jumping to trying to falsify, and there's really often a position. It's like if you try to attack it without having enough clarity, it's like trying to attack like mist or something, right? Like my grandpa said once something like 99% of the solution is like defining the problem clearly. It was something like that, you know. And I think that kind of shit is true with semantics generally. It's like very often we don't actually have to even hit the level of talking about arguments. And people hate me for this. They want to talk about arguments because they made their little argument and they feel comfortable. They don't want to be asked semantic questions. But yeah, I think often semantic critiques are the most devastating. Like, I mean, if you're using a concept that's just incoherent, it doesn't matter how, maybe you use some like really fucking intricate logic, maybe you use a ton of like really involved like contemporary meta. It's like, it doesn't matter. If there's a term in there that doesn't make sense and someone can run a competent semantic analysis, you're never even going to get to run your argument. So yeah, I've been rambling. But the thing with the Lance critique is I really like it because it's taking that angle of like, I just don't understand what the fuck you're saying. It's not like overshooting into this is false when I don't even know what the fuck this is. It's like, just give me the concept, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's a kind of modesty in that regard. So it's not, you know, going all gung-ho and it's like, oh, that's false, or, you know, just attacking. It's almost like, yeah, like you said, you could just go at this different level of debate, and it's like, it's a crucial level of debate that people oftentimes firstly overlook, but also, secondly, as we've seen here, might not, like, share when it comes to the conceptual foundations. So, yeah, I largely agree with what you just said, so yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, and I mean, I could just throw into a different topic, but since I am on a timer, and I know you are too, I mean, maybe we just cut it there, because it was a good conversation.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed this, and it's, you know, it's nice because I haven't directly engaged with anyone who, you know, is in the kind of Bush camp, the Lance Bush camp. It's kind of interesting that now he's the kind of torchbearer for it, but it's fun because I haven't, like, directly talked in this regard and engaged. I've just kind of seen it with, like, Eric Samson and other sorts of debates and discussions that Lance has had. So it's nice to be able to kind of engage in it firsthand and encourage you guys to write a paper on this with a little outline that I gave. So, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I'm just thinking of the total percentage of time spent talking about Lance and the percentage of that I spent talking about that thing that I think was problematic about what he said. I worry I've spent too much of my time here being critical. I really quite like what Lance is doing. I think he's very smart. He's got great stuff to say. I guess...
super cool. Well, I just wanted to say, like, it's super cool because, like, these sorts of considerations are often, as he points out, entirely overlooked in meta-ethical discussions. You know, like, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, our claim, you know, like cognitivism, they just say like, oh yeah, our moral claims are truth after. But who's our? Like, what proportion of people, like, are you...
Right, who's it quantifying over?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's just completely overlooked. I mean, as I've seen, that's completely overlooked by a lot of meta-ethicists and a lot of meta-ethical discussions. And so it's nice to at least have this kind of new wave of critique being pushed and being discussed. I think it's a way to kind of give the path to progress. So
I wish everyone reacted to criticism of their position by praising it and calling it the path to progress. Like, yeah. And yeah, I guess one task that you can maybe do if you want to for, you know, next time we speak, if you want to try to talk more about this. I mean, probably not of interest to you if you're busy with Phil of Religion stuff, but if you do have time to try to, like, honestly think through the phenomenology, when I see something wrong, like, what is happening, and try to frame your phenomenological investigation around this question. How is my experience distinct from an experience of strong disdain towards something? So if you can answer that for me, that might give me some insight into what people are talking about when they talk about having these, like, moral experiences. So there's, you know, one thing you can do if you want to.
All right, we both have tasks.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, it's been great talking to you, and I mean, I quite like you. Feel free to, you know, message me anytime if you want to, you know, chat more, text, or, you know, set up another convo or something.
And do you want me to send you the recording from this? Do you have any use for it? I'm gonna throw it up on my channel. Send it to you if you want it.
That's totally cool. I probably won't repost it on my channel, but because I normally don't do like reposts or whatever.
That's fine.
But yeah, I look forward to seeing it and liking it and whatnot on your channel. So
Okay. All right. Well, it's great talking to you. Have a good one, eh?
All right. See ya.
Okay. Bye.
Fucking stupid woke so. The first my own fortitude here. Share surveyors. And we're back. Whether music was appropriate for the style of this debate, I have no idea. But who gives a shit? We might as well have fun if we can. Isaac, nice to see you for your debut debate on the Crucible. How you doing tonight, man?
Yeah, pretty good. A little overworked with coding, but good overall. What about you guys? You good?
Yeah. Just living the dream. Eating lots of protein over here, right? Now, okay, it's a vegan joke at your expense. It's true, right? But Synth, take a second, shout yourself out to everybody where they can find you.
You can find me on my YouTube channel over at youtube.com/SINTHE. Much like AY, I'm also a vegan. I think that Andrew is cringe for not being so. I guess you can also find me on Twitter. You should never go check out my Twitter. It's miserable. I'm just incredibly mean to people on there. I'm currently banned from Twitter for a few days, but if you want to go follow me, it's @simpposting, like shit posting, but with my name there, and place of shit.
Gotcha. And then Isaac, take a second. Tell everybody where they can find you. Just briefly what you're about.
Yeah, I mean, I make like philosophy content. A lot of it's about veganism. I haven't been active online in over half a year in any real capacity though because of school. But you can definitely catch me at the Discord if you want to chat about philosophy.
All right, thanks for that, guys. You have 7 minutes for your opening statement. You don't have to take any of that time. You can take some of that time, as much of it as you want, and yield it back. I don't know how long your guys' openings are going to be. I'm guessing probably fairly short and concise, but who knows? Sim, why don't we start with you? Go ahead.
I think AY wanted to set down the groundwork first.
Okay, that's fine. Ask yourself.
Yeah, well, I guess, so the context of the debate, I mean, Sim and I have some bad history, but I think we're both, I don't want to speak for it, but I think that we're both probably okay putting that aside to, try to have a productive conversation here on the Crucible. I guess the context is that Sim and Andrew have been kind of arguing a bit about moral realism, and I think Andrew wanted to see how that conversation plays out with somebody who spends a bit more time focusing on philosophy. I don't think Sim and I really disagree about any of the terms or where our debate is. I think we know sort of where our disagreement's going to lie. It's going to be about stance-independent reasons, but we can kind of make our way there. So maybe I'll just put out a definition of moral realism. I think we both agree about it. So I mean, moral realism is the view that moral statements are truth that at least one is true, and that they are stance independently true. So basically, cognitivism, not error theory, and stance independence. Yeah, and then I guess Synth kind of has the shit end of the stick in this debate because you've got the positive position. I would describe my position as not even agnostic. That's not meant to be a jab at the view, but I take it the things that you can be agnostic about are propositions. And I'm not actually convinced that realism is altogether a proposition, given I'm not sure the third thesis is coherent. So I'm not sure that stance-independent reasons make sense. And so I think that a lot of this conversation will be kind of like the conversation I had with Joe Schmidt. At least I think it'll be kind of like that, where, again, the realist kind of has the shit end of the stick here, but it's sort of about getting this concept of stance-independent reasons into my head, because I don't have it. And yeah, I think that's enough for now.
Appreciate that. Go ahead, Sim.
Sure. I think that AY is 100% on point. The core of the disagreement is going to be trying to figure out some way to communicate
stance-independent reasons to somebody who does not know what I'm talking about when I say stance-independent reasons, right? So it'd be like if I was trying to communicate to somebody what purple is like, and they've never seen purple, right? I could try a lot of things to describe what purple usually is. Like I could say it's this certain wavelength of light, but no matter what, those descriptions are probably going to be inaccurate at capturing it, like in the same way that you can use red in a blue light, and it wouldn't be the purple wavelength, but it would look like purple. It's something about, it's almost something like qualia, in that it's not easy to describe outside of semantic primitives. And the strategy that I came up with, I think, is the one way I could think of describing this, would be I could give you all of the aspects around it, right? Around the concept of what it means to have a stance-independent reason. I can tell you what stance-independent reasons even do, right? But I probably couldn't give you the stance-independent reason directly, but there might be something which isn't recognized yet as a thing that's like stance-independent reason, but that upon hearing the examples and upon hearing the things about stance-independent reasons, it might come to you, right? It might just be the case that it just seems like it's that's what stance-independent reasons are, and it might make everything click. But I don't have much credence in that being the case. I just think there's some chance there, so that's the route I think I'm going to take for this conversation.
Okay, the floor is open. I think you guys should probably just dive right into it.
Sure. So I guess one thing I could say about stance-independent reasons is they're not the thing that's worth caring about. They're the thing which points to what's worth caring about. Is one thing that I think is important. Is they're not the thing that you care about itself, right? So they're not.
I think you guys should probably just dive right into it.
Sure. So I guess one thing I could say about stance-independent reasons is they're not the thing that's worth caring about. They're the thing which points to what's worth caring about. Is one thing that I think is important. Is they're not the thing that you care about itself, right? So they would and I could give you examples of things, right, that would be stance-independent reasons. So I could say, like, what is irrational to do, regardless of your opinions on the matter. And one example of this is, you're already familiar with it, it's the Future Tuesday indifference case, but to help the audience follow along. Imagine somebody is indifferent to their pain and suffering on future Tuesdays, only future Tuesdays. The moment it comes, Tuesday rolls around, and it is Tuesday. It's no longer a future Tuesday, it is Tuesday, and suddenly they care about their pain again. So when planning their actions, they're always ignoring, right, any kind of damage to them that might be done on future Tuesday. If it was the case that, like, either a week from now, on Tuesday, it's the case that the person has to endure the suffering of, like, being tortured in Guantanamo Bay, they would rather do that than on Thursday or on Monday or on Wednesday, any of these other days, having to stub their toe, right? That's the way they plan their actions. So this person it seems like they're being in their actions. So this person having to stub their, just on Thursday, obey, the case that the person has either a week from now, on Tuesday, it's the case that the person has to endure the suffering of, like, being tortured in Guantanamo Bay. They would rather do that than on Thursday or on Monday or on Wednesday, any of these other days, having to stub their toe, right? That's the way they plan their actions. So this person it seems like they're being irrational, right? It seems like it's irrational, but it's not because of a contradiction in their position. It seems like what makes it irrational is that it's arbitrary. And then we'd have to get into what it means for somebody's actions, or what it means for somebody's deliberations, I should say, right? To be arbitrary. And I think that the arbitrarity means it's not based in the right kind of thing, right? It's not the fundamental basis of it is not the right kind of thing. When you go to the position where you have no further reasons, it's not the kind of thing where it's acceptable there. So if I was to say something like suffering, right, is the reason I want to avoid that, because I want to avoid suffering. All this will do is cause me suffering, so on the future Tuesday, I'd rather not have pain and suffering there. This would be non-arbitrary because it's the right kind of thing. It's suffering. It's that fundamental type of qualia which feels bad. We could even imagine that type of qualia is something that could feel bad, even if evolutionarily that was what was triggered when the thing that promotes breeding happens, right? So it's the kind of thing where we would evolve to feel suffering when the thing that happens that makes more of us, right? That's a potential option. We can imagine what this would be like. And we can imagine what the quality of suffering is like, and what the quality of pleasure is like. You can imagine there's some nature to an experience that makes it feel good or bad, outside of just whether or not we prefer it. We could even imagine maybe what it's like to not have preferences at all, but still we would have the idea of the quality itself, of the good or the bad quality.
Okay, I'm not sure. Is there like a specific part of that that you want me to sort of try to respond to, or do you, because I could give some like general thoughts, but I guess I don't know where specifically I'd start with what you just said.
I'm okay with general thoughts.
Okay, I just didn't want to be seen as like not answering if you're sort of expecting something specific there.
It's fair to just give your general thoughts because I don't think it was the kind of thing that's formatted enough like a question to warrant a specific line of dialogue.
Fair enough. Okay, cool, thanks. So, yeah, I guess that what I have trouble with is I have trouble understanding what it would mean to say that somebody has a reason to phi, or phi is like some action. They have some reason to phi when nothing is capable of making them desire to phi. So they don't desire to phi. And you could say they're omniscient, or you could say no matter what information is given to them, they won't desire to phi. I don't know what it would mean to say that that person has a reason to phi.
Yeah, I think that the one thing about the stance-independent reasons is that, under my view, I believe they are entirely causally inert. I don't think they make them phi, right? I don't think they make them have the preference. You're correct about that. If I was to say what it means, right, I could maybe just entirely causally inert. I don't think they make them phi, right? Under my view, one thing about the stance-independent reasons is that, under my view, I believe they are entirely causally inert. I don't think they...
Causally inert? Really? It doesn't cause you...
They make them phi, right? I don't think they make them have the preference. You're correct about that. If I was to say what it means, right, I could maybe just give a definition of what it means to be rational and say these are the qualifications for it. But I don't think it gets at the stance-independent reasons themselves. And I think those are difficult to describe. If I was to say like the thing I said earlier, right, and the kind of thing which I think is what stance-independent reason is at least one of the things stance-independent reasons implies is the lack of arbitrarity, right? Arbitrarity is something which stance-independent reasons push against. So in the case of like somebody who gives like the name the trait argument, right? And they're like, what trait is it that if it was true of X or if it was true of humans would make you justify needing them? If it's the case that it's just they just name a trait and it does map onto it, if it's just like I feel a certain way about humans versus about animals, and if it was the case that they didn't feel that way, I would be justified needing them. If they were to give this type of argument, it would still be the case there's no further reason about it, and it's not the right kind of reason for there to not be a further reason about it.
Yeah, sorry, does someone try to say something right there?
I was just going to ask, was that I assume like you were actually already answering my question before I asked it, I was just going to ask if that was like, at all, helps to get the matter.
Yeah, see, the thing that...
It would still be the case there's no further reason about it, and it's not the right kind of reason for there to not be a further reason about it.
What the fuck?
Yeah, sorry, does someone try to say something right there?
I was just going to ask, was that I assume like you were actually already answering my question before I asked it. I was just going to ask if that was like, at all, helps to get the matter.
Yeah, see, the thing that I always feel bad when I'm talking to a realist about, assuming they're being good faith, which it seems like you are, because they try to describe what they mean, and they make a good effort, and then I just sit there and go, I have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. So I feel kind of like a jerk. But yeah, it's like I still just get stuck on the same thing. What would it mean to say, and also I think we're just gonna abbreviate this to a alpha agent, just so I don't have to keep describing the whole situation. But an alpha agent is going to be an agent who doesn't desire to phi, no matter what information they're given. I still just don't know what it would mean to say an alpha agent has a reason to phi. I'm fundamentally like stuck on that.
So, what I would say to say they have a reason to phi, even if nothing could compel them to do otherwise, would be in reference to, and this isn't going to get to the heart of the matter, but it would just be in reference to, would it be irrational for them to phi, right? Or would it be irrational for them not to phi, right? For them to do not phi. And
okay, hang on, I'm sorry.
Would it be irrational for them to phi, right? Or would it be irrational for them not to phi?
Would it be irrational? Okay.
Right, then for them to do that. And
okay, hang on, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but
yeah.
Already, audience totally confused as to what you guys are actually talking about. Oversimplify this if you can.
Phi is just describing and AY can correct me on this. Phi is just describing like the preference of a certain type of action, right? Or the preference of a certain thing, like a certain thing under deliberation.
Yeah, phi is just some action.
Yeah, that would just be what we were talking about with phi. It's just a placeholder for some given action.
Yeah, if it's easier for the audience. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, you go ahead.
I mean, we can use something.
I am going to cut in just for one more second. I'm sorry, but someone sent in a $200 super chat to say congratulations to Zen on his first kid, and so I am going to cut in to the debate for that. Sorry about that, guys, but yeah, thanks, Nico. Appreciate it, and congratulations to Zen Shapiro. His baby was recently born just a couple days ago. So go ahead, guys.
You were saying something about?
Well, I guess let's just backtrack over some territory so people are following, and then we'll go back to trying to talk about whether SIRs make sense. So I guess there's like a few concepts that we should get like really clearly on the table. So the thing that, and Synth, you cut in anywhere where you don't agree with my description, but again, I think we agree on the terms. So I just want everyone hearing this to be like understanding this, that we both sign off on what I'm saying. So cut me off if there's anything I say in this segment that you disagree with. What we're arguing about is whether moral realism is true. By moral realism, we mean what is standardly meant in modern analytic philosophy, which is the conjunction of three theses. So moral realism is the following three things. It's that moral statements are truth apt. So when someone says something like, it's wrong to kill an old lady, that is actually a statement that has a truth value. It's either true or false. So that's the first thesis of moral realism. The second is that at least one such statement is true. So this is ruling out a common or a well-known anti-realist view called error theory, where we agree with that first thesis of moral realism, that moral propositions are truth apt, but then we say, but they're all false. So moral realism shares that first proposition with error theory, moral statements are truth apt, but distinguishes itself from error theory by saying at least one of those propositions is true. They're not all false. And then the third thesis of moral realism is that these moral statements are stance independently true, which is to say you can have a situation where even if everyone desires to phi and believes you ought phi, it can still nonetheless be the case that you oughtn't phi. Oh, and phi, we should clear that up. Phi is just, we could use alpha, we could use whatever fucking Greek letter we want. We could use X or something, but it just represents some action. So yeah, moral realism is that moral statements are truth apt, at least one is true, and they are stance independently true. So we're disagreeing about if moral realism is true. Our disagreement is on that third thesis, that moral propositions are stance independently true. I'm saying that I don't really know what that means. And I'll also just say one other term here, SIR. That's just when we're talking about stance independent reasons. So the kind of reasons that an agent could still have do some action phi, even if they have no desire to phi. Okay, right. So yeah, and then that's basically what we're disagreeing about. And then the only other technical term that got introduced was alpha agent, and that's just going to refer to some agent who, no matter what information they're given, does not desire to phi. So, for instance, there's someone who doesn't want to. There's a kid who doesn't want to go to the doctors. No matter what information his parents give him, he does not want to go to the doctors. Even if you gave him all the information in the universe, he would not want to go. It doesn't matter if you point out that it could have good health outcomes for him, the dangers of not going, they'll just never be motivated. That's what we mean by an alpha agent. So SIRs, stance independent reasons, alpha agent, an agent who's not motivated or who doesn't desire to phi no matter what information you give them. Moral realism, the conjunction of moral statements being truth apt, at least one true, and them being stance independently true. And our disagreement is around whether the concept of a stance independent moral truth actually makes any sense.
Yep, I completely agree with all of that. That is exactly where our disagreement lies. I guess if I was trying to, maybe one way that the gap could be bridged is by starting at some level where there's still a gap, and just imagining that instead of the concept being at that stance independent reason, imagining it one step up, and seeing if we can make sense of all of that, and then trying to make sense of that little bit left, that little gap left. So if I was to say, like, there is some definition we could give for irrational, such that we could talk about people being irrational, not just in relation to their own preferences, but in relation to some other standard as well, right? I'm sure you'll agree that there's some definition which could fit that. If I was to say that there is some definition in which there is arbitrarity, like I was saying earlier, there's some arbitrarity where things are not rooted in the right kind of reason, right? The way they bottom out, like most reasoning does, they bottom out at some point, and it's not the right kind of bottoming out. And then I would also say that the other aspects of it is just it has to not entail any kind of contradiction in the deliberation, right? Things like that. Do you think that that's a thing that you could imagine applying? You can imagine applying to other actors, even if it's the case that they had desires to not comply with the guidelines set.
I'm not sure I followed that. Could you maybe go through that again?
Yeah. So I'm saying there are kind of two. What I'm trying to say is we should starting out not at stance independent reasons, but one level above, like starting out at like what it means to be irrational, right? I think I can give a set of things, right, which are basically encompassing for what it means to be irrational. The one aspect of it will be the deliberation does not entail any logical flaws, right? So no contradictions and such. And the other aspect of it is that it doesn't entail any arbitrary. And when I say arbitrary, I just mean that when it comes to the process of reasoning, since all reasoning eventually bottoms out somewhere, the point at which it bottoms out is not the wrong kind of bottoming out. So it's the right kind of bottoming out. Like it bottoms out at something that is like for example, suffering, or for example, the suffering qualia or the happiness qualia, right? Like avoiding the avoiding the suffering qualia or seeking out the happiness qualia. Like this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about when I say something's irrational. Is there a way we can imagine applying this standard, now that's in our heads, to agents who might not have a desire to conform with such a standard?
So there's, if you don't mind, before trying to answer that, when you say irrational, do you mean by irrational out of accord with reason?
Yeah, I mean it's out of accord with reason, and it's going to be the stance-independent reasons. But
the thing is, to ask me about, I don't remember the exact question, but about anything involving irrationality when constitutive of irrationality is the concept I'm struggling with, it's just gonna get, I'm not gonna know how to understand what you're asking me. Like if you ask me, is this agent being irrational or something like this, or I forget exactly what the question was, you can correct me, but it's hard to answer that if the word irrational is based on this concept of stance-independent reason, which I don't understand.
Yeah, what I'm trying to ask is I'm trying to divorce it from the stance-independent reasons and just give what are the qualities, right, the stance-independent reasons mark, right? What are the qualities and things that make them irrational, the stance-independent reasons mark? and then trying to talk about from there, right? Ignoring stance-dependent reasons from just the definition, right? If I just say that the word rational and the word irrational, just we can imagine them meaning these sets of necessary and sufficient conditions. Would it be the case that we could imagine applying this set of necessary and sufficient conditions to the behaviors or the deliberations of actors that don't really care too much about complying with that? Could we imagine the arbitrarity and the no logical contradictions of deliberation as standards we could apply to the behavior of other actors, even if it doesn't motivate them?
Sorry, I might need to write some of these down. You said arbitrarity and not no like logical error in deliberation.
Yeah, so just no contradictions in the deliberation, nothing that we would call a logical error. So that's just 3 laws of logic, I think just for the sake of the simplicity, just go with the 3 laws of logic is fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna be picky about the exact like logic we use or something. Just like no like logic, like they're not contradicting themselves, they're not making like an invalid inference or something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have some trouble understanding what arbitrary means because I have a feeling that that's going to relate back to reasons. It's going to be that which isn't grounded in reasons, where those will be SIRs, but I might be wrong about that. We can talk about that. No contradiction in deliberation, that I absolutely understand. That's no.
I mean, I guess I can't really disagree with this. I mean, if it's true, then, like, for example, it is true.
No problem. And then I kind of have a further problem of I wasn't understanding the connection of this to irrationality. I thought irrationality was about acting not in accord with reason. So I don't know where you want to start there. I don't know if we even want to talk about irrationality or just get arbitrarity understood and see if we can do something with these 2 concepts, arbitrarity and no logical error, without even needing to invoke concepts like irrationality.
Yeah, I think
like if you're trying to avoid reasons talk while doing this, like is that sort of what you're trying to do? Like you're trying to avoid reasons talk?
I'm trying to avoid SIR reasons talk, and then I think once we've avoided that and once we've gotten the idea down that we're talking about, then maybe jumping the gap, that short gap I think is left, right?
Yeah, because I got it.
What's left over there?
Yeah, I got a very general picture. It sounded like you were talking about, like, this is like very broad strokes, so it's probably not super accurate, but it sounded like you were kind of talking about painting a SIR-shaped hole until I can, like, understand the thing that has to fit that hole, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
It sounds kind of weird when you say fit holes and shit, but anyway, yeah, so I'm fine with that kind of strategy. Again, like, I'm open to any kind of strategy. What most realists of this sort of variety, so we're not talking about, like, naturalist, moral real, or whatever, but what a lot of them will say, and I think you say this, is that the moral terms like ought and stuff are semantically primitive. For anyone listening, it just means it's like it can't be defined. It's sort of a fundamental building block of meaning. There's no giving a deeper analysis of it. And something being primitive doesn't mean you can't convey the concept, obviously. Like, I'm sure you agree they're primitive and you're trying to convey the concept, but it means you can't convey it by definition. So I really am open to whatever strategy. Some people have tried interpretive dance, but no, like, I'm serious. A philosopher interpretive danced on my stream to try to convey to me what SIRs are. But
a philosopher took his shirt off on my stream once in order to convey something as well, I think. But just saying, bizarre shit happens on stream sometimes.
Yeah, you know,
who's the philosopher did that?
Oh, what was his fucking name? Jim Bob. If you're in chat, what was that guy's name? Yeah, he was arguing with Jim Bob and he took his fucking shirt off. I can't remember his name though.
I just have more realism, interpretive dance.
Good to meet you, though. Should I just call you Anselmian, or do you want me to call you by like a human name? What's
Yeah, sure.
preference there?
Human name. Anselmian's a weird name.
Yo, what up, 1K? I don't know if I'm saying that right. How you doing? Hey. Oh, I'm doing pretty okay overall. I was going to go to bed, but I can't pass up a good debate on whether trans people are delusional. So yeah, do we want to? So yeah, why don't you walk me through your reasoning?
Okay, so
Actually, you know what? I should just let people know this that we're having a chat. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, I should have done this first. Debating whether trans people are delusional yet again in DC4 with, how do I say this name? Okay. That's not a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I said okay.
Okay, there's no way I can say that, so.
You know the show Arrested Development?
Oh! Oh, Tobias. Wow, why is it not going to be fun? Okay. Okay, well, fuck it. I do know it, but now I'm all tripped out by it, so. It's okay. Okay, anyway, so yeah, walk me through your reasoning.
So yeah, so first off, I'm not a logician, so my notation might not be fully correct. I come from decision theory, and I have a mathematical notation in the beginning. So X is the set for all elements that have the property that X believes X is female, and also it is evidently false that X is female. This is just a definition, okay?
Okay, so X is the set of all, well, I guess all people who believe they are female and are not female? Or it's evidently false that they're female? Is that language important?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I mean, we'll see. You can choose whether it's important later. So.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure I'm getting it right. So X is just the set of all people who believe they are female and it's evidently false that they're female. Gotcha.
Yes. So then premise 1.1 is, well, I think the definition of delusional. So if there exists something and X believes that thing and it's evidently false, so why is it evidently false? Then X is delusional.
That might be a bit narrow because you could also be delusional for believing in the non-existence of something that clearly does exist, right? So wouldn't it be easier to just frame delusion as...
No. So I think you misunderstand. It's not a belief about existence. So there is something, and you believe it is true. So it's not about the existence of something. It's there is something, you believe it's true. It could be a negative statement or it could be a positive statement, which you believe is true.
Okay, and it's just not the case that it's true.
Exactly.
Okay.
So would you agree that this is the definition of delusion, or would you propose another definition?
I think it's close. It's just, I don't think you're delusional just for having a false belief, and if there is more wording in there that didn't register with me, then you can clarify it. But it's not just having a false belief. It's like having a false belief that's maintained despite like clear contradicting evidence, something roughly like that. Because obviously,
okay, we could add that.
Yeah, because surely like we understand we all have false beliefs, and those aren't delusions, right? Like, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but we can add that. But let's just stick to this for now.
That's fine.
And then, based on the definition of X, every member in X satisfies this property, and therefore, all members of X are delusional. Would you agree that this is a consistent argument?
Well, okay, so let me just make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So, you're saying that X is just the set of all people who have a belief in something that is clearly false. They believe something to be true, and it's clearly false. There's like clear contradicting evidence, and they maintain that it's true. That's kind of where you're starting, because I agree that's what it means to be delusional.
But no. X is more. X is about the specific belief of being female.
Okay, so are we saying like, I mean, you're gonna have to walk me through it. Just let's just try to do it in natural language, because I looked at your formalization. It looked a little weird to me. So yeah, just walk me through just walk me through roughly what it is you're trying to say, and I might be able to reformulate it in a way that's easier, and then like formalize from there if need be.
Okay, so if let's say a person has the property that they believe something which is evidently false, then they are delusional. Okay?
Okay, sure.
X is defined as the set of all people that believe that they're female, even though it's evidently wrong that they are female.
Sorry, are we using X twice here in two different ways?
X is just a variable. So X does not refer to a specific individual. Not sure if this is how it's done in logic, but this is how it's done in math, so.
Okay, well, I thought I heard X being used in two different ways there, so we might just need to go through it a few times.
There's capital X and there's small x, maybe this
okay, I mean, it's probably
Let's call the set C, okay?
Yeah,
let's set is C.
Let's just call it D for delusion.
No. The set capital X has nothing to do with delusion.
Okay, what is? I'm gonna need to write it.
Do you have
what
it?
is?
Okay, do you have it in front of you in chat? What I pasted there?
No, I'm just writing it as you go. So the set X is what?
The set capital X is the set of all people that have the following two properties. First, they believe they are female. Second, it is evidently true that they're not female.
And for whom it's evidently true they aren't female. Okay, so set X is all people who believe they are female and for whom it's evidently true they aren't female.
Yes.
Okay, alright. I got that much.
Okay, then delusional. Okay. If there's something,
this is a
let's call it a Y.
You're getting right now?
I mean, I wrote it not as a definition, but as from A follows B.
Like, is this a premise that we're getting?
Yeah, premise 1.1.
Oh, okay.
So the first thing was the definition, right? We just defined what is the set X.
Okay, alright. Okay, gotcha. P1. What's P1?
So if there is something, a Y, and the person believes Y, even though Y is evidently false.
Sorry to cut you off. I just want to make sure we're not going on a big train to nowhere. This is going to end with trans people are delusional, right?
Yeah, you will see. It's but not this. Sorry, not this argument. There's another argument
that's
has
okay. That's
conclusion
okay.
of the first premise. Okay.
Sure. Yeah. So anyway, sorry, my bad. Back to P1. Let's hear that.
So, if there, for a given person, if there's something, a Y, a sentence, and X believes the sentence, this person believes the sentence Y, and the sentence Y is evidently false, then this person is delusional.
Okay, yeah, so
it's an if-then statement.
Yeah, sure, okay, so if someone believes, an evidently false statement, then that person is delusional. Delusional. Okay. The next
premise 1. Premise 2. For every person in the set X, there is something that they believe that is evidently false.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna. I'll work on the getting it formalized later. I'll just write it kind of natural language right now. So, every person in set X has such a belief, right? A belief in a statement that's evidently false.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So P1 If someone believes an evidently false statement, then that person is delusional. P2, every person in set X has such a belief. Yeah.
Okay, so do you see the conclusion?
That every person in set X is delusional.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay. Okay, every person in set X is delusional. Now, I mean, we could go through it and formalize it, but it's so obvious what you're getting at there, I don't even see a need. So I agree with that. If someone believes an evidently false statement, then that person is delusional. Yeah, I mean, that seems fine to me. Like, by evidently false, we mean, like, they've been exposed to clear contradicting evidence. Like, it's not just evidently false to someone who examines it. It's like that person has been exposed to it. That's what we mean when we say evidently false, right?
Are you asking because you want to see whether you agree with the premise about delusion? Or
yes. Yeah. Because I'm just worried about the phrasing of evidently false, because there could be something that's evidently false, but I don't see the reasons why it's evidently false, and that way I wouldn't be delusional for believing it. So I'm just trying to give you the strongest possible case here. I'm just saying, when we say evidently false, we mean that person, it's evidently false to that person. Like, they've been given clear exposure to the falsifying evidence.
I mean, if it's evidently false to the person won't hold the belief. It's evidently false to everyone else, essentially. Well, not everyone else,
yeah, right, but they've been exposed to whatever it is that would cause everyone else to say that it's evidently false.
I mean, we could convolute the definition of delusional.
Well, but I want to. Well, let me show you the problem if we don't account for something like that. Okay, last contact with bot. No, that's off topic. Yeah, so I'll show you the problem if we don't do that. The problem if we don't do that is we could say it's like evidently false, but that person has not been exposed to any reason to see the falsehood, right? Like, there could be something that's like totally fucking wrong, right? But someone hasn't been given any reason to think that thing is wrong, right? It's evidently false, but they haven't been given a reason to think it's false, right? So you're not going to call that person delusional, presumably. Like, we could have beliefs right now that are actually, upon examination or given some kind of evidence, quite evidently false. But since we haven't been exposed to any of that clear sort of falsifying evidence or information or whatever, we wouldn't say that we're delusional in virtue of believing the thing. Surely.
Yeah, no, of course. I agree, but...
Yeah, I'm just trying to bake it in. I'm trying to help your case. There's no gotcha here. It's just when you say evident, surely you mean that person has been presented in whatever way, that whether they've been shown it by another person, whether they've come across it, they've been presented with the thing that would cause everyone else to go, okay, that's evidently false.
Okay, so let's agree that this is how we define evident, but not alter the argument.
Well, it's up to you if you want to define it like that. If you don't, then I'm going to reject P1 on this ground. So it's your choice.
Oh, okay,
I'm trying to give you an easy pathway to me accepting P1. If you want to say it's just evident upon examination, and then there's the potential that person hasn't been given the evidently falsifying information for this thing they believe, then I'm going to say P1's false. So it's your choice, right? If you want to bake in the kind of stuff I'm talking about, then I'll accept your P1. If you don't, then this is how I'll push back against it.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, if we agree that this is the definition of evidently, and then we don't have to alter the premise by adding something in addition, then it's fine with me.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So under that condition, I can accept P1. Then P2. Every person in set X has such a belief. People who believe, you've defined set X as people who have an evidently false belief. So sure. So yeah, I'll accept that everyone in set X is delusional. Sure.
Okay. So second argument. First premise is the conclusion of the first argument.
And just in case anyone, I just want to say one thing about the first argument. So people think I'm some horrible formal logic pedant, right? Which, I mean, depending how you define pedant, I am a bit pedantic, but I don't think there has to be a negative connotation. There are some definitions I think that aren't negative. I just want to say it's very clear what he's getting at here, at least to me. I get it, so I'm not going to force a formalization because I understand what he's saying. So that's the reason. Okay, yeah, so premise one of next argument. So you're starting with that conclusion. Every person in set X is delusional. Okay.
Okay, second premise. If a person is a trans woman, and I'm restricting myself to trans woman because of the female earlier, because it's simpler. So if a person is a trans woman, then the person belongs to the set X.
Trans, they belong to set X, and then the conclusion is, yeah, obviously, if all trans people are in the set of things that are delusional, then trans people are delusional.
Exactly. So before you address this, I would assume that you disagree with the second premise of the second argument. So I'm not really interested in discussing that because I know you disagree with this, and then it's about the definition of a trans womanist. So I've written down, I posted there some questions. Are you willing to skip for now the premise 2 and talk what I want to talk about?
I suppose I'd like to just state for the record what my pushback is, though.
Okay,
So
sure, go ahead.
With this second argument, again, we haven't formalized right here. At least I haven't. And the way you wrote it is a little funky, but whatever. I know what you're getting at. So every person in set X is delusional. Yep, we agree on that. If a person is trans, they're in set X. So I don't see that being the case because I'm not aware of a false belief that's entailed by being trans, because I take trans to be having a gender and sex that differ. So that's how I would push back against P2.
Okay. So back to the first argument.
Sure.
I wrote here.
Why are we going back? Sorry, why are we talking about the first argument?
Because I'm interested in whether you understand what the first conclusion entails, or you will see it right away. Can I just ask this question, and you can maybe push back in? So, do you believe that the set X is empty? So that there's no person such that belongs to the set X?
No, I'm sure that there are people who are. So set X is people who believe they are female, and it's evidently true that they aren't female. I'm sure there are people like that. Yeah.
Okay, how would you describe such a person? Do you think there's a name that summarizes people that fall into the set, or?
Just someone who's... wait, sorry, does female here refer to gender or sex? Because
For me, there's no ambiguity about this, but you could clarify what you...
Well, depending which you mean, whether female refers to gender or sex, then I would say, if you ask me to define what kind of person it is, I would say, I don't know what else to say except someone who has a delusional belief about their gender, or if you mean sex when you say female, someone who has a delusional belief about their sex. Is that sufficient for defining what kind of person it is?
So let's distinguish between those two definitions. Then would you say for the first definition there are people in X, and would you say for the second definition there are people in X?
Yep. Yeah, I would assume that there are both. Yeah.
So there's a person that believes they have the biological sex, female, but it's evidently false that they have the biological sex female.
I mean, I don't personally know.
With evidently false, you mean they have been...
Yeah,
I understand,
I
but is it possible?
Yeah, I know what we mean by evident here, but yeah, I don't personally know someone like this, but I don't see any reason to think it's impossible, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if there were people like that. So I'm not sitting here going like people like that don't exist or something.
But sure, but I think this is important to my argument that we find what kind of person, how we could describe this person, what kind of properties does this person have? How can it be that they have this delusion about their sex?
I mean,
so could you give an example for how you think this is how this plays out?
I don't really know how I'd give an example except just to say there's a person who believes that they are of the female sex and they're not of the female sex. Like, I mean, I don't. What are you looking for? Is that not sufficient?
No, you said delusional is more than just having a wrong belief. It's
Well,
not that.
I was being, you know, quick with my speaking. So someone who is not female, they're not of the female sex, and they've been presented clear evidence, like maybe they've been like shown what their chromosomes are or something, or they've been like, you know, they've been like shown clear evidence of their whatever characteristics it is that determines sex, like their chromosomes or their genitals or whatever, and they still maintain the belief.
Okay.
How is this not like meeting your criteria, or how is this not answering? Like, you sound like you think you're not getting an answer. Like, is this not an answer to what you're asking?
No, it's just I have to think about it. It might be it might be a fine answer. Okay. And then for gender.
Yeah. Just same thing, except instead of being shown their like chromosomes or whatever, it's like, I don't know, they've been clearly shown that the things that we're describing as gender, they don't have so they think they're female, so that would mean they have the gender characteristics of a male, and they've been clearly shown this, but yet they still believe that their gender is female.
So with gender characteristics of male, you mean male presenting, or?
Well, I guess gender, it's kind of vague, but it's like this, it's kind of like a bunch of characteristics, I guess, that are like, I mean, I guess we're talking about sort of like the mode of being that someone is comfortable existing in. So it could be things like how they present, that's like their like expression or whatever, like, you know, whether they wear dresses, how maybe like the tone they speak in, or their affect or something like this. Also how they feel comfortable being treated, like if they're treated in sort of a female gendered way, you know, like there's things we do like culturally for females differently than men, obviously, right? So just all of that, I guess we're talking about this kind of stuff, yeah, like their expression.
But is there any property that is necessarily entailed by a person having the female gender?
By a person having a female gender? Yes. It's
like female sex.
Yeah, if someone has a female gender, then they have like a sense of personal identity that's female. And that sense.
Oh, no. But you're defining, I mean, it's not a definition, but what I'm asking is there something, can you say something that does not contain the word female that is necessarily entailed by a person being female? You're explaining female by female.
Female gender?
Yes, gender.
Yeah, so if they have a female gender, let's see, so, well, let me just think about that. So if they have a female gender, then they have, so it's like a sense of identity that resonates. Well, I guess the thing is, when you say defining female with female, like, I'm using female as like shorthand for like a whole bunch of things, like how they would be treated, what kind of like behaviors they would engage in, what kind of, how they might express themselves or dress or things like this. Like, I take all of those things to have different like modes, kind of like there's different modes of dress, there's different modes of expression, and we just refer to like one side of that mode as like male and the other is female. So like being female is just to be on, it is to be in the one mode, right? So if you say that's defining female with female, it's not really, it's defining female with a kind of mode of being, right? It's like they have a sense of personal identity that when we have, I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know how to really spell that out. Like, I just have to take examples. Like, just take like for one example, let's take like expression, like dressing. So when we talk about a female like expression, we're talking about things like wearing a dress, for example, right? So female with respect to expression, you're not just defining female with female. You're talking ultimately about stuff like wearing dresses or something like this, right? So,
but is it a necessary entail that a female is wearing dresses?
It's not necessarily entailed, but there's a.
This is what I'm asking. I'm asking, is there a necessary property? Sorry.
It's necessary that they have like some kind of cluster of these things that are on the female side. So there's like a range of these things. There's like their expression, there's their identity, their sense of identity. So that can involve things like how they're comfortable being treated, or what kind of like activities they like. I mean, maybe that doesn't strictly fall under identity, but there's like a range of characteristics there. And it's not necessarily entailed that you have a particular one. I mean, it's possible there's some certain specific ones that are necessarily entailed, but what it looks like to me is that there's a cluster of features there. And if you're female, it's necessarily entailed that you have like some given amount of those features. So you might say that you had like 10 features. You might not say that any of them are necessarily entailed by being female. It's just like if you have like 5 out of 10 or more, whatever they might be, then you qualify as female. It's more like that kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, no, I completely understand. So then there's a threshold. So for many properties, you can either tick the box male or female, and if you tick enough boxes for female, then you're female.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so could you give me this threshold? Because for now it's incredibly confusing, or to say, so to even figure out how then to find out whether a person is evidently not female.
Well, no,
is it impossible to find it out?
I can't give you an exact threshold, but now you're talking about an empirical question. You're talking about how to determine which someone is. You're not talking about whether there's some kind of fact of the matter, right? And presumably...
No, because...
Well, one second. It sounds like you're talking about, can I tell you what the... Well, actually, I guess you could be talking about whether there's a fact of the matter, but no, I can't specify the exact threshold of how many, like, female characteristics you have to have. I can just point to obvious cases and say, okay, like, if you're wearing dresses, preferring to be called her, preferring to have all the social treatment that typically, we treat females. I'm not sure if you're getting annoyed when I say the word female, if you think there's some kind of circular definition thing happening there. But, if you have, like, all I can say is, like, I can point to clear cases that tick a bunch of the boxes, and I can point to clear cases that don't tick any of the boxes. And if you want to say, define for me the exact point, right? So this doesn't actually have to be an empirical thing. That's fair. I'll accept that pushback. It doesn't have to be that you're saying, how do we determine it? You're just saying, what is it? That's fine. I don't know that I can define the exact middle point, but I can point to clear cases on either side, right? So just like by analogy, it's like with threshold deontology, right? It's like I can't tell you like where the exact point is where, consequences overtake utility. I can just point to clear cases where they don't, right? Like, say, killing one person to save two, and then clear cases where they do.
Sorry, maybe don't go into this. I will not appreciate your analogy.
One sec. I think the analogy is very valuable, right? It's very quick to deliver, unless you literally don't know what.
I'm not a philosopher, so
okay,
I cannot.
Well, let me just one second. Do you know, if you don't know what the words mean, then I guess I'll not give the analogy. But do you just know what the words consequentialism and deontology mean?
I don't know what the word deontology means.
It's just rule-based ethics. Instead of we're trying to maximize utility, it's like we're trying to follow rules, like don't murder, don't kill, or something like this, right? So
okay.
all I'm saying, I was just giving another example of some kind of case where there's clear cases on either end, but then there's a gray area in the middle where I just can't give you a perfect point of like, oh, where exactly do consequences overtake utility? When exactly does a pile become a heap? When exactly does a puddle become a lake? Right? That doesn't stop me from saying that there are puddles and lakes, piles and heaps, consequences and deontology. We're trying to push for the middle point, and then somehow treat the fact that I can't specify it as a criticism of the concept. Unless you want to lose concepts like puddles and lakes, then I don't think that's going to work for you. Or become a particularist if you want about like concepts or something.
For now, I'm rather just interested in figuring out how you define female. So.
Well, I think
okay. So there is some threshold. There's some threshold.
One sec. Well, if you want me to take it back to the point, then you can go after this with your whatever you want to say. But it's the same kind of thing as with the puddle and the lake, or the pile and the heap, or whatever it is. Okay. I can't tell you the exact point where someone has enough female characteristics to qualify as female or male, right? But I can point you to clear cases on either side. And that's sufficient to say there's two separate categorizations.
Okay, so let me give you an intermediate example.
Well, but before you do that, respond though to what I'm saying. Do you accept the general notion?
I accept the general notion that if there might be some threshold, and we are not able to identify this threshold.
Yeah,
but also with the lake and the pond, would you?
Yeah, sorry, I want you to give your pushback, but I just want to make sure we have established this clearly. The fact that you can't specify a threshold doesn't stop us from saying, yeah, there's two distinct words we can use here to refer to clear cases on either side.
Okay, so but what keeps you from specifying a threshold with the pond and the lake?
You're not answering. do you understand that?
But then if you want to push this point more, I first have to clarify.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, I just want to get this through, and then we're going to go back to what you're talking about, okay? I hope you're not going to become some kind of, like, epistemicist and start telling me it's a puddle when there's, like, 55.8 liters or some weird shit like that. Like, do you or do you not accept the notion that when we have, we can have a clear categorization on either side where we say, that's a puddle, that's a lake, and we say we don't know exactly where the trade-off point is? You accept that the fact
I'll answer. You don't have to repeat it. So,
yeah,
my answer.
But I want to frame it correctly though. Do you accept the fact that just because we can't specify the switchover point doesn't stop there from being two distinct categories that we can refer to? That's just a yes or no. Do you accept that?
No, I have to make a distinction for two cases.
Well,
can I make this distinction?
But before you do,
it's a yes for one case and a no for one case. So I cannot. So just the yes or no answer will not cut it. I will say yes when, and the answer will no when. Okay.
Okay.
So yes, when we're talking about natural language, when we're talking about let's go to the pond or let's go to the lake. But not when it comes to science, when we are trying to establish a fact. So when we are trying to find a fact in the world, and we have to make a classification, we have to set a threshold. Then it's not just. Then you can't.
Sorry, this is just a bit unclear. Do you accept that puddles exist?
Yes.
Do you accept that lakes exist?
Yes.
Do you know when a puddle becomes a lake?
No.
Okay, you can ask whatever you want.
If we set the goal to find out when a puddle becomes a lake, or to make a specification for that, right? This could be the goal to find out when a puddle becomes a lake, and it could be useful for something else. Do you agree?
It could be, but there's philosophy problems here. Now, I don't know a lot about these problems, but there's a problem called vague predication. Do you know about that?
No, but I assume
it's relevant. It's not a derail. It's relevant. So we talk about how a lot of our predicates, right? They seem to have vague boundaries, right? They even create logics to try to deal with this, like fuzzy logic, where it's kind of true this is a puddle and kind of true this is a lake, right? And then it's like the kind ofness kind of switches as you move from puddle to lake, right? So I'm just pointing out, maybe we would take some kind of approach of saying, let's try to discover, even though using the word discover is weird. It seems more like something we're going to define than discover, but
yes.
Whatever, I won't pick on that. We could take the approach of saying we're going to try to discover or define or whatever when an X becomes a X prime or whatever the fuck it is. But there's also views that just go, well, that kind of thing isn't really possible. We're just going to need to like use a different kind of logic or some other shit there. So I'm just drawing attention to the fact that the approach that you're suggesting there is not the only way people think about that problem.
Okay, so now take this to the distinction between when does a female become a male. Would you agree that it would be useful, again, not to discover because it's not the fact of the world, but to have a degree?
The way people think of it, X becomes X prime or whatever the fuck it is. But there's also views that just go, well, that kind of thing isn't really possible. We're just going to need to like use a different kind of logic or some other shit there. So I'm just drawing attention to the fact that the approach that you're suggesting there is not the only way people think about that problem.
Okay, so now take this to the distinction between when does a female become a male. Would you agree that it would be useful, again, not to discover because it's not the fact of the world, but to have a definition that tells us exactly when this happens? So try to define a threshold or give it maybe different definition that is not threshold dependent, that specifies necessary properties. Would you think this is useful?
Would it be useful to have
for this discussion, or
I'm trying to answer you. I'm just trying to make sure I'm following the question. You're asking if it would be useful to define female and male such that there is a clear like 0 point in between them when you can definitively say when someone is or is not a male or female in principle.
Yes.
Possibly. But it might also. I mean, I'm not sure how useful it is. We don't seem to need to do it with puddles and lakes, so I'm not sure if it's important.
But since we want to figure out when a person is evidently wrong about their belief that they are female, it should be good to know first what it is that makes them female. Right? In order to find out where this person is wrong about the belief, we have to find out where this person is wrong about the belief.
Well,
and I can give you very precise definitions about what is a male and a female, and you cannot. So I wonder how you would even be able to say that the person is evidently wrong about the belief to be female.
Well, I think that you're evidently wrong once you're not talking about someone who's in the gray zone, right? Like if you take someone who let's just go to the obvious case, who has, let's say they have all of the gender characteristics associated with female, but they have an explicit belief that they're male or something. Or I guess we've been talking the other way around, but whatever, either way, you still get the point. We'd say that person is wrong, right? And we'd be able to say cases close to that are wrong. And then as we get more and more gray, it's going to be harder and harder to say that someone is wrong about their belief.
So to clarify, if there's a person that has a male body shape, that has facial hair, that has short hair, that wears trousers and a shirt, that speaks in their natural voice. No. I'm just saying. Okay.
Just say they have all the male gender characteristics. We don't.
I wonder what I'm missing. This is why I'm listing some. I wonder. You can tell me if I'm missing something. But that's basically it. And then this person says, "I want to be addressed as she, because I'm a female." Is this person then wrong about or what is missing? What properties would be missing?
Well, yeah, I don't think we've covered enough there. There's going to be things about what they like emotionally resonate with also.
That's very vague.
What do you mean? Like if you don't think that there's modes of treatment that we have towards each other that are gendered? You don't think you treat girls in a particular way? You don't think you treat guys in a particular way? And you don't think someone could have a preference about which they like more?
So this person wants to be treated as female, yeah, sure. This is also part of it.
So wait, sorry, I just want to get clarity. So
you identified another problem here.
So the view I'm taking is I don't know exactly when someone becomes female or male in terms of gender. I think there are clear cases at either side, and I think there's a gray zone in the middle. And I think that when we're talking about someone who's delusional, it's going to be easy to establish that someone is delusional if you're talking about a case that's closer to the edge, and harder as you move to the middle. I don't see any issue with that. Do you think that there's some kind of like conceptual problem there? Do you think there's any kind of logical problem with what I'm saying?
No, but I don't think it's addressing the point. I'm trying to.
Wait a sec, because we've gotten way down this road. But I just wanna talk about your argument for a second, because that's what we came here to discuss. The point that you were trying to make is that trans people are delusional, right? That people who have whose sex, let's just do trans women, so someone whose sex is male and whose gender is female, that person is delusional. Now, I don't understand how you're getting there. Okay, so I humored your questions for a while, and if for some reason, in fact, I might ask you to show relevance before allowing a move back to those questions, to be honest, because I don't understand how any of that deals with my opposition to P2. The reason I don't accept P2 is that I don't see what false belief is entailed by having a female gender and a male sex. If the road that you were trying to take through all that time is to say that gender is not clearly enough defined to be a concept, you've already conceded that although there's some vagueness, just like with puddle and lake or pile and heap, that it is in fact clear enough to say that there are distinct categories on either side. So we have a
sorry, can I?
Sorry, just let me complete my point, please. So we have a concept that's clear, right? Sorry, I'm getting fucking beeps over here. We have a concept that you agree there's not any kind of logical problem with, right? And it refers to something actual. So I want to ask now, what is the delusion? What is the false belief that someone has to have? So I do want an answer to that, please.
Can I address something else that you said in your...
And unless you're going to explain how the thing that you need to talk about right now stops you from answering the question, no.
I just want to, you said, I conceded that there are clear categories for male and female. But I conceded that in general it can be that without having a clear threshold that there can be clear categories.
Okay.
But I did not concede for the case of male and female. I'm still trying to figure out.
That's fine. I hear you. Okay. So then I'll step back a step. if the pushback, so let's just make sure we're tracking what's happening here, okay? So we have these double arguments, okay? I agree with all of the first argument. I agree with the first premise of the second argument. I disagree with the second premise of the second argument. Now, my pushback on that premise is to say, and please let me finish, my pushback on that premise is to say, look, it seems obvious that someone can have a male sex, female gender, and I don't understand what false belief is entailed by that. Now, instead of spelling out the false belief, and I'm not saying this is unfair, this is a fair move, it's fine. What you want to do is you want to say, I can't answer because there's actually a conceptual incoherence or a lack of clarity about what's being talked about, where the question doesn't have a definitive meaning to me, so I can't answer it. Right? And that's because I'm not clear that we've actually got a functional concept here of male and female. That's the pushback, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so my pushback to the pushback is to say, all right, we've got plenty of cases where we have clear, distinct things that are on some kind of spectrum with each other, like a sorties kind of case, right? Like a puddle and a heap, a lake and a pond, or, you know, a male and female gender, okay? Now, I tell you, I can't specify the threshold. There's a gray zone in the middle, but we can certainly point to clear cases. Now, are you saying that there's some kind of problem with the clear, with like, what's the issue there? Are you saying that this is what I want to say. Are you saying that there aren't clear cases at either end that we could use to say, look, this is definitely the kind of thing we're referring to when we say female or male gender?
Yes, I don't think it's clear to me for now what you think is a clear case.
Okay, so I think, now, in all honesty, laying out all of the factors that make up gender is something that is, you know, it's not easy to do. So I'm not going to be able to just rattle everything off. But I think that if I can list a good few things that seem solid enough, that should do it, right? So what did we talk about? We talked about someone's gender expression, right? So that's going to be things like, you know, and if I'm getting any of this language wrong, then, you know, fuck it, sorry. But we're going to be talking about things like how they dress. We're going to be talking about things like how they present. So that might be everything from like physical motion to like, you know, kind of verbal affect, a whole range of things there. Anything to do with expression, right? So there's a whole bundle of traits there. Even if we just want to talk about gender, in fact, before we even talk about gender overall, gender expression is one of these sorties kind of things right here. Do you agree that gender expression is a coherent concept?
Okay. So
yeah, right.
If I say yes, I'm fucked, right? So
yep. I'm gonna lay more on after you're fucked by pointing out a few things with identity also. But yeah, you're gonna have to concede on it. So yeah, do you grant that with gender expression?
Let's just say I understand what you mean when you're talking about it, so that I understand the information that you're trying to convey. But I agree or disagree is irrelevant. But I understand what you say. Person that expresses.
No, that you're not allowed to do that. That's the okay. Wait a second.
Then you're not allowed to use male or female. Then you're not allowed. Then you have to say wears dresses, wears lipstick.
Wait a second.
And you have to list all the things.
No, just wait a sec. I think that one you're having trouble with. So, and I will say, I will grant you some credit here. You have put more thought into and developed a better anti-trans argument than anyone I've met so far, for whatever it's worth. I still don't think it works, but, you know, good job. So, yeah, the problem, let's just talk about expression, right? Because gender, we can talk about it being identity plus expression, right? But let's just talk about expression. I knew, I could sense the moment you knew you were a little fucked there, because you obviously know gender expression refers to a coherent thing. Now, you tried a really greasy move, and this is where we're hitting that fork in the road where it's like, okay, it's time to definitely save face by starting to concede on some of this, because if you try to really cling to what the move you just tried to make, which is what you're referring to, I know what it is, I know what it means, and it's coherent, but I don't accept it. It's going to be like, we're going to get into what's the distinction between knowing what it means and it being coherent and accepting it and all that, and it's just going to get cringy. So, obviously, we know what we're talking about. We're talking about how someone dresses, when we're talking about their affect, when we're talking about, you know, their you know, even things like their movement, right? Their like cadence, like whatever, all of this shit. You know what expression refers to, right? So, do you agree that expression is a coherent concept that we can clearly separate into two categories, male and female?
I mean, not even the left would agree that it's clear, but for what it's worth, there are some things that we can.
As clear as any of this shit, like lake and puddle, right?
But I mean, it's maybe
don't
even
think
a little
there's
bit
a difference
complexity.
between-
No, I totally believe that you can, but I don't know whether your political side would agree. But okay.
Well, I don't actually, for the record, I don't really identify as a leftist. Like, there's things I like about the left, and I know you might think you're getting saved right now by me slightly changing the topic, but I'm coming back. You know, there's things I agree with. Like, I think that I like things like, you know, universal health care, mental health care, you know, education. I want all of these kind of things. I'm very, like, socially liberal. Like, I think people should basically be able to live the kind of lives they want. I don't want, like, government policies, you know, telling people how to live their lives, except if there's things that are, like, really socially necessary, like we're not having enough kids or something, and not just like there's not enough white babies or some shit, but you know, like we're actually not having enough babies to maybe like keep the country functional. So I agree with a lot of stuff, but it's not. I don't just lean left on like every single issue. Like I'm very like pro law and order. I think guns are more associated with the right, and I don't know the data, and I might be able to be pushed off it, but I tend to lean in the direction of like, yeah, I think we want to have guns. I mean, I don't want to get way down this road. There's other things that I lean a bit right on, but I don't feel really comfortable identifying as like any kind of like, I don't know. I don't feel strongly aligned with the left, is I guess what I'd say.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, but I do think at this point I probably do lean more left than right, especially because of the environment. Okay, so. Yeah, what are we talking about? So we look, it doesn't have to be perfectly clear, but you understand there's a difference between how you dress and how your mom dresses. You understand there's a difference in how, you know, people who you consider male, okay, typically speak and how females typically speak, right? You surely have been around gay guys and noticed that, you know, gay guys kind of take on the affect that's almost more like a female, you know what I mean? And like how they speak. Like surely, like
obviously, I mean,
okay. Well, someone might try to deny this. I don't know, but you don't seem like you're going to do some good. So okay, so obviously we can refer to two distinct categories here. Of course, there's a gray area in the middle, just like there's a gray area in between lake and puddle, or you know, pile and heap, or whatever. But there's clearly enough here that we can talk about categories.
Maybe we should distinguish between things that are directly observable and measurable, like how they look, or how the frequency of their voice, or something like this, and things that are solely in the mind. But for anything that is observable, I would agree, but we can probably make up some useful categories and then say this person is rather on this side or on that side of the spectrum.
Okay, so you accept the categorization of gender expression, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then gender identity, we can talk about that too, right? It's just going to be the same kind of thing. Like, I mean, identity, we're talking about, so the thing about identity is it can involve, there can be an explicit belief, but have you seen my debates with iHypocrite?
This is what brought me here.
Yeah, there doesn't, and he's actually conceded on this in DMs now. He's gone down the most hilarious pathway. So he now fully concedes that trans people don't have to have any false beliefs. But he wants to salvage the argument, even though it's a different argument. It's trans people are delusional in name only, right? It's a totally different argument. Now he wants to say, okay, they don't have to have false beliefs, but I'm taking a new definition of delusion where delusion doesn't require false beliefs. So that's where iHypocrite has ended up, okay?
I don't care about him, but okay.
No, but I just referenced it, but so I can save some like explanatory time here, even though I'm talking about other shit and rambling anyway. So look, with gender identity, it doesn't have to be an explicit belief. That is one of the things that there can be. Obviously, there can be self-identification. But yeah, we can just be talking about what you emotionally resonate with. So we can talk about in terms of how you're treated, in terms of the kinds of things that you enjoy, You know, just we're just talking about what you.
Is it just a preference?
Is it a preference?
Because I understand preference, I don't understand. Genuinely, I don't understand the concept of gender identity.
I don't. I have to just think about if preference is the right language to use there. I would talk. I don't know if, like, is preference in your mind just kind of the same thing as like having a kind of like an emotion, like an affinity for something, kind of like, you know what it is, have an affinity for something, to kind of like something, to like resonate with something.
I understand the decision theoretical concept of a preference, but I don't know.
But you don't know what it is to like something.
I do understand what it's like something, but
Yeah, do you understand what it would be like to like being treated?
But that's a preference.
Okay, well, if that's the kind of thing you mean by preference, then I mean, if preference covers just like the things you like, then yeah, I mean, I could go with preference. That sounds okay.
The things I like over other things.
I don't think there's any weird baggage using the word preference there. I'm more comfortable with the kind of the idea of like some kind of like emotional affinity for something. But if we effectively just mean the same thing by preference, then that's fine. Yeah, so we're talking about the kind of preferences you have, and yeah, it can be.
No, regarding what? Regarding how I'm treated by others, or
Well,
what else?
that's one thing, but also just really, it's just going to be any kind of thing outside of expression, I guess, that we could split into like kind of like we could split into in a sort of like gendered way. Like we could talk about the activities that you enjoy doing. We could talk about the. It's weird because there's this kind of fuzzy barrier between expression and identity. This is what always trips me up with this, because some of it is like some of the expression is like what you have a preference for, right? So I'm not. Maybe there isn't even as strict a barrier there as people think, but yeah, we could just be talking about anything we can clearly split along gendered lines. So we could do everything from like the toys you like, the activities you like, the things you do. Like, you understand that let's just do activities for a second. You understand that there's activities that are more typically seen as female and more typically seen as male, right? Like we don't deny that like ballet dancing is seen as female and UFC fighting is seen as male, hunting is more male, and like I don't know.
Again, this is all perfectly in line with my ideology, but
that's not.
It's hard for you to identify this kind of stuff. But okay, yeah, sure,
Well,
absolutely.
that sounded purely rhetorical, right? I don't understand what the when you say it's hard, it's like it's as if you're trying to say that the fact that there's fuzziness about gender somehow means that I'm like I've got some kind of like problem with my position. Like, the fact that gender is like a fuzzy, difficult concept doesn't mean there's some kind of problem with my position, right? That's not. It's easy to say, you know, I just take some like rigid like biological essentialist definition where like we just scan your like I'm straw manning probably.
No, you misunderstood. You misunderstood.
Please, just a second. I'm then if this isn't what you're saying, I just want to speak to the idea, okay? So it's easy to go, well, I can take a concept that easily cleaves this thing in half, right? It's like, okay, well, yeah, like you can do that, but that doesn't speak to whether the other concept is actually coherent or not, right? It doesn't speak to there being a problem with the other concept. The fact that one concept is clearer than the other, like whether there's one or two of something, there's no middle ground there. There's either one or two, right? It's like that's nice and easy, but that doesn't somehow cast shade on the notion of there being, you know, puddles and lakes, just because there's concepts that someone could use that are more like black and white, right? So I just wanted to diffuse the kind of rhetorical thing you're doing there of like, oh, your position makes this all so complicated. It's like, well, gender is a complicated thing, but like you have an idea what we're talking about. So with activities, you agree that there's activities that are.
Can I respond? I mean.
Yeah, well, I'm asking about activities. Can you answer the activities thing?
But I wanted to clarify that I was not saying what you just said, that your position is too complicated or something. I just feel like you're not representing, let's say, what the quote-unquote scientific consensus on this. Sorry.
What?
Mike.
What
Yeah,
am I?
so-
What am I? Sorry, you're saying that I'm being anti-scientific?
No, I'm just wondering whether your position is actually the position that is, let's say, being taught in gender studies classes in universities right now.
Oh, I mean,
I would just
I mean, what's the relevance of that? Like, I don't. I mean, I would assume
absolutely
that
it is no relevance. It is no relevance.
Yeah, like,
So
look,
don't-
I mean, I would assume someone who's actually taken a gender studies course, they might have trouble like getting into a philosophical debate on some of the shit. But the kind of thing someone like that would be able to do is they would have an easier time with the empirical stuff. They would probably off the top of their head be able to list the factors associated with gender a lot easier than me. For me, it's like, oh, okay, I have an idea, but I need to like draw them out and think about them. But the philosophy aspect is a little easier, right? It might be the other way around for someone who's taken gender studies. They might be like, okay, well, like here's what gender is, and I can lay out like a whole bunch of criteria and all this kind of shit, and then it might be that some of the phil stuff is a little weirder for them. So yeah, okay. I don't care about the connection though between what I'm saying and what is said in a gender studies course. I care about if what I'm saying makes sense. Now,
agreed, absolutely. Okay.
Yeah. So you agree? We can talk about activity preference, right? And that's very broad. That's going to come down to if you're broad enough about activity preference, that's going to include activities like dressing, which is why I'm a little weirded out by the notion of a gender identity expression separation. But whatever. You agree that there's a kind of separation we can make here in terms of activity preference also?
I mean, if I prefer to dress as a female, it's more likely that, given all other factors, I actually do dress as a female.
But you agree.
But they're distinct concepts because I could prefer the one thing, but there are other things that keep me. Then I misunderstood. Can you?
Yeah. I don't think you're being malicious. I just think maybe I wasn't clear enough, or maybe you didn't track. So, no, I'm just asking if you accept that in the same way that we can take gender expression, we can talk about mode of dress or something, and split down the middle and go, okay, there's like clearly female over here, clearly male over here, and then a gray zone in the middle. We can do the same kind of thing with like activity preference, right? There's activities that are typically thought to be more female, typically thought to be more male, right?
Yes, okay, absolutely.
Okay. And then what about modes of treatment? That's another thing we can have preferences about, how people treat you. They refer to you in a certain way, in a male or female way, like gendered in terms of pronouns. Take that thing that's gotten so cringy on so many levels, but does actually kind of make sense. Or even just like things that are culturally kind of like normalized around how we treat males and females, like holding the door, or if there's another one, like with guys, you're more likely to be aggressive and forceful, right? You're less likely to be like that with a girl. We're kind of gentler with them. Now whether it should be like that, that's another question, but it is like that, right? You would agree that there's also, we can make the same separation with treatment preference. Okay, two's enough for me. That's enough stuff to have on the table. And activity preference is very broad also when you really think about that. That's enough to get identity on the table also, in addition to expression.
Can I ask about the hypothetical and tell me whether you believe
not quite
female?
in a second, but I want to complete this line of reasoning. So if you agree that we can make this kind of separation with expression and with identity, I mean, I think either one would be enough to get gender on the table, but both is certainly enough. So you agree with my concept of gender. You don't have to use the word in the same way. That's not what I mean by agree. If you don't want to use the word, or if you use the word means something else, whatever, but you agree my concept is coherent and refers to something actually, right?
Yes.
That's enough for me to push back on T2. What false belief is entailed by someone having a female gender and a male sex? That's the clinch.
Do you want me to ask answer, or?
This is like the debate ending. Basically, you can ask your question or whatever if you want, but like this is kind of like where you'll die. If you want to ask your thing first, you can go for it. But that's like the linchpin right there.
So maybe I took I thought you had a different position with my whole argument here, but let me just clarify where I want to get at with the whole argument. Might make.
I thought you had a question. I thought you wanted to ask me about some person who I classified.
Let me clarify first, and then you will see the relevance of the question. Okay.
All right.
So I thought initially that you would say that there is no person in the set X. Because I thought your belief was that if a person believes they are female, then it makes them female.
No, and see, you seem smart, but if maybe you just weren't paying attention, but I was very clear that I don't hold that view in my debates with iHypocrite, right? I pointed out, I think it was in the first one, that someone could be wrong about their gender, right? I pointed out that someone could be delusional about the fact that they're not trans, right? That's a belief about their gender. You could have a female gender and be delusional about not having it, right? Maybe you're actually trans. You don't seem very trans. You seem to present pretty male, but you know. So no, that I clearly don't hold that view. But yeah, please continue.
Okay, but that was my point of contention when I saw your video of iHypocrite, and this is where I wanted to push more and figure out how can it be the case that a person is delusional about not being trans, for example. So what I want to figure out is
wait, I understand what you're saying. Can I try to repeat your point to you right now? Because I think I understand what you just said. Sorry to cut you off, but literally I'm gonna.
Oh, go ahead.
I think I'm gonna grant you your point, so it's probably even better than you talking through it. So you want to say that there's a contradiction there. If I were holding the view that the belief is sufficient to qualify you as the other gender, then it would be impossible to have the belief and not be the other gender.
I mean, this is obvious.
Yeah, okay. So I don't hold that view, but I grant you if someone was saying that would not, you'd get a contradiction, sure.
So, but I want to figure out how you can hold your view without getting into a contradiction. This is why I want to maybe get into a specific example.
Well, I can answer that. That's very easy. You don't have to hold the view that the belief is sufficient. You say there's a range of criteria. A belief is one of those things, but it's not a sufficient condition for gender.
I completely understand, yeah. And this is why I said maybe I'm talking to the wrong guy. Maybe I thought you also in regards to what I think is scientific consensus here. Again, so maybe grant me this one hypothetical and then is this okay? Can I?
Yeah, that's fine. I talked for a long ass time. Go for it.
Okay, so this person is presenting male and prefers to be referred to as female, has activity preferences like other males, so likes cars, and I don't know what males typically like, but you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I just want to point out that vagueness right there, that's all I'm dealing with. I have vagueness, right? It's not like you couldn't go through and list a bunch of these activities and go, these are male, these are female. It's just drawing up a list on the spot is like a little hard. But yeah, of course, okay, they have activity preferences that are male, they present male, and
well, no, let's maybe say they present male, but it's hard to say clearly male or female because they could have activity preferences that are not really gender, right? Like eating sushi, is this a male thing or a female thing, or
no,
is it
it's
just
very
not?
male. Sushi is extremely a very male food.
Are you kidding?
Yes, of course I'm kidding. Yeah, of course there's things that are not gendered, obviously.
Okay, so you don't have to have a stereotypical male that likes beer and cars and I don't know, fighting, right? You could have a male that is just not obviously presenting female or he's either presenting male or neutral. Let's say that, and his activities are also somewhere between male and neutral activity preferences, but not clearly extremely male. And the only thing really that we would then grant him in terms of being female is that he prefers to be called she, and that he identifies as a woman. So.
Yeah, I mean, on my view, now I think I'll get some shit here because I think there's people who say identification is a sufficient criteria. But yeah, I mean, if someone is in every way not a given gender, like, I mean, they have a preference for all of the things that are not male. They have a preference for, I'm gonna have to do it carefully. So everything about their expression is male. Everything about their identity, male. So like down to what they prefer, how they prefer being treated, how they.
No. I said they are female, and they're at least in their preference how to be treated. Maybe not in their ability preferences.
That's a pretty big thing. I was trying to give you the steel man. I thought what you were trying to do is to say they're male in every fucking single way conceivable, except they say I'm a female. Are they a female or are they delusional? And the idea is that when I say they're delusional, which I will say, that I'm cutting against the like orthodoxy or some kind of orthodoxy or perceived orthodoxy that identification is sufficient to qualify someone as having the other gender. Like, isn't that
this I already realized. I already realized that you're not in this orthodox thing. But so now I'm trying to figure out how far are you away from this. So I already realized that they are not female in any way.
Answer that. I can answer that. So if you understand I'm not in that position, and then your question is, well, how far are you from that? That's just going to get into the Sordius thing, right? You're gonna if you start trying to find the exact tip over point. I don't know where the exact tip over point is.
But do you think there's an objective,
and
or do you think it's just?
Can I also point something out? Because there's a point here that's just kind of, I think, probably optically important to make, because people will take that the wrong way. They hear, oh, you can identify and be wrong about your identity. They'll think there's something weird with that. Okay. So the thing is, in reality, in the actual world, people who identify, I don't know anyone who identifies as the other gender and doesn't have a whole bunch of those other features. So when we say you just respect them based on what they say their identity is, we're not talking really about these like hyper niche philosophical cases that actually like in reality don't exist, which I'm not saying that to dismiss them. I'm not saying doesn't exist in reality, therefore, somehow ignore it. I'm fine with hypothetical. I'm just pointing out the reason why there's probably this like common language around like their self-identification is sufficient to qualify them as having one or the other gender. It's probably because, generally speaking, the only people who are identifying as the other gender are someone who already has a whole cluster of these other traits. We aren't dealing with these kind of edge cases because they don't actually come up in reality. So for all intents and purposes, self-identification is sufficient. But yeah, if we're technical and philosophical about it, no, it's not. And if you ask me where the exact tip over point is, I don't know.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Just like you don't know when a pond becomes like.
But this is exactly why I ask you whether X is empty. But you're saying essentially X is pretty much empty. I know no person, there probably is none, but I cannot rule out philosophically that there could be one. That's what you're saying? You cannot rule out that the hypothetical?
I just have to remember what X is. People who believe they are female. Sorry, but yeah, so the question is, does female there refer to gender or sex?
Gender.
Okay, so someone who believes they have a female gender but isn't actually. Yeah, well, I think there are people. The cases like this are people who detransition, right? They think they're the other gender and they transition, and they realize they're not, and they go back. Right? I mean, possibly there could be such thing as gender change, and some detransitioning could be due to that. It could be that there's actually such thing as gender change. I don't know if gender is like predetermined and doesn't change, or if it does, but yeah, I would assume that these kind of people are like detransition cases, where it's like, yeah, they're wrong about being transgender, and they realize it, and they go back.
But again, it's not just being wrong.
So let me just think about
you
your
always
question.
use
Wait a second. Let me think. I'm trying to answer your question. So you asked if X is empty. I need to just think about what that means. So that would mean that there is no person who thinks they have a female gender but actually doesn't. So do I think that X is empty, which means do I think that there is no person like that? No, I don't think that's empty. I think there are people like that in reality, not just philosophical edge case. I think there are actually people like that. And that might actually
you're not
be a
saying evidently. Again, you're saying just being wrong, but it's about being delusional about it. So being evidently wrong, and we already said evidently means against all evidence presented to them. So I wonder how this plays out.
I mean,
with the person detransitioning.
I would assume that. Sorry, I did forget the evident part, but yeah, I would assume that with some of those detransition cases, they probably who knows what exactly they were thinking that got them so convinced they were of the other gender, right? But maybe they were presented with clear counter evidence, but just due to what, who knows? Maybe part of it was ideology even. Maybe they got really ideological about it from fucking content on the internet or something. Who knows, right? But I could picture there being a case like that. Now, the cases that I want to say I'm sure exist are people who end up being wrong. People who are Yeah, so someone who's delusional, who's wrong despite clear evidence to the contrary, yeah, I would assume some subset of the detransition cases are people who, probably people around them, like, clearly spelled out to them, like, look, like, I don't know about this, like, here's all the reasons I think this doesn't make sense, and maybe they just were unable to hear it, they thought that person was being a bigot or something like this, didn't have their best interests at heart, whatever. So, do I personally know any? No, but would I assume there actually are, in reality, cases like that? People who are delusional about their gender? Yeah, I would assume that there are actually, in reality, cases like that. And other way around, people who are trans and clear evidence is presented and can't admit it to themselves. I would assume there's that also.
Okay, yeah, thanks for clarifying your position. Is there anything that you want me to see?
Yeah, there is. There's that final point. Because, I kind of let you go down all that because I knew I was at the final point. So, just with P2, I'm rejecting P2 because I don't see how it's entailed by having a female gender and a male sex that one has a false belief. And I think that you have to grant that or show me the false belief that's entailed.
Given your distinction between gender and sex, then P2 is not correct. That's
okay,
true.
and my distinction, are you trying to, I can't tell if you're saying my and suggesting that I'm like at odds with, the way that these terms are typically used. Like, do you think that I'm taking some super proprietary definition? Or do you think what I'm saying is essentially what people are usually saying when they're talking about gender?
So, given your definition of gender, probably in line with the orthodox view, I would reject P2. But the fact that you're not holding the orthodox view on identification, you.
Well, no, that was my. Okay, sorry. I think
it's two different things. It's two different things. No.
1 second. Sorry. I tried to open another point before closing this point. So yes, we understand. Second, on my view, second argument is not sound because P2 is false, right? And you don't have an argument.
Yes.
Right. So, and then I was just making a further point because it just sounded like there was a little rhetorical move there where you were trying to suggest, I couldn't tell if you were doing this or not. So if you're not, please just.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't. No.
Okay, I thought you might have been trying to say. Sorry, I'm just. Even though you said you're not, I'm just repeating in case anyone can't tell what I was going to say. I thought you might have been trying to say on your special definition that's nothing like the definition like lefties are usually using, which I think my terminology is close to what they're using. I think that there's certainly people who haven't thought out the little philosophical nuances of, what about if someone has all of the gender features of this sex, but then they identify this way? Is that a sufficient thing? What kind of like reductios might there be if I say yes or no to that? There's people who haven't thought that shit out, but the fact that they haven't thought out some minor technical detail like that doesn't mean we're not using the same terminology. Like, I'm using the terminology in the way that it's usually used.
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything else. Do you have anything else?
In case you recorded this or anyone recorded this, maybe I could have the recording so I could go back and see.
Yeah, sure. I'll upload it on the archive, and you can just download it off there. You'll see a notification and announcements when it's up.
Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot.
Okay, and can we get a trans people aren't necessarily delusional out of you?
Given your distinction between gender and sex, yes.
Awesome.
C2 is false.
Thank you for the good faith conversation and good job building currently the best anti-trans case I've heard, and we'll see if someone can do better eventually. Have a good night, okay?
Okay, you too. Bye.
Okay, bye.
If something is random, then by definition you're not in control of it. But if some event is not random, what that means is that something has determined it to be the case. Something has made it so that this happened rather than that happened.
There is a semantic difference.
Yo, what up, Wendy?
If something is random,
Thomas?
All right. I mean, I wanted to talk about a few things. I wanted to talk about like your dislike of, for lack of a better word, debate bros, philosophy words, like the type of archetypal, logical fallacy style debate broing type of debates and stuff like that. I think that, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. Feel free to just interrupt and say if I'm mischaracterizing anything about you in real time. I think the type of thing that you don't like is when someone is using terms another person doesn't know, and they're using certain tools of logic that another person doesn't know, and they're invoking certain fallacies that another person might not know, and they're not doing it because they're seeking to convince the other person, or they're going to be willing to explain what the words mean, or what's invalid about the inference they're making. The reason they're doing it is either to sound smart or intelligent, or to get a win in a debate, or to own the other person.
Yeah, that's like one aspect of it. But even good faith, like debate bro stuff, not using it spiritually, it's just like there are a lot of things that I just personally, like, or where I'm at right now in terms of what I do for content, it's just not stuff that I do at the moment. Like, my goal is to, like, find people, have, like, nice, kind conversations, and, like, slowly massage them over. That's kind of, like, where I'm at right now. At some point, I might, like, go back to doing, like, more hardcore, like, ultra-rigid, deductive debate style stuff. That's just not what I do at the moment. I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's bad, but it's not my cup of.
So let me just ask this. So, in terms, like, because I understand, like, not associate, like, if you're saying I'm not going to associate with someone who's, like, the type of debate bro who's the first person I described. Like, I totally get that. But let's say there's a person who's, like, a good faith debate bro, for lack of a better word.
Which I think largely, I would say, like, you and even Isaac, I think Isaac is good faith. I don't think Isaac ever debates in bad faith. Or maybe he has when I heard. I never get so much, like, yeah, that's not how I characterize it. So bad faith.
I think, well, here's the thing. So, and that's, okay, that faith may not capture exactly what I'm talking about, because I think some things you don't like about Isaac is you think, correct me if I'm wrong, you think some of what he does is self-serving.
A little bit. There's a little bit of that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I'm a bit self-serving as well. I remember, like, first, like, hopefully we don't run into huge, or I don't want to, like, get into huge, like, descriptive reality disagreements, but, like, there was a guy I talked to called Jack Engstrom, okay? And that was, like, that conversation was painful, for a variety of reasons. But I think, I'm not trying to miss everything, so if I'm being wrong, I think Isaac was bothering me for a while, or no, it was asking for a while to have to do with that guy. I kind of was like, okay, whatever, fine, I'm doing, like, labor life, etc. And I talked to him, and, like, the conversation was painful as fuck. I think at one point it ended, and I think Isaac was, like, doing, like, victory laps, like, oh, Engstrom fucking owned him, like, yeah, argument fucking crushed us. And I was like, okay, like, I'm good on that. I'm okay with that type of stuff. So then I, like, kind of, like, withdrew from, like I said,
Oh, yeah, so that's the type of stuff that I'm talking about that you don't like about him, that goes beyond, like, the good thing, bad thing kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of, yeah, just like the debate warrior.
Right. Like, so like that it's more like a good component of it, at least, is like a battle to see who wins. Like, is our side going to win, or yeah, that kind of stuff. So what I can tell you is that that's not. I don't think I've done that. I don't think I'm like, or at least if I have, I don't think that's what I'm about now. Anyway, when I reached out to you to discuss abortion, it wasn't because I didn't try to like offer to steelman anything for the sake of steelman something or anything like that. I just
well, if I can remember, I feel like your verbiage was something along the lines of like, I think there's like something you haven't considered for these arguments. Like maybe I can come in and we can have like a conversation or something about something. So it sounded like you were telling me that was my impression. Maybe I was incorrect in my impression, but that was kind of the impression that I got.
Well, I do think there's something you haven't considered, but it wasn't my attempt to steelman anything. I just disagreed with you, and I thought that if you heard me out, that you would change your view. I wasn't trying to do it. To be clear, I wasn't trying to own you or to like come in with like, oh, my side is going to be victorious, and because I know that there are certain conversations that you've had with people from the Ask Yourself server that they will do everything in terms of like lyrical logic and everything like that. But one of the goals is not just to like have a conversation with you to try to persuade you, and because they really believe that what they're saying is the truth. That's there for sure, but something in addition to that is some people who have had conversations with you did have a goal of making you look like you got owned.
Sure. And when I was in that server, like I was participating in that behavior too, because it was fun. That's like it's like a super ultra debate server, which is fun, like which is cool. I don't hold that against anybody there. I don't like hate everybody that was involved. That's just not at the moment where I'm at.
Right. I know you debated Jack Angster. Like one of his goals. I'm sure he had multiple goals, but one of his goals was to
today I'm gonna
to make you look like you got owned.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
For sure. Yeah, I mean that. At least in terms of the formally like rigid, like in terms not maybe not on rhetoric, but in terms of on substance.
Okay.
So, but I don't think I do that when I engage you. I don't think that like when I engage.
No, I don't think we've ever had a conversation where you've done that. I don't think so. Because I think when we were doing like coronavirus stuff, I'm pretty sure I brought you in for at least one of those conversations. Yeah.
I've done the opposite many times.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree. Yeah. 100%.
Like when you have debates with other people on like vaccine stuff, and I've reached out to you in mid-debate to like message you things that you have that.
Yep, and I'm usually bringing up things that you're messaging me because sometimes you link me studies or whatever, like it's happened before. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and the reason I do that is not also again not trying to sound smart or anything like that. It's just that my compulsion here is just that I call it a compulsion because it's like a correction impulse. Have you heard of like the correction impulse? It's when I see you like even if like for example you're debating an anti-vax or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If the anti-vaxxer has got you on, like, even if it's a little point, That I'm sure that if you did enough time or research after the debate, you would realize, okay, this was just one more bullshit thing that I wasn't able to know mid-debate.
Sure.
It bothers me if you mid-debate didn't know that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and so mid-debate, I will message you. And I will point out, like, hey, no, like, he's got you on this. You can come back with this. Like, this is completely bullshit, and here's why. And I appreciate that you've used those mid-debate. Like, so I'm not trying to make you look bad or anyway. I'm doing the opposite. I'm going to try, in those cases, I make you look good. So I'm not doing it because I'm trying to, like, sound smart or anything. I'm just doing it because I believe that I have, that there's an argument to be had and that there's some truth behind what I'm saying and that you could be persuaded or the person you're engaging could be persuaded. Now, maybe now I could always be wrong, so if I reach out to you about a disagreement, I could be wrong about that, and you might not be convinced, but my motivation is not one of, like, oh, my side's going to win.
Sure, yeah, I understand, but then, like, so, like, the reason in terms of, like, avoiding, I just kind of don't want to be involved in, like, those kind of, like, server things going on, but, like, why not just email me then and be like, hey, like, here's, like, an abortion argument you haven't considered before. I'm like, oh, okay, I can just... So in terms of the abortion thing, so it's going to take a long. So it would take a. So I did actually email you about, like, I believe I did do that. I remember on stream, like, you were saying something along the lines of, well, why doesn't he just email me this? And I did. I'm pretty sure I did email you it. I emailed you, like, what I considered what was going wrong with what you haven't considered, why I think certain papers about fetal sentience are off, and why I think newer papers have overturned it, or something along those lines. Of course, going through that data is going to take more than just an email. I do think that would be better having over a conversation. But after I sent you that email, like, your response, this is after you said on stream, why doesn't he just send me an email? After I sent you that email, your reaction to that was like, oh my God, look at this, he sent me another email, look how obsessed he is. Or something like along Okay,
those lines.
wait, hold on. Well, I don't know if it was necessarily tied to that, but you did message me a lot. I'm pretty sure you guys tweeted at me like 20 plus times between you.
Yeah, I will say that I have messaged you. I have messaged you. I'll own that. I'll message you.
So if you sent me an email that I requested, and I said that I was pretty sure you're done with me, but you guys haven't messaged me a lot of times.
Look, I'm totally leveling with you. I was upset when you came out and said, like, hey, I'm never not talking hobby anymore. But
sure,
no, it bothered me because I like talking to you, dude. Like, I enjoyed having conversations with you. And when all of a sudden, because of, like, Isaac, or Ask Yourself Discord or whatever, that you say that you're not going to chat and have conversations with me anymore, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that sucks. Like, you know? So, yeah, I mean, so fair enough. That being said, that email that I did send you about that was at your request.
Okay, gotcha. I'll try to find that if I didn't delete it and see what was
going on. All right, but anyway, but the broader point is just that, like, well, why not just have conversations with me then? Like, why, like, if, okay, so I get it.
I just, like, maybe call me fallible or whatever, but, like, I pretend I'm a sociopath, so I'm actually a soft bundle of feelings. When I have, like, decent conversations with people and I think, like, it's okay, sometimes it leaves a bad taste in my mouth when, like, I see that, like, the community that I'm left with, and people even do this in my community, other people, by the way. I'll have, like, what I consider to be, like, a pretty chill conversation, and then people are like, oh, you got fucking raped! That was crazy! Did you see him fucking raped? And it's like, and then when I see, like, everybody in the community involved in that, like, leaves the community, it's like, okay, like, I'm good on that. Like, I'm okay.
I get that too. Okay, well, what if that wasn't part of it? What if that didn't happen?
Yeah, then I probably wouldn't care as much. Yeah.
Okay. So no, and listen, I get that too. I find it, if you know, I'm sure that I would find it annoying all the same as if I have a conversation with someone and it's ostensibly supposed to be a conversation where no one gets owned or whatever, and then all of a sudden I see everyone, like, their community is they're going crazy about, oh my God, our leader owned them or something. Like, it's really cringe, right? I mean, it's yeah. No, I get that. Okay. I can't promise I can completely, like, be an overlord of my community. First of all, like, I have my own community. It's like I'm definitely a member of the Ask Yourself Discord for sure. Like, I've had my own community for a long time now. Generally, also, it's like I struggle to find enough time engaging with my own community.
Sure.
You know, I have with all the other stuff that I'm doing, but I'm pretty sure that if I make that request to my community,
to like not engage in that behavior, they wouldn't do. By and large, I mean,
we
there
can
was
try
going to be
having
like,
combos again. I'll keep it in mind. Maybe it'll go smooth and it'll be fine. Okay.
okay. Okay, no, that's good. Okay. Hey, look, you proved it wasn't all about guilt by association, huh? There you go.
Well, I hope it never was. But...
There you go. No, it wasn't. I hope not. Okay, cool. Now next you can just have your makeup session with Isaac, where you two kiss, and then it'll come around to be a whole story. Come around full circle.
Maybe it will.
Okay, so, okay, cool. So, it's not, okay, I think that rounded it off. But one other quick thing I wanted to talk about was your dislike of certain philosophy words that are being used. I just want to ask, does that have to do with,
okay, so if you think about the types of conversations that I'm trying to have, where I'm talking to people that are, I don't want to say uneducated, but they're not like super well versed with like the very big like philosophy terms of logical fallacy or whatever. Usually when I'm telling people to have like these types of chill conversations or trying to like convert people or whatever, I hate using the word convert. I'm trying to show people that there's like another way to think about a thing. I'm usually encouraging people like, hey, try to stay away from certain things. So like if a religious person is like, I think that homosexuality is wrong, like, I probably wouldn't open up with like, well, obviously we're having a meta-ethical disagreement that we need to resolve, right? Because they're not going to know what meta-ethics is, and then everything is like, fun, right? I might say to like, oh, well, like, how do you figure out like if things are right or wrong? Like, maybe we can have a conversation like this. So like, kind of getting it. So I try to avoid or recommend people avoid like the big like, using like that's a non sequitur, calling out logical fallacies or using like philosophical terms, because it usually isn't productive for a conversation where you're trying to move two people close to each other. Usually that's just for like demonstrating like the inability of the other person to follow along or hang with the conversation, which isn't productive if you're trying to convince people.
Gotcha.
But like depending on the setting, like if you in your guys' server, if it's like as I remember it was, right, where people are like being a bit more rigid or strict in terms of how they're engaging argumentatively, then I think there's like a reasonable expectation that you should be able to converse in those ways or hang in those ways, because that's kind of like what's going on, yeah.
Gotcha. Basically, it's your priors on what you think that is going to sway the other person. Like if you were met with a religious person who was basically argumentative in a way that is of a formally rigid system or whatnot.
Yeah, if I'm arguing with like my mom or dad who are religious about something, that my approach is going to be way different than if I'm arguing with like a presuppositionalist. Then we're going to get a lot more formal because we have to necessarily to further the conversation.
Okay, that makes sense. So it's not like some intrinsic like dislike of these terms.
No, not at all. And if I'm arguing with somebody that I imagine we were having, you probably know almost for sure more philosophy than me, but if we were to have like more formal conversations about like normative ethics or something, then we're probably going to be hashing out these terms more. But that's not to like get one over the other. I'm not going to confuse you. We have to have clarity in conversation because these words mean something we can like further delineate or establish positions based on these positions.
Yeah, because what I worry about, and we're not saying that this is unusual, but it's something that's like, you may say certain things and it trickles down the community and trickles down to other communities. What I worry is that because some people have misused certain terms, and by misuse, I don't use it in the incorrect way, I just mean they use it as a bludgeon to show their intelligence over another person, and like that's how the debate goes. If they do, if because of that, there's like this reaction to it to try to the solution is to just jettison philosophy terms.
Sure.
Like that kind of sentiment is going around some circle. And I don't think that's the right solution.
Sure, for sure, because sometimes these can be clarifying where they're like really important to be able to.
Yeah, they don't exist. Yeah, the words the nomenclature doesn't exist to make people look smart. There's value beyond that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Or else you just start repeating the same concept over and over again without some sort of way to find it from instead of just repeating it over and over. Yeah. Okay. Cool. The other thing I wanted to quickly just mention, you talked about having mellowed out. Used to be like hard, like that hard what you described as the hardcore debate people and whatnot. And then you mellowed out. You've been more of a conversationalist now. Would that be accurate?
When it comes to like political conversations, generally, yeah.
Okay. I've noticed that. The one thing I just wanted to mention is that I've noticed that with a lot of people. It's like it might be just something with growing up, but if I look back to my old debates, I probably have done a worse job at like in terms of like being too hard on someone or whatnot, being too aggressive, more aggressive than I wanted to be. So, and I will say, like, the state of this Ask Yourself server in general, it's like there's probably a lot more conversations now than there are debates. I could be wrong about that, but it's not like it didn't seem like the Thunderdome it used to be.
Sure, yeah.
Or it doesn't seem like it used to be. Like, just so that what I don't want to happen is, like, for you to, take a step out of that and just to be like, okay, well, the image you have of your mind is like, well, I've changed and I've mellowed out, but, like, everything else has stayed the same.
everything else is like just as like this hardcore just type of logical fallacy bro debate type thing that's going on.
Sure.
And the other thing is, I don't think I've. You mentioned something about bullying. I don't think I've bullied people. Like, what do you?
I don't know if you have, but like the MO of the server used to be like, basically you got a bunch of people that are like these hardcore, like everybody knows all of these vegan arguments back to front, and you'll get somebody that wanders into the server like, hey, so I'm somebody that eats meat and I'm curious if you guys want to debate, and like it's like sharks are like, oh yeah, and then some guy basically goes into the server, goes into voice chat, and then he's like thunderdomed by like 27 like vegan ninja debate assassins, and it's just like a total fucking destruction of this person until like the goal is like make them kill themselves. Like that was like, not to say that it's good or bad, I'm sure my server's done shit like that, but like that was kind of like, that's kind of why when I was in that server I would sometimes argue the other end, just because I felt bad for like strangers that would kind of stroll in and then would all of a sudden find themselves surrounded by like 52 like third year philosophy students, and then realize that they're like absolutely fucked in whatever conversation they're about to have.
I see. I probably have observed that in the old days as well. Actually, I know I have. But again, not to say that there's a necessary problem with that, but again, I don't see a whole lot of that these days.
Yeah, sure, maybe not. But yeah, back then I think you were always like 2 sentences away from like somebody like infinitely holocausting retarded children or something. Like there was always like really quick. Like,
but that's not necessarily bullying someone. That's just if I'm saying like, okay, well, if this like massive destruction is happening, like, okay, I can ask them questions about it. But
yeah, sure.
The bullying aspect is it's like a 20v1 or something. If one person like doesn't get something precise, another person jumps in, and then just like there's no way one person is gonna. I mean, there may be a way, but it's unlikely that one person's gonna be able to accurately defend themselves against like people who have thought about this a lot longer when there's a whole bunch of people against one.
Sure.
Right. So that's the type of thing. I mean, maybe even that might be a stretch called bullying, but that's something I could somewhat see of like a, if it's like a 10v1 type of situation. Sure, like okay, I wouldn't want to have that.
Sure.
Okay, cool. So yeah, but I also don't think I've done that. It's been a long time. Yeah. All right. So provided that there's provided that there's none of this like community war shit where people are like, oh, like Destiny got destroyed or this person, and like obviously that would be like a mutual thing that you from your community as well. I take it, but. Don't be like,
yeah, you should try to tell, like, if I'm having, like, chill conversations about, try to tell people I'd be cringe, be like, oh, Jesse, you fucking destroyed this guy. I was like, bro, we're just, like, chatting, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so if there's that type of, like, relationship, then I guess the bridge can be built then.
Sure thing. If you want it to be, buddy, sure thing.
Well, I do want it to be. I enjoy having conversations with you. I enjoy talking about issues with you. And I think that if I'm persuasive, I can convince you on certain things. And I think if you're persuasive, you might be able to convince me on certain things. So
yeah, sure.
I just don't see why we wouldn't have conversation.
Gotcha. Works for
me. Do you agree or?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think it's good. No problem.
All right, cool. See, there's a happy ending.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, anything else, buddy?
No, that's it. I love you, buddy, my dude.
All right.
All right, take it.
Hey, what's up, Isaac?
Not much, dude. Well, I guess I already asked you.
Look, I'm just gonna cut right to the chase. I don't have an issue with you, but the way you talk about me, it sounds like you really have an issue with me. So why don't we just hash it out, whatever it is?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything to hash out. I don't have an issue with you. I just think the server sometimes feels like a little bit of a feeding ground for your ego. But I mean, I don't like hate you or anything. It just feels a little weird sometimes.
Well, I don't know if that's true or not. Like, what does that mean exactly?
I don't fucking remember. I have to go back to all of our weird prior talks. There's a lot of weird shit. I just get the impressions. And listen, sometimes people say to me, I get the impression sometimes that a lot of this is a real big ego trip for you. I heard that a lot. I get that impression a lot, and I don't know. It just feels a little weird. And then sometimes the server feels like it's full of like cultish like sycophants that are just looking to fucking dunk on any random meteor that wanders in, and all just kind of leaves a salty taste in my mouth, I guess.
Yeah, the word's actually sycophant. I don't know if that's my ego making me correct you. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, everyone has an ego. Like, I like, doing well in a debate. It's fun. Don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, so what? The problem is you think that I'm an egomaniac and my server is the feeding ground for my, crazy ego, basically. That's like...
Not necessarily. Those are, it's a little bit. Yeah, let's go with that one. These are just like personal feelings I have, though. It's not like a condemnation of the validity of your philosophical arguments or a condemnation of you as like a human being as a horrible person. It just feels a little ego trippy sometimes to me.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't take it as a criticism of my arguments. Although if you have any, I'm happy to hear those. But with respect to how you see me, like, I mean, I don't know how much of it is really founded and how much isn't. Like, everyone has an ego. I like winning a debate. The people in my server are people who I like. I mean, we let people in here who don't agree with me. But at the same time, it's like, of course they're going to like me in my server. I don't know if that's, like, kind of more true here than in your server. Like, I mean, you already
It's kind of weird sometimes, like, calling into shows to, like, ambush people with, like, your level 14 vegan name the trait, like, dialogue arguments. Like, you don't think sometimes it comes off as, like, a little self-serving? Like,
I don't actually think that well, look, when you say ambush, it makes it sound like I can tell how you're thinking about it. You're thinking about it, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're like, here's this guy who basically is like trained to be like a UFC fighter at like, debating people. And he's just going in to prey on white belts just because it feels good to wreck someone who doesn't know how to defend himself. Like, is that...
Basically.
Honestly, all I can say is that that's not what I feel motivates me. I like winning a debate, but like if you watch me, like I don't know how many of my conversations you've watched. And the thing is, I'm kind of before even saying any of this, I understand that changing your perception of me is not something that I can likely do by just telling you things about myself. It's kind of one of those things where you have to see how someone operates. And I think one of the main things, which like we can talk about this, was I was certainly I was being an asshole about the threshold deontology thing. I was lording that over your head, and just like I was being a dick. I was fully being mean about that. So, I think that's shaped a lot of this too. Now, okay, but so what was I going to say about calling in? So, look, I don't think people are ever perfect at accounting for what motivates them. I'm sure you probably know this shit. There's like, they have like studies where the researchers know what is causing the subject to do a given thing. So they know what's causing their action. The subject doesn't. They put them through some procedure and then ask the subject to give an account of why they did what they did. And the subject creates some rationalization that just has like nothing to do with the fact or the thing that the researchers know actually prompted their action. So like that's just one way to describe it, or one example of it, I guess. But I think that people are generally bad at accounting for why they do what they do. But if you ask me to like try to account for like what's going through my head when I call in, I like to draw attention to what I'm doing on YouTube. That's one thing. I know if I call and talk to someone who's got a platform that people will see that. So there's that. There's like its content. I like having the conversations. If it turns into a heated debate, I like debating. Like I enjoy it. I enjoy going in with something that I think is like a solid, stable position and seeing if someone can defend it. and I'm kind of going on for a bit here, so I'll just say this other thing. I think that if you actually watch my debates, now there might be some examples that aren't like this, where I come in like really hot, but what I would do if I was in my best state, and what I think you can find a lot of examples of me doing, and what I think I did in that Sam Cedar video, even that you're criticizing, right? I just come in and I say what I want to say honestly, and I'm friendly, and I only start like, you know, firing back with philosophy, like to the extent that I need to respond to what they're saying, and I don't try to talk over their head with words they don't know, and I Destiny, I'll talk to you about something for a minute or two. What is your deal with veganism? You talked to Vegan Gains for a bit. Are you still doing the whole social contract even if it justifies genocide?
I'm sorry,
Destiny. Social contract doesn't justify genocide.
Well, sorry, you were saying it's about accepting a social contract, right?
Basically, the way that my personal moral system works, because I'm somewhat of a nihilist, I don't think most people would be comfortable sharing my moral system, but I'm big on reciprocated values.
Sure.
The genocide meme came out of an example that Vegan Gains used that I guess in retrospect I shouldn't have let him use it because most people misquote the fuck out of it, but it has to do with the idea that I would be okay wandering around genociding like native tribes that hadn't contacted people yet. But in the hypothetical example, the philosophical people that were postulated were literally like subhuman people that were incapable of ever being nice to outside people. Like these are people that would, if you landed on their island, they would cut you up, eat you, and that, like these were the examples given. And I don't believe that any human being is intrinsically incapable of acknowledging like the right for another human to exist.
Sure. Yeah, but there's people who aren't directly attacking you, but who can't reciprocate the social contract, and you don't want to kill those people, right?
Generally not, no. Because if I'm not directly interacting with other people, I wouldn't want other people to kill me for that.
Yeah, so I'm just saying it's a bit more, you don't accept just ability to reciprocate social contract
For me
alone, or
personally,
sorry,
yeah,
inability, as grounds for killing something, obviously. So we can point to a case where you don't.
Yeah, maybe it's more about capability. I mean, the next step that you go here is arguing that most animals we eat is herbivores, right? I understand that.
Because look, I'll also just do you the respect of leveling with you and not having just a logical back and forth and just tell you what I actually think. I think that you are not a psychopath. I think you're a reasonable guy. I think that you're a smart guy, and you'd sooner defend a consistent position that sounds totally insane than actually be inconsistent and get caught on an inconsistency. But I don't think that your deepest value actually, if you really think about it, is going to be something like ability to reciprocate social contract.
Okay, I'm glad you think that of me, because you have a much higher opinion of me than I do of myself, so thank you, buddy.
Stephen, can I ask how honest you are about that?
About?
Because like, your position sounds a little bit dishonest.
I know it does, but I don't prefer to get into the anecdotal stuff because then you're going to ask me a bunch of really insane questions and I'm going to give you answers that I believe to be true, but you're going to disbelieve them and you're going to think I'm engaging in motivated reasoning. So going into the anecdotal things doesn't work, right? Because you're going to ask questions like, well, if you ran over an animal with a car, wouldn't you feel at least a little bad?
No, I don't mean in that regard.
Sorry, we can all totally level that we can't prove your subjective mind.
Sure. Well, this is why, like, I just prefer to engage. I just like to lay out the arguments and then we can attack the arguments. But when people start engaging me of like motivated reasoning, well, if my reasoning is flawed, which it might be. I mean, the vegan argument is really hard. I mean, you can point that out. But like, when people are like, "Do you really believe this?" It's like, dude, there are people that really believe that fucking Obama was born in Kenya. Like, I can believe my positions on morality without it being too unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, I've taken some flack for this, but I've said that you actually maintained a consistent position in that debate. Now, it could be that there's other levels of inconsistency that just haven't been revealed yet, but I mean, if you're going to actually bite the bullet on killing humans who can't reciprocate the social contract, I will say that's a consistent position. I just don't totally buy that. And even like just a few minutes ago, when I put a little pressure on it, I'm like, but really though, we can find people who they're not reciprocating the social contract, but you don't want to just fuck them up for no reason.
I don't. So first of all, just to be clear, I like to just say reciprocated values. I don't like to use the word social contract because I think that's usually associated with like government theory and stuff, which is way outside of anything that I'm capable of discussing. But just for purposes, because inevitably somebody will hear this and be like, "This isn't social contract." I get a lot of people that say that, and that might be true. I don't know.
Okay.
I guess like it's. Yeah, I mean,
when you say reciprocated values, there's two kind of things you could mean, or maybe there's more, I don't know, but it seems like you could mean a being that's just by virtue of whatever is happening, they just happen to be reciprocating your values. Or you could be talking about beings that consciously comprehend and reciprocate your values. So I think there's a tiny bit of almost like a bait and switch. Again, not like ascribing any intention to you. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but it seems almost like you're saying, okay, let me take a minute to just clarify my thoughts.
Well, I mean, I understand the distinction you're drawing here, because if I say it has to be a conscious process, then I save myself from animals that would never harm me, like herbivore animals, right? But if I say it can be an unconscious process, then we've exposed a flaw, right? Well, how can you justify the murder of a herbivore?
And the thing is, you have to be willing to say, oh, well, it's just, even if they're unconscious and it's reciprocating, you have to say that to cover all humans, but that will cover animals. So you see the little dilemma.
So this is kind of like, and I'm not a fan of discussing these positions because a lot of them are very emotionally charged. But like, So the big difficulty in arguing meat eating versus veganism is that you have to find a bar that every human can pass that no animal can. I'm not actually interested in that. Exactly. I think that there are some humans, and I would argue that we already do this in society. I would argue that there are humans that don't pass that bar that I'm okay not yielding moral consideration to, but I would argue that we already don't do that in society to some extent, that there are humans that are of sufficient developmentally delayed statuses that we actually treat as subhumans, right? We don't grant them autonomy, we assign them caretakers, we don't let them make decisions.
Yeah, we don't stab them to death. But but no, I'll agree that, and if someone's condition gets bad enough, like you and I aren't going to diverge on things like thinking euthanasia is moral, are we?
That euthanasia is moral?
That it's at least morally neutral.
Well, I would argue. Well, we have to define.
You don't think it's wrong if someone's suffering brutally? It's horrible. There's no getting out of it. They make a rational choice to die. They can't kill themselves. You don't deny, for example, that that's moral, right?
I'm just making sure I'm not getting lost in double negatives. So I would clearly state if somebody wants someone else to kill them for whatever reason, I think that's okay. You can make that decision.
I agree.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just a random area to go to, but I don't think we'll disagree that there's some conditions where it's okay to kill a human. We'll also agree there's some conditions where it's okay to kill an animal. It's just about you totally hit what is for me the nail right on the head when you talked about it's about drawing a line based on some consistent principle. And the reason it has to be a consistent principle is because if it's an inconsistent principle, someone can just say, well, I'm going to be inconsistent and treat you like shit. So it makes no sense. So you have to draw some kind of consistent line. It's very hard to find a way to place that line that covers all humans we want to cover. The literally all humans in all situations is like a straw man. I know you're not using that.
Yeah, sure.
But obviously we know there's those cases like just war or brain death or whatever, euthanasia. So yeah, I think that's actually a genuine problem, and I don't know how you would draw that line in a way that excludes farmed animals. I really genuinely don't.
Yeah, for sure, and I can understand that. And like
I don't think that does it for you, really.
Yeah, maybe. Like I said, I guess like the main reason why I wanted to debate Vegan Gains was because I saw that he debated 2 or 3 other people and they were just fucking so stupid. Oh my god. One was that Brooks guy, the no bullshit dude, and the other was someone else, and I don't know. And the thing that irritates me is that meat eaters are oftentimes incredibly dishonest and incredibly inconsistent with the way that they treat animals. And it always bothered me that meat eaters are very, very kind and extend so much consideration to pets, to household pets, but absolutely zero or anti-consideration to like farm animals. So that inconsistency is something that I pointed out. I always said that if most people were to be forced to adopt like philosophical principles, that I think most people would wind up as vegans. That's a position that like in 100 years, this sounds really extreme to say, but I think we'll look back on veganism the same way we look back on like slavery and stuff, that people would wonder like how the fuck could we ever condone like harvesting and murdering so many.
Yeah, okay, so the first thing I really want to say to that is, can't you be the guy to put yourself a step ahead of someone like Sargon who says that and doesn't act? Can't you be the one?
Don't ever compare me to Sargon. I can't even believe you would even consider
that's why I'm saying it.
So I like the problem is that
he made that exact same statement, Destiny, and he won't act on it.
Well, I don't know what Sargon. First of all, actually, I'll make this statement. Sargon probably doesn't even have like a set of ethics or moral positions thought out. Like the guy's a fucking brain dead.
I'm just saying what he said. Just to be totally clear, he said, "We'll look back. We'll think it's horrible. We'll think it's like slavery."
Oh, sure, okay, yeah. He's probably quoting somebody else. I hate Sargon. The way that for me personally, I am when I try to like build morals out of principles or out of like I guess axiomatic truths or whatever, like. I'm very nihilistic in my approach to things, more so than most people. So I don't think this will ever necessarily apply to me, if that makes sense. But I acknowledge that I do it on a level that most people don't. Like, I have a really, really hard time getting to an area where I respect any other human life from a rational point of view at all. Because when you start going down the veganism versus meat eating or whatever route, you run into like nihilistic properties very quickly. So, like for an example, if a lot of vegans will define like sentient life as life that's worthy of being protected. If you ask why to that, that almost ends up being like an axiomatic thing. Well, why should we respect? Right? And like these are really hard things. Like we should respect conscious creatures. Okay, well, why? You know, what is even consciousness? Like I don't even know if I believe.
Destiny, I'll let you keep going. I just
go
want
for
to establish that, like, I'm totally on the same page as you. Like, we would both agree morality is fundamentally subjective. It's bootstrapped by some base level value axiom. Like, totally. Yeah.
So building vegan values out of that kind of like nihilistic black hole is literally like I need to generate some way to respect the life of an animal that will never benefit me, never respect me, never do anything or interact with me on some conscious level ever. And that's a really hard thing to do unless you can assign some magical property to I say magical, that sounds disrespectful, but unless you can assign some property that is worthy of moral consideration to all animals. And it's really hard to do from like that kind of like nihilistic area.
Okay, no, I totally, I get what you're saying. What's a good way to put this? I think that you're overlooking a really easy, intuitively easy way for us to do that, which is we all intuitively already believe in some kind of ethics for humans. And
but so like intuition is something that I attack like hardcore. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, one sec. With the intuition, I'm not saying that the morality should be based on intuition. That's just a point about how psychologically easy it is to accept. But I was also going to make the statement that we have we could say like logical propositions about how we should treat humans on the table that generally speaking, basically all humans accept, like you shouldn't commit needless murder. So I could get you to veganism pretty much just from those principles. I think that the problem is when you look at it like there's this nihilistic void, how do you bootstrap rights for animals? That problem, it would seem just like that for bootstrapping rights for humans from an alien perspective. It always seems like that, trying to like bootstrap rights for something you don't intuitively have a lot of concern for. It would feel like that actually for a human who's a psychopath trying to bootstrap rights for other humans. But the point that I would make is that if you have some like propositional beliefs about morality on the table for how you want to be treated, I think that you can get to veganism following from that.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, I mean, so.
I guess like I have no value whatsoever for intuitive feeling. I guess like whenever I make any of my arguments, I very much reject. Okay.
No, I'm not saying because the only reason I mentioned intuition, I mentioned two things there. First, the intuition, then the actual logical like propositions we have on the table morally that we can agree on. The intuition bit was just about how easy it is to psychologically accept. That wasn't actually a point that we should value something just because it's intuitive. It's just how easy it is to spread.
Okay, but even the easiness to spread is an idea because there's a lot of ideas that we have to fight now. Well, I don't know, it's hard. Like sexual dimorphism, like how hard do we have to fight against this versus how much is intuitive, right? The idea that somebody could be gender fluid or transgender is an idea that is very easy to reject, like probably from even an intuitive standpoint. But that doesn't necessarily make it a moral option, right?
But why are you talking about whether something being intuitive makes it moral? I'm not saying that.
I'm sorry. I guess I was speaking more to your idea of like the propensity to spread the idea to other people. That sounded like the second part of what you brought up, or did I misunderstand?
No. This first part was I was talking about if it's intuitive or not, and that how intuitive it is, that tells you how easy it's going to be to spread. The second part was just about like we actually have propositional moral beliefs on the table that we.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And that's kind of the important part. Like just forget about how intuitive it is or how psychologically easy it is to accept or any of that. Just let's like drop that. In fact, also, you and I could probably talk this for a long time. So you tell me when you want to talk to Maddie. Is he still in here?
I don't know where you were.
Oh, he's actually gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
Wait, what do you mean?
His phone wasn't working.
What the fuck happened to that guy? Okay, well, I don't know. I'll go back and forth with you on this if you want for a little bit, unless you get bored or have to go do something. But my basic thing would just be you totally nailed it with the drawing the line thing, and it's just if you're saying, for example, a human shouldn't be stabbed to death needlessly, when you say it's okay to do that to an animal, there's implicit in what you're saying that an animal is actually different from a human in some kind of way that justifies that. So it's just a matter of what is that difference, and if we apply it to humans, would it actually justify the treatment for humans?
Well, like, so I feel like my response to that would be like, so I would never think that stabbing another human is a moral decision, because I would never want another human to stab me. In terms of like, I would never stab an animal because I wouldn't want an animal to stab me. That's not a type of, I guess, like moral exchange that could ever happen with any animal, except for maybe dogs. I guess like they're kind of like the one special exception since they've been bred to be alongside us for so often, but. I don't know, like these are the kinds of like deals or exchanges that can never be made with pretty much any animal.
Is there some property that's true of an animal that if true of you would make you say, I don't actually deserve a right not to be stabbed?
So this is the reason why, well, I don't want to say this is the reason, but like because I use a reciprocated system, I don't think that any property is relevant to anything else. So like it's really the only property I guess I would be concerned with is the ability for it to reciprocate something. Like I don't think that killing a human is wrong because the death of a human is morally wrong or that human life should be protected or regarded. It's more the idea that if I say it's permissible to kill other humans, then what is to keep me from being killed? That's the only thing that matters. It's not any type of intrinsic value or property that belongs to humans. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I can actually get under that and throw you back into the property thing by pointing out that the ability to reciprocate is actually a property. So if you're saying the property that makes it okay to kill some beings and not others is the ability to reciprocate, then what would logically follow from that is it's fine to just kill any being that can't reciprocate morality. And you can bite the bullet on that, but that would justify killing any innocent person, even if we scale their sentience up to a point that their consciousness is more valuable than the totality of humanity over all of history to the power of infinity. The fact that they can't reciprocate the social contract, that would be just fine to kill that person. So that seems to me like... Can
you give me an example of a person like that, or what do you mean by that?
Well, no, it's just like a hypothetical condition.
Yeah, no, but like even the hypothetical. Wait, so there's a person who is so intelligent or has a consciousness that exceeds all of humanity?
I'll go like step by step. Okay. If you're saying that the property that makes it okay to kill some beings and not others is the ability to reciprocate, then as long as we don't have the trait ability to reciprocate in the organism, we could scale something like its sentient experience up infinitely, and it would, in your view, have to be okay to kill that thing because it doesn't possess that property that you're saying you care about.
Sure, but what can you tell me what I would disagree with here?
Well, it seems to me like you probably wouldn't want to kill a being that's infinitely more sentient than the totality of humanity just because it can't reciprocate the social contract.
Well, why not? If I don't value that sentience, I don't even know if I believe in sentience, but let's say that I do. If I don't value that sentience at all, and also I guess like to be clear here, like I would regard these acts as morally neutral. So I wouldn't necessarily, because a lot of people seem to think that I'm like advocating for people to go out and murder animals or murder other life forms all the time. Like I would regard the act to be morally neutral. So I mean, if this is something that yielded like a great benefit to the rest of mankind or something, I mean, I would even argue that even if this wasn't sentient, that this would be morally wrong to kill. It's like it would be morally wrong to destroy the atmosphere, even though the atmosphere isn't sentient or anything.
Yeah, I would argue that probably the reason you care about the atmosphere is because it affects sentient life. Yeah. And that's why you wouldn't care about the atmosphere on Venus or something. You don't care about the global warming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, this creature that is like...
Not to sound trite. I'm not trying to sound like douchey or anything.
Yeah, so this creature that's like sentient and somehow its sentience, whatever that means, exceeds like the totality of mankind.
Yeah, like just its capacity for well-being. Its conscious state is like just pure goodness. We can also go to something less abstract, like you can just go to a case of a human who, they're perfectly capable of well-being and suffering, but they can't comprehend the social contract. They're not, attempting to kill you and violating it in some egregious way. They just can't reciprocate it.
I guess the way that these are covered generally, and this might sound sound like a cop-out, but I think we generally treat these people as possessions of other people. So that's kind of how they're covered. Like you wouldn't go around and kill somebody that had somebody that had the guardianship or whatever over the person, or whatever, right?
Yep, the way to find out if it's a cop-out would just be to take the philosophy one to the property of ownership and see if now it's fine to kill them. So if you just remove the property that they're owned by somebody, like maybe they're, I don't know what thought experiment we have to create. I'm sure we can think of one there, in some isolated area or something. Is it okay to now just kill them?
I mean... So there are two ways that you can look at this. I guess on the surface level, I might say yes. The thing that might keep you from killing somebody like that, if we're talking about somebody that's mentally disabled, is that you wouldn't want to be killed if you became mentally disabled like that. So let's say, for instance, you have, so we'll create the hypothetical. You have a person that is beyond capability of like reasoning with other people, severely mentally disabled. The person that is their caretaker is dead, and this person is now wandering around. I still think that you could rationally advocate for the well-being of this person, because you could be in a situation such as theirs, and sometimes, well, maybe when you get elderly, right? When I become elderly, I don't want somebody to just kill me because I kind of lose my ability to reason.
Yeah.
So I could advocate for the protections of these people, because I would hope that others would advocate for them for me when I get older.
That was a good hypothetical. I like that one. Someone lost from their caregiver. And I totally agree with your reasoning there. I just don't see why you wouldn't apply the same thing to animals.
Because I don't think animals are ever going to be in a position to take care of me, or ever be in a position to help me do anything, or ever be in a position to reciprocate anything with me. They're just kind of things that exist, like mountains or rocks.
Is it really, though, just about the fact that you want people to reciprocate it to you, or is it that you understand that, you know, there's actually something shitty about treating a person like that? Like, I mean...
No, I don't think, again, I don't think that the action is inherently wrong, I guess, because you're doing something bad to a person. It's more the reason, getting back to why it would be wrong, would be because essentially you're allowing other people to treat you that way.
Because you're allowing other people to treat you that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So you're trying to say that the morality of the thing, it has to, like, you don't actually care about how beings are treated.
Yes.
You just care about how it's gonna...
It's ultimately self-serving. Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, because that actually would seem to propose an even more insane moral system to me. Because if you're going to say that it's actually only about how you're treated, then if we could propose a situation where a, you know, infinite, eternal Holocaust would somehow not have any impact on how you're treated, you'd have to bite the bullet on that.
Possibly, but that hypothetical sounds so extreme that I don't know if that could ever, like, come out.
You can say that, but if a hypothetical does expose a contradiction or a problem in your position, then it's a thing to deal with, though. We would both agree on that, right?
I guess. It's just that these are hypotheticals that you would construct that would arguably never happen in reality. I'm a big fan of using extreme hypotheticals to expose flaws in position, but you're literally hypothesizing that I could push some button to kill every other human and not be affected myself, and then I guess accumulate a bunch of wealth or something as a result of killing every other person.
Well, I'm sure we can find other examples of violating people in ways that pretty much everyone is going to find egregious, that wouldn't directly impact how others treat you, like stealthily murdering someone. We can add whatever conditions. I mean,
yeah, sure. So the problem is that
wait, sorry.
Yeah,
let me come back fully though. It also doesn't depend on how probable the thing is, though, because the point is just to show that it doesn't actually appear that your deepest value is, in fact, the reciprocation.
Well,
Unless
I guess
you bite the bullet on that. If you bite the bullet on that, then I'll say sure, but it just sounds...
Well, I do believe that. I mean, we could. I'm not trying to put you on the spot because these are difficult hypotheticals to think of, but like generally, for most cases, I think that reciprocated values protect you from most things that even people of a different morality would consider egregious. So, for instance, any type of holocausting or any type of genocide, right? Well, if you agree to some sort of genocide, you could be genocided yourself someday, and you wouldn't really have a moral defense to that happening, right? It would literally just be that whoever's the strongest wins, you know, which isn't a situation most people, I think, want to be involved in. Same thing with things like slavery. Same thing with things like an ethno-state. Let's say I'm white and I want to join an ethno-state. Okay, cool. Well, now let's say everybody in my ethno-state says they want to get rid of everybody with blue eyes. Well, fuck. I mean, I picked the arbitrary trait of white skin. How am I supposed to defend my arbitrary trait of blue eyes? Like, I have no defense for it morally. I'm inconsistent now, right? I think that the reciprocated kind of system covers most bases for things that even people of conventional morality would consider egregious. But if you can think of hypotheticals where it wouldn't, beyond like I have one button I can push that will kill every other human being and somehow I won't die. I understand I'm putting you on the spot, but like I'd be interested in combating those hypotheticals.
Well, I mean, you can think shit up. Maybe we design some kind of AI and it can model other minds, and it models enough sentient minds to have more well-being contained in it than the totality of humanity, but it's just a little box.
Yeah, I guess I just don't care about the well-being or the sentience of anything else. Is it sentience or sentience? I've heard it pronounced both ways. I'm sorry.
Sentience? I'd say sentience.
Okay,
yeah,
sentience.
So again, this is the thing you'll notice with me. I won't deny a position is consistent if it's consistent. And if you're willing to kill the little box, that's consistent. But, you know, for me, the purpose of a moral debate is you can't really prove someone logically wrong. You can just try to show that what they value is in conflict with something that is held by the vast majority of people. And most people think it's evil to destroy the universe box. So, I mean, that's just an
Sure,
example.
but then I would argue that if somebody existed in a universe above me and they had the ability to destroy the universe box, I would argue that I wouldn't want that to happen because I don't want my presence to be destroyed.
I think that would be further proving the point that it would be crazy to destroy the universe box.
I guess if somebody was in a universe box above me, yeah?
Yeah, but the whole point is there's something, I mean, surely you agree, again, from your subjective point of view, we're not talking about some objective morality, that there's something egregious about destroying the universe box.
No.
Isn't there? It contains
So, like, I feel...
so much well-being.
Yeah, but I just... I feel like these are kind of... I'm not accusing you of saying that these are attacks on character, but I mean, if we look at this from a point of view, if I'm just trying to win the argument, I'm always going to say yes. If I sincerely believe this, I'm going to say yes. So my position right now is indistinguishable between somebody that's actually arguing in good faith versus somebody engaging in motivated reasoning, right? So, so I don't know how to answer it. So I mean, I would argue yes, of course, but even if I didn't really believe that, I would say yes here to maintain a consistent position. So I just don't see the point of asking that kind of question.
Well, okay, a few things. First of all, I'm not implying anything about you. I was very clear about my assessment of your character right at the start.
Yeah.
I think
Well, I'm just saying that I would. I mean, then I would obviously say yes.
Wait, one sec, let me-
Or yeah, go ahead.
I think. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude. You can always complete your things.
Yep, and you can cut me off if I'm interrupting. That's fine. I talk a lot.
I
So.
cut you off. You do the same. I just you're like we're both like this. We're kind of nifty. Like we want to like get in there.
Yeah. That's
Yeah. So I was really clear right at the start. I think you're a smart guy, and I think you would sooner be consistent and crazy than inconsistent. And I think that and again, I can't prove this. I hope it doesn't offend you, but my personal opinion is I don't think you're a psychopath, and I think that you are pretty much just generating a consistent position and trying to make it sound as close to reasonable as possible. So, I mean, I've been straight up about that. I'm not trying to imply anything. It's out there what I think.
Sure.
Yeah. And then you asked, what's the point of asking those questions? Well, the point for me, I mean, this is why people ask me to debate you, and I say, well, I can debate Destiny if you want, but Richard already got him to bite the bullet on the genocide thing, and that's enough for the average person to say, that's a crazy moral system. The point for me of a moral debate is not a truth contest, it's a which subjective system makes the most sense. And if I can show that your system is inconsistent with something, the more widely held that thing is that your system is incompatible with, the better I'll be able to persuade everyone. So if I can show, for example, you'll crush the universe box, that's enough to make most people say that's a crazy position.
Sure. So I agree with your ability to, if you're looking for rhetoric to persuade other people, I think what you're doing is very effective. I think the easiest way to attack a eating philosophy, though, because you don't have to get esoteric with universe boxes, you can literally just say, how do you feel about the pet in your house? And then ask somebody, okay, how can you justify the existence of a dog or a cat that you treat with moral consideration and protect with legal moral consideration? Because if you kill somebody else's animal, there are special protections for that. It's not just a destruction of property. How can you defend that, but then be okay with the mass slaughtering and torturing, which it is, of cows and chickens and pigs, which can all be cuddly animals? I think that's the easiest position to attack, in my opinion, trying to expose democracy.
Yeah, no, that's a good line of reasoning. What would your response be?
I don't care about dogs or cats at all. But no meat eater is comfortable making that admission. You'll never find a person.
No, I know, and I'm just saying it's kind of like the bullet biting on those things that's leading
for sure
into the philosophical territory, and that's why we're talking about universe boxes.
Yeah, but this is why I'm okay with my arguments. I think that most people, because of how most people construct their morality, I think that most people should be vegan. That most people are only meat eaters because they live with this kind of cognitive dissonance and they don't really think about it or question it much. And I do this all the time on Reddit. Like, if you see, anytime you see the bullfighting threads that come up ever or whatever.
No, I don't, but I know what you're gonna think.
Yeah, anytime bullfighting and shit comes up, like a bunch of people jump into those threads and get really fucking mad or whatever. And I'll always go in and like make fun of people. It's like, oh, really? What did you eat for lunch today? Like, man, that bull got killed in like 20 minutes, but you'll sit there and have a cow be impregnated for its entire fucking life in order to make milk for you, but you're okay with it, right? But if you point out these types of contradictions, meat eaters get very frustrated very quickly, and it's much more effective than saying, would you destroy a universe box? Not to make fun of your argument, I'm just saying.
Whoa, no. I'm never claiming that what I'm saying is the ultimate persuasion tool. Like we're having a philosophical conversation. If I'm trying to persuade the average person, I'm not talking about a universe box.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
And speaking of people virtue signaling about animal abuse while simultaneously supporting it. Have you seen the AIU stuff going down lately?
What is the AIU stuff?
You know AIU, Atheism is Unstoppable?
No, who is that guy?
Oh, really? I figured he would be on your radar.
I had to stop interacting with all these fucking people on the internet. Are fucking crazy, dude. I took a big break.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's the same kind of thing. He's a YouTuber. He's kind of on the periphery of the skeptosphere with Sargon and all those guys, although he's critical of them. Basically, long story short, he posted a video of some guy slapping a dog around with virtue signaling about how horrible it is, and vegans point out the hypocrisy, and he made a ton of retarded statements trying to say he's consistent, and now he's just kind of getting grilled by like Vegan Gains and a lot of others.
Yeah, I do this all the time when I see people get on, because people always get mad when like dogs and basically if an animal is, I think as humans we intuitively personify animals or anthropomorphize maybe even would be the word, where we give them human characteristics. Look at the Zeus of the lion shit. Do you remember? Yeah, everybody got so fucking mad about it. There was like international outcry. Yeah. And then look at and Harambe. Look at fucking did you, I don't know how much you follow like Twitch shit, but there was some girl on a Twitch stream that admitted to like killing a dog at a vet or whatever, and this
I saw that.
Yeah, this story actually got like some international traction. And I always point out that it's hilarious that people that are like fucking just step into any fucking farm. There are literally thousands and thousands of animals being tortured and killed, but nobody cares about them. They just care about dogs because that's what you see, like, pretty close.
Yep. Yeah, no, absolutely. And there's also that question there of, is it that they've been conditioned to care about the dogs or not to care about the cows?
I think that in general, as humans, I think we have a big proximity thing. If somebody gets killed in the Middle East, I don't really give a fuck. But if somebody dies close by, it's much more important, right?
I think that's true. And I thought you meant genetic proximity for a second, because I still think that they're close enough to us genetically, they look similar enough to us that like the facial emotions of lots of animals and their sounds actually do trip our like emotion registering areas of the brain and make us empathize. I think there is a level of natural empathy there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm pretty sure it's a well accepted fact that like kids that are torturing animals when I'm growing up are pretty much on the radar to have some sort of a severe antisocial personality disorder growing up, and there's like a huge red flag.
So I'll say this basically, like when we have these debates, Destiny, the general principle is we're using the line drawing tool. There's like a lot of names for that tool. That's like when I use it, I call it name the trait. Singer has his version of it called marginal cases. Porphyry, the old Greek philosopher, had a version. Someone who knows more about history would name a ton of other versions, I'm sure. But yeah, we're using the line drawing tool and then just basically sorting the people we debate into consistent or inconsistent. So like predictably, the vast majority fall into the category inconsistent. So you have like millennials saying it's okay and not okay to kill based on intelligence. You get Andy Worski saying it's okay and not okay to kill based on species. Saying it's okay.
These are all these people, Andy Worski, roaming millennial, these are people that I would consider inadequate to have any conversations on philosophy. It sounds really arrogant, but these people...
made the statement, he's in this Discord actually, and so is JF, a few of those guys are, but he made the statement in our debate, if we were logically consistent about everything, that would be the most retarded thing ever.
Yeah, that sounds about like an Andy Worski statement.
To complete the point though, so then there's a smaller group of people, and the characteristics that I see in common between these people are they're smart and they don't want to say something inconsistent live, and these people will stay consistent, and I'm counting you in these people, will stay consistent even if it means saying something crazy. So we're basically sorting them into those two categories. JF did the same thing. He has a consistent anti-vegan position, but his position is basically that existence is more important than well-being. So in debate, I got to the reductio of, okay, so you're saying that if we had you and all of your descendants, you're just in a white room being tortured forever, your every bone is being snapped in every location, your skin's being boiled, your eyes are being gouged out, there's no chance of escape, it's that forever. You would prefer that to not existing because you value existence more than well-being. And he said yes. So I don't deny that you can oppose veganism consistently from that position, but it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I might agree with them on a position like that, but for different reasons. If you ever argue with...
I know I've been on for...
it's fine, go ahead.
So I think yours is not that crazy. I think it is consistent. I think it's a bit out there. And here's what I think, Destiny. I think you can say that you're a psychopath, and I agree a psychopath can be consistent, but I think that most people, especially probably your own fans, would actually agree with me that you're probably not a fucking psychopath. So
Sure,
I think
and I don't like to argue like whether or not I am or am not, because I think it's kind of cringy to try to self-diagnose things that aren't even listed in the DSM anymore. Like, but for JF's moral positions, this is actually incredibly simple. Yeah, he values everything based on like that kind of like evolutionary psych point of view, like whether or not you exist and create more babies. If the answer is yes, it's moral. If the answer is no, it's like immoral. That's literally his intent. If you understand that, his whole argument like becomes like so simple for every topic to understand.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I was debating him, we just reduced both of our positions for the sake of a debate to just two values in different prioritizations. So we just had both well-being and existence, and we said, which do you care more about? And he said existence, and I pointed out the reductio, and he bit the bullet on it. So
yeah, for sure, yeah.
Like, that's a consistent position, but most people call that crazy.
Sure,
and
definitely, yeah.
Also call your position crazy, and
yes.
You can say, well, you know, it might be crazy, but I literally don't care, and this is how I honestly feel, so it's just fine for me. But I think most people don't believe you're a psychopath, so I mean, you can do that if you want, but like my honest thing to you is just, I just wish you would just be like, bro, you know, fuck this, we don't need to stab an animal. I just, you know, fuck it, I'm just gonna go vegan. Then I can argue against these fucks from
if you want to make
having you on our side,
most moral shit honestly doesn't matter. If I had to argue for like what position is better for all of mankind, the vegan argument is so much easier to win on other battlefields because moral arguments are always esoteric. Like if you do it from like an environmental point of view, that's an unwinnable argument from the meat eater side. If you do it from like a diet or health point of view, it's an unwinnable argument from the meat eater side. Like I feel like the moral battleground is the hardest one to win, and it's also the least one cared about because most people don't care about like philosophy of morals or ethics or whatever. Most people just kind of intuitively rationalize, you know, what is right and what is wrong, and then what is legal. As dumb as that seems to say, I think that's how most people figure out what is moral to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the majority of vegans are, I mean, that's a specific sample of people, but are actually concerned with the moral question. Like, if you ask 100 vegans, I'm sure the majority are going to say they're ethical vegans.
Sure, but most vegans aren't the people you're trying to persuade, right?
No,
yeah, and that's because in order to become a vegan, you have to overcome quite a bit of what would you call it? Like I guess utility, enjoyment of food. So there has to be something to push you over because the default state right now in society is going to be non-vegan, right? Because consumption of animal products and everything is all around us. So yeah, it's not surprising that most vegans would need a good reason to be vegan, and the ethical argument is probably the easiest way to sway the people that would be swayed by the ethical argument. But for people that won't be swayed by the ethical argument, I think environmental and health are the two really easy ways because these are debates that you're never winning as a meat eater.
Yeah, no, from a persuasion point of view, I totally agree. For me, I'm dealing with the ethics online. And, I mean, it does get to a point with someone like you or someone like JF where there's not much point in discussing it further, because if your ultimate position at the end of the day is just, I'm going to justify it based on, you know, whatever quality, and I'm going to totally bite the bullet on saying it's fine to kill humans who lack that quality, you know, it's like, I mean, there's a point where it's just like, if we can't get you to empathize with the animal, if we can't get you to reject any of your own principles, it's like, okay, you can have that position if you want. And you're just the kind of person who, like, no offense, like, eventually when we get enough people, we're just going to have to legislate against you.
Yeah, sure. We already do legislate against some people's notions of morality with things like abortion and whatnot as well, so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know really even what to say about the net, because it would just be me trying to get you to empathize with the animals.
Sure.
I mean,
and empathy is something that I inherently think is a bad trait, so yeah, I would never go that route. Yeah.
Well, I'll do it for a minute though, actually.
Oh
because
boy, okay.
The thing is, like, when you're thinking of just like, you know, another human, like, are you? I'm just trying to, don't take this the wrong way. I'm just trying to get a picture of your. Are you honestly just fine with the thought of them just being like stabbed? Like when you actually picture just shoving a knife under their fingernail or something, is that something that you are like, yeah, you know, I don't know.
Again, and I'm not. Okay, so I'll answer the question honestly, and I mean, I'll say that like this isn't something that I necessarily think about, but the problem is that like, for the sake of winning the argument, like even if this did bother me, I would still answer yes, right? There's no way for you as a third party to discern whether or not I'm being truthful or engaging in motivated reasoning, right? That's the only reason why these types of questions kind of get uncomfortable, because there's no way to know if I'm answering honestly, you know? But I mean, yeah, I would argue that like these types of things don't inherently, like, I mean, like, I guess, like, if I were to imagine it happening to myself, it would make me uncomfortable, like, in a way that you kind of empathize with somebody, but it's just not how I tend to answer moral questions, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to get at the fact that, like, you seem to care about these things, and you don't seem to actually be that psychopathic.
I don't know whether or not I am a psycho or a sociopath. I don't know if these questions are that relevant when discussing my moral system. And also, I acknowledge that even if I am or am not or whatever, that the way that I rationalize this is going to be something that is uncomfortable and undoable for a lot of people. That's the argument that I always make. That if you're a meat eater and you listen to my arguments and you get upset or uncomfortable, you probably shouldn't be a meat eater. Like that, I totally accept that.
Well, that's why people say that you turn them vegan.
Sure, which is good. That's fine. I know a vegetarian friend that I respect a lot, and she said that after my conversation that she became vegan from vegetarian because I think vegetarianism is the ultimate stupid position. It's worse than meat eating and worse than veganism. Like,
Yes, it would be funny if you eventually became respected as like the top vegan activist.
That'd be great. That'd be really good.
Yeah, well, because you're saying what's the point of these questions? Well, I mean, it's really just the honest moral questions about what you care about and how you feel about other beings. That's really the only place I could ever even think to go with someone like you, because as far as the logic goes, it's like I don't deny your position is consistent. It's just I can show most people it's crazy. I can get most people off board with it, and then it's just a matter of persuading you. And when it comes to you, the only thing I can think is just I know that you deep down don't like the thought of just fucking with beings for no reason. And you can tell me that you are a psychopath or something and that's not how you feel, but I actually don't believe you.
well, I mean, like, I do agree with that. Like, I would go farther than I guess my positions aren't really, obviously they're not intuitive, but like if I was walking down the street and I saw somebody like torturing a dog, right? Like I might say from a rational point of view that I guess this is something that is morally neutral in act, but if I saw a person doing that, I would definitely stop and think like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why are you doing this? Like, if you're deriving entertainment or enjoyment out of this, it makes me think that you have the capacity to do similar things to people. Like that's just a really weird thing that you would get enjoyment out of. And I would argue the same for even if you were like dismembering dolls or Barbies or something. I would question that person. It's not like, again, like a lot of people mistake my position for, like when I stop my stream at the end of the day, I go out looking for squirrels that I can skin alive because this is what I do for recreation because I think it's a morally righteous act or something like.
Well, I think we can both agree that from a objective point of view that there's not anything wrong or right about anything in the universe. It's not like the universe has an opinion. It's subjective minds that have opinions. It's subjective minds that bootstrap ethics based on some axiom or set of axioms. Like we don't disagree on any of that stuff.
I mean, I argue most people, I think, engage in motivated reasoning for everything. I think that most people, so I like 85, 90% plus people, will find something that feels good, and then you engage in a form of motivated reasoning to give you stuff like a post hoc rationale for getting there. So people are born eating meat, so we make up whatever excuses we need to in order. And some people accuse me of doing this, I guess, which goes back to like, can you ever divine intent for my answers, right?
You know what I honestly think? I hate it's gotten into a weird situation where people have put so much pressure on you to admit that you're like, quote, being dishonest. And I think I've even probably done this, but it's now where it's just I'm not implying that you're just some like easily influenced by social pressure, can't concede error kind of guy, but it's just like now I feel like it's just now even harder for you to back off of it at all. So I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I'll back off a position if I think it's dumb. I mean, if somebody can help me out of my nihilistic black hole of no appreciation for anything intrinsically, then I mean, it'd be pretty easy to get to animal rights.
Well, I think we it just depends how you look at it, man, because we can both agree on that whole from the universe perspective, nothing's ethical, nothing matters. But there's also like, you actually care about things. You're like, I don't like the thought of suffering. I mean, you don't want to suffer. And when you see another person suffer, sure, you can just chalk it up to evolution and culture.
Yeah, but the
and all
problem
this.
is I can never take I can't act on an unjustified thought. Because if I say, well, intuitively, I don't like the thought of people suffering, and then I try to build something off of that, if somebody else says, intuitively, I don't like the thought of living next to black people, well, now I have to give them the same consideration to that idea, right?
Wait. Well, if it involves... there could be higher overriding values about not fucking with people that might stop you from doing that. But I'd say on a more basic level, you're always acting in some way in line with just your own values and what you care about. Like when you go to do something, you're doing what you want to do, right? So without even talking about whether it's moral or not, I mean, you don't want to see suffering. You don't want to cause suffering.
I mean, it depends on what type of suffering you're talking about.
It's just pointless suffering.
Yeah, but I mean, but then now we're in a discussion of utility. So, for instance, oh man, these are going to sound like really dumb things, but like a lot of people enjoy watching like boxing or UFC or American football, right? And these involve a great deal of suffering. A lot of people enjoy eating meat. This involves a great deal of suffering. A lot of people enjoy watching.
It's all consensual.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Yeah. When you look at boxing, you don't look at boxing and feel so bad for the boxers. You're like, maybe they're stupid for going into something that's statistically likely to give them brain damage, but you understand it's consensual and you support their right to do it. It's not
The consensual thing is a big part of it.
Get hurt unfairly, or like beaten, or like a pregnant woman get kicked or something.
Sure.
Just to go to an obvious example that'll trigger a moral response from anybody. Because to me it's just like you value not fucking with things for no reason. So I just don't see why you wouldn't just live by that.
Sure, I mean I do, but there is a reason to fuck with animals, and that's the utility gain from eating them, right?
Yeah, but I mean, do you really like when you? And again, like I'm not even trying to challenge you that much on an intellectual level, because I've already told you I agree that your position is consistent. Like it's not even about that anymore. More just, and you tell me when you want to stop this conversation. It's more just about like what you honestly feel, because I mean I'm just not persuaded that you actually don't care. Maybe you can persuade me, but it seems to me like you actually don't like the thought of just causing suffering for no good reason.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I don't like the thought of doing almost anything for no good reason. There has to be utility gain from the action, otherwise I wouldn't choose the action, right?
I understand you're saying there's the utility of it gives you the taste.
And I don't mean that in a tip-tippy kind of way. I just mean like when I choose to do things, I mean, rationally, I usually choose to do things that make me happy, and so that's the utility gain, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm just saying that the utility of the fact that it tastes good, it's good to just eat the meat. It's like I have a hard time believing if you really sit there and you take a minute and picture what it's like to be like stabbed in the throat, for example. I just don't believe that you actually think that is justified by biting into like a ham sandwich.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, if that's what you say. Because you're essentially trying to get me to betray my moral position by stating that I have some emotional discomfort with it, but I'm just never going to say that.
Are you saying you don't have an emotional discomfort with it?
I don't. But again, it's impossible for you to determine if I'm just saying that to win the argument or if I sincerely believe that. I know I keep going back to that, but...
Yeah, no, I'm aware that when you say something that sounds crazy, it could be that you're just saying something crazy to sound consistent.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any winning. I've never said you can't.
Oh, sure, yeah. No, like I personally don't care. I guess I just don't. But I understand that I am relatively unique in those regards, and that if you do intuitively care or intrinsically care, that you should reconsider your moral position. And this is something that I've said a million times over, because the people that were uncomfortable, the most uncomfortable people with my arguments were usually meat eaters themselves. Because I got a lot of meat eaters that will send me emails being like, wow, you're so obsessed with being consistent, you say really retarded things, and it's like, okay, I mean, like, what do you want me to say, dude? Like, yeah, so, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that you hit the nail on the head right there, because what you said was, if you feel an intuitive kind of empathy or problem with this, then that will actually probably lead you to veganism. I totally agree with that, but that's why me and you, we end up talking about, can I get you to have that base emotional concern for it? Because at the level of logic, it's like, well, you can say that for sure. It's just, at the level of logic, I don't deny that there's consistent positions. And when someone's seeming like, quote, totally crazy, then there's not necessarily a way to prove them wrong in the same way as there is with, like, prove if they try to state a false fact. And you can say, okay, well, we all accept this model called logic. And if what you're saying doesn't comport with logic, then then what you're saying is just wrong. It's not quite like that with morals. So, when you express a consistent position and you really, really stick to it, then it's not going to be me debating you about whether your position is consistent or not, because the whole point of the debate is to expose to most people that the position is something they don't want to accept. And that's obviously been done.
Yep, I agree.
It's just trying to see if we can get that base emotional reaction. And it sounds like you kind of have it, but then you say it's not strong enough to act on?
Well, I mean, like I have some emotional reactions. I guess I mean, I don't usually to like animals getting killed, but I mean, like if somebody were to like point a gun at me, I would have an emotional reaction. I don't know.
Are you saying, just to be clear, that you don't have any reaction at all to an animal being killed?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, okay, because again, it's hard to tell where you're coming from, but
listen, dude, I'm really fucked in the head. Okay, when I was like fucking 12 years old, I spent all this fucking time on live leaks watching people getting killed and shit. I'm just a really fucked person. Okay, I'm serious. Okay, it's not a good route to go down. Okay, I've seen every fucking gore video online, and this is shit that I watched for whatever reason. Okay, I'm just fucked in the head. Okay, this is not a good route to go down. It's like trying to find like, well, what is the thing that Destiny's watched that will make him really uncomfortable, and then that's how I'm gonna show that he's not actually being emotional, because it's like you're not gonna find that. It's just not a good road to go down. Okay.
I think. Are you politely asking me not to go down it? Because if you don't want me
we can go down, but basically you're going to be positing more and more extreme situations, and I'm going to keep responding to no, and then it's at some point it's going to be like, okay, well, is this guy really just saying this shit to be consistent? Like, there's no way that he can really be comfortable with this, and it's like,
I just feel like there is a point of something you could say, or some amount of time interacting with you where eventually I might actually believe you're a sociopath.
Okay, maybe.
I don't know. Like, because it seems to me like you understand that you don't want to suffer. Right? Like, let's just talk about this at like a kindergarten-ish level. Let's build it from basic shit.
Sure,
like,
thank you.
Like, no. I don't mean it like that.
No, I know. Go ahead.
So, like, you agree you don't want to be fucked with. Right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't want... Why would you not just want to hold that same idea for other beings? Like, no, don't go super logical on me, just on an emotional level. Like, why would you not want to share that with other beings?
Because I don't have the sensory input from them. I just don't care.
I hear what you're saying, and I get that you can't care as much about other beings
Well,
as
not at
me,
all. If
but-
somebody goes outside and gets like sunburned, I don't feel that pain. Like, it's not an intuitive thing. I think that's a process that requires some cognitive...
Me either, but I'd rather they don't get sunburnt, or if we go to something more intense, like them getting stabbed, it's like I'd rather they don't get stabbed.
I mean, I guess I would say I'm indifferent to it. I mean, if they do, that sucks for them. I mean, and I definitely wouldn't want to get stabbed, but...
No, you'd say that. Like, so you're telling me, because I'm not sure if everything you've said is consistent with totally not caring. You're telling me if you picture another person being tortured, like having like a bamboo shoot stuck up in between their fingernail and their skin, or like, you know, having their knee broken, or one of those horrible things, having their testicles like crushed or something, like that doesn't it doesn't trigger anything in you to be like, I don't like the thought of that happening.
I guess, I mean, I wouldn't want it to happen to me. I feel like this is just making me... I feel like I'm the guy in, what's it called, The Stranger? Where I'm on trial because I didn't like my mom's birthday or some shit? That Camus book or whatever? Fuck, dude. I mean... I embrace the absurdism of our existence, and I am indifferent to the suffering of those around me. But generally, I don't want them to suffer because I don't want to suffer. That's my emotional... I feel it deep inside my heart, okay?
I guess you can say it, and you've said it publicly a lot of times, so it's like it would be hard for you to back off it even if you weren't, because if there is a motivation for reasoning there, but I don't know if your reasoning is motivated.
I mean, maybe here's a possible contradiction to my position, okay? I felt this way about pretty much every single thing that I've ever interacted with, but I feel differently about my son, and I don't know why. That's an intuitive position that I never thought. When I got my ex-girlfriend pregnant, it was a total fucking accident, and we were on the verge of breaking up, and I pretty much had decided that I was never going to be involved in this, because, like, well, we made the decision together, because we were breaking it up. So he wasn't going to have my name, I didn't have anything in naming him or whatever, I really didn't care at all. And then I still helped her throughout the pregnancy and whatnot, because I'm going to have to pay child support, and I guess, I mean, like, it's technically both our kids or whatever, but I showed up at the hospital, and when he was born, I had an extreme emotional attachment to him for whatever reason, and now I'm a very big part of my son's life. I see him 5 times a week or whatever. So I don't know, maybe there's, I guess, that might be a biological driver, but that's something that I have, I guess, like an emotional attachment to.
Well, I'm sure it's largely biological, but, I mean, let's just go with that, though. I mean, you can put yourself into his mind to some degree. You can picture what it's like, and you can picture that you don't want the experience of that mind to just be suffering.
No, I guess, but that's because he's my kid. Fuck that shit, yeah.
But is it is it really, when you look at your son, the reason you don't want him to suffer is just because of how it will affect your happiness? It's not that you look at him and you think you just care about his well-being?
Yeah, that is, yeah. I mean, because he's my kid. I guess I just don't. I don't do the thing where I guess like I guess this is what you would consider empathizing. It's not. It always. This is like a cognitive process for me. It's not something that happens automatically. Like if I guess like. I feel like I'm on trial as a human, but like if I'm watching a sad movie or whatever and somebody dies or whatever, it requires, there are multiple steps I have to go through for that emotion to register as sadness. So if I'm watching, what's that baby movie, or not, the $1 Million Baby movie where she gets like paralyzed for her life? Like the feeling isn't immediately that like, oh my God, she's paralyzed, it's so sad. It's more like, wow, this person has spent their entire life working so much for something and now they're paralyzed and now they're not gonna be able to follow through with that anymore. Man, that really sucks. Does that make sense? I don't know if that's like a different process for most people or...
What is it that sucks to you about it? Nothing sucks to you about it? Or
well, because they put in so much work to do something, and now all of that work is essentially wasted. Well, I mean, I think, did she win her fight or lose her fight? I mean, she had her big fight, but...
You feel like it would suck for her to lose all that work, or it just sucks?
For anybody to put in that much work and for to get paralyzed, that would suck. That would be a shitty thing.
Aren't you empathizing on some level to think that?
Yeah, I guess maybe. If you consider that empathy, yeah, then sure, then I do that, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you do the same thing with your kid, too. I think that you can tell me if you really want that when you think about your kid suffering in some horrible way, that you just care because it would affect you. But I think that you actually care about your kid, to be totally honest. In the same way as like when you can look at that person in a movie and go, oh, all they're going to waste, that would suck. That would suck if I were them and that were happening to me. You can look at your kid and have the same kind of empathy. That would suck if I were in his shoes and that were happening to me. It's like you feel what it would be like to be them.
Not really, I don't think. I mean, it's just because it's my kid. Like, I don't care about...
When you picture someone stabbing your kid, what comes to your mind? Like,
that's my kid. I wouldn't want my kid to get stabbed.
Okay, you picture your kid has broken their leg or something. What is on your mind?
I don't want his leg to be broken. He's not gonna be able to walk. That's horrible. It's my kid.
Yeah, and why? When you think of why don't you want his leg to be broken? What is it about?
I mean, I want the quality of life for my child to be as good as possible.
And why though?
Because I guess I have a paternal instinct to protect my child. I don't know.
Yeah, because it seems to me like.
Here's a question. I'll ask you this. Can you spot the difference? I have a beautiful blue car outside. I wouldn't want anybody fucking with my car because it would shorten its lifespan or do anything as well. Obviously the car is replaceable, so I don't care about it as much, but I would feel similarly, I guess, to something happening to that.
I think there could be some... Seth, the programmer, says son. That is the funny response, gotta admit.
The son is irreplaceable, whereas the car is...
Yeah. Well, and also just with the son in the car, it's like maybe there's some level to both of it'll affect you and make you feel shitty, but I think that with the son, there's a level of you're actually putting yourself in its position. It's not like something to be a car.
Well, in his position, not its position. You're the one sounding like the sociopath.
Did I gender the car?
Oh, you said its... Oh, I thought you were talking about my son, not the car, sorry.
No, I'm not calling your child an it. That'd be terrible. No, I'm just saying I think that you actually empathize with your son. And I think that you don't empathize with the car. I think the car is completely from your perspective, how would this affect me? I don't think that's how you think about your kid. Is it?
I don't know. I guess it's a really hard... I would have to do a lot of introspection to get to the root of these kinds of feelings.
I think you don't.
Okay.
That's my honest answer, Destiny.
Sure.
I think that you are able to empathize. I don't think you're a sociopath.
I don't think I'm a sociopath. I don't like to self-diagnose. It's really cringy. I try not to say that I am. Just a lot of people give me the label, and if that helps you understand my positions, then I'll embrace it. But otherwise, yeah.
Yeah. No. I mean, I just think that you do have it in you to put yourself in the place of other beings, and I think that if you can just picture what it's like to you can picture being in your son's shoes and you don't want any ill to come to him. I know it's a stretch, but you should be able to do the same thing with an animal. If you really see an animal right in front of you, like a cow or a dog or a cat or whatever, you can say, I don't like the thought of it being stabbed, but just imagine someone just doing just horrible things to it, just like grabbing the knife and like just gouging its eye out or something, or like pulling its teeth out one by one. That wouldn't trigger a kind of like emotional response in you.
Maybe I just got too desensitized, like watching shitty videos when I was younger. I don't know. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't. I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, even if not an intuitive emotional response, don't you at least not want that to happen because you can understand logically that that being doesn't want that to happen, and if you were them, you wouldn't want it to happen?
No, but for weird reasons, because I just don't see the difference between that thing versus any like inanimate object or whatever. I guess I don't draw a distinction there because I haven't. We haven't well, because this goes back to like I don't have a value on like being. I don't even know if I necessarily believe in that as a property. But this gets into really weird.
Are you telling me you're a philosophical zombie?
Yes. No, I think that a philosophical zombie is indiscernible from an actual person. So like I would believe
that's the point of the experiment. I agree with that, but we know that we are not zombies. Every individual person knows they're not a zombie.
Are you familiar with like I guess like syntax and semantics or whatever?
Syntax being like the wording and semantics the meaning?
Something like that, yeah. So like I guess in a philosophical sense, like syntax is like saying dog and semantics is like picturing a dog and knowing what a dog is, right? People will make the argument that computers will only ever understand syntax but never understand semantics. And my position is that semantics are non-existent. It's just the confluence of a ton of different syntactical things. I don't know if two of those words were real words, but like syntax, like if you stack enough syntax onto each other, eventually you arrive at semantics, that one is derived from the other. But semantics isn't like a separate property or whatever. So like these are the views that I have of consciousness, right? I would argue that any AI with sufficient complexity would have a consciousness or sentience that is indistinguishable from a human's consciousness or sentience.
Okay, let me reply on that. I totally agree, which is I was almost going to say originally when you were talking about a computer can't process semantics or something. It's like, well, a human can. And a human mind is just a collection of molecules in a particular order, and there's no reason why that order is limited to wetware. It could be done on hardware. So I don't deny that.
Sure. But this is a position that a lot of philosophers, well, at least a good number of philosophers disagree with, but go ahead.
Well, I know, they're retarded, because I mean, it's obvious that...
I don't agree with you there. I just want to...
Wait, one second.
Okay.
One second. Because it's clear that our brain. Well, I'm agreeing with what you just said.
I know, but I'm scared and saying because this is a topic that I haven't read much into, and there are philosophers that are much smarter than me that would horribly disagree with my position. So if you think they're retarded, that's great. I just want to make sure that I'm separating myself from that statement. Okay.
Okay. I'll go further. I'll say severely and pathologically confused about reality, because if you're telling me that there's something special about particular molecules in the human brain. There's something particular about that couldn't be constructed mechanically. That just seems nuts to me. You could create a structure that's probably way more complex mechanically, actually.
Yeah,
so
and I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that.
AI, but yeah, okay, so we don't even diverge there. But one thing that I'll disagree with, this is just a technical thing. I'm sure you'll probably agree once I point it out. It's not necessarily, it might not be that complexity automatically entails sentience. It could be possible you could build a highly complex AI that's not actually sentient, it's just really smart. It could be that sentience has to come along for the ride. It's not totally clear. So we know that certain complex arrangements, like a human brain, we know that there would be certain hypothetical complex arrangements that you could do mechanically that would generate sentience, but it's also hypothetically possible that there's really complex structures that can do all the same intelligent tasks but aren't actually sentient. They don't have subjectivity.
Sure.
Yeah, so we're a little like off from the whole veganism thing.
And I think I'm gonna eat soon because I'm really fucking hungry. Were there any other final thoughts or anything? That one guy really just left?
Yeah,
I think
he was shaking, he got scared.
He's just gone.
Damn. You seemed like he was hyped for it.
Before he leaves.
Oh boy. Yeah, go ahead if you want to.
How would you feel if your kid got taken away and turned into veal?
Pretty bad. Probably really bad.
Consistent to purchase dairy where they take away the cow's babies and turn them into veal?
No, I don't care about cows.
Yeah, I don't think
It doesn't
gonna say
really-
the same thing to whatever you say to them. And I think even with your kid, you're saying that it's just that you care about them. It's not even intuitive, some kind of empathy you're feeling.
Destiny, one thing that I was just kind of confused on, I found your channel through like the vegan gains debate, and then I started watching a lot of your content, and I like pretty much all of it aside from the vegan stuff. But you had like a discussion with one of your fans on kind of like abortion and stuff like that, and you guys went over vegan. No, but I just what thing confused me is that you kind of like used what's it called, the social contract as a way of like for the justification, for the slaughter because they can't reciprocate it. And so I was just like wondering like what would be kind of like the difference that you would apply for like fetuses since
Yeah, I mean, I would argue they have the potential for life, that they'll grow into something that can reciprocate all these values, and that I was once a fetus, and I grew into something that could reciprocate these values, so that's why I would say fetuses are worthy of moral consideration. And can I just reiterate one fucking time, is that my personal moral system, I don't think that most people would be comfortable adopting this to its logical extremes, that most people intuitively are disgusted by the torture and murder of animals, and most people would even feel the same way against cows if they had to personally sit there and watch it. If you had to make most people watch their food being prepared, it probably would be vegan. I'm acknowledging this, okay? I'm not advocating that everybody adopt my moral position on this.
I'd just like to throw in that I don't even think that you like your own system, but you can say otherwise.
Okay, all right.
Just one thing, with the abortion thing you're just talking about, how do you differentiate the fetus from, like, say you had DNA and you could turn that into a human, right? Like, we get to the point where you can do that. How would you differentiate that from the fetus?
Just having a DNA, or?
Yeah, like say you took some of my DNA and you could put it into a machine and create a human, right? So do you value that DNA the same way you value a fetus? So like, you shouldn't destroy the DNA.
I mean, if it was in the process of growing into something, yeah, I would say yeah. Like if you created a fetus out of that DNA.
So if it's already in the process.
So you're valuing already in the process. And
Yeah, so I grant moral.
to grow to reciprocate.
Yeah, I grant moral consideration to the zygote, right? When the egg and the sperm or semen, whatever thing, when they combine and become one organism that begins to grow, like that is what I would mark as the beginning of your existence.
Because you're valuing that because it'll go to reciprocate, right?
Sure. Well, yeah.
Then like my DNA could go to reciprocate as well if I put it in a cloning vat or something.
Sure. Yeah.
So then, would you value, or like you'd say, like, oh, you shouldn't destroy any DNA by that as well?
I don't think so. If it's like just a piece of DNA outside of an environment, I don't think that would reasonably grow into anything else. But if you made that DNA in a cloning vat or put it in something that became a fetus, then at the point.
But you're saying the fetus has the potential to become something that will reciprocate your moral values, right? Because you don't know whether it will or it won't.
Well, potential also has really weird things. Like if you agree with
my DNA has the potential.
Yeah, it's like if you agree with sentient AI, you can even get to things like, well, what exactly is the point where something has potential? Clearly, inanimate matter has potential to become sentient, and what if someone wills to make it into it? Does it then just bricks of steel gain value? It seems a little crazy.
We have to destroy the planet
Before you dip out of here, because I'm sure you got to go, Seth, do you feel like having a go at Destiny?
Oh boy. Wait, are we gonna argue about Dragon Ball GT and how it's secondary?
While he types Destiny, can I ask you a quick question? Basically, when you say you don't believe in sentience, like, what do you specifically mean?
These arguments get really esoteric, but I don't necessarily know if I believe that like consciousness is like a special property that you develop at some point in time, rather than just consciousness is just like this gets really complicated. Like, I guess like basically that any process, or if you create a thing and then you give it things that it can operate, like limbs or whatever, and that if you give it the ability to perceive sensations, so things like sight, vision, or I'm sorry, vision, sound, touch, or whatever, that if you give it the ability to decide which one of these decisions is better than the other, that something that we currently call consciousness will necessarily arise out of that every time. But I don't think that consciousness is like a special property or anything that makes it unique or worthy of more consideration. That's just consciousness is just something that happens to things that take in senses and then have to make decisions. It is kind of like my point of view on that.
All right. Well, I guess if you got to dip out, you got to dip. Well, it's good talking to you. You're always welcome at Destiny, and I hope that one day you just eat a ton of magic mushrooms and connect.
Sure thing, dude. I'll think about it. If that one ever comes back, the question that I've always wanted to, this is like my new path of attack on an ethnostate, dude. I want to know how ethnostates pick the traits that they choose for their ethnostate that makes them defensible when a new ethnostate is created. That's like my new question for ethnostate people. So I kind of hinted on that. What?
I'm not sure I'm following what you're saying right there.
You actually are following or aren't following?
Or not following.
Oh, okay. So say, for instance, I create an ethnostate and I pick trait X. Once I've created that ethnostate, let's say people in that ethnostate wanted to do like X prime or wanted to do trait Y or something, right? What defense do I have when I say, no, I don't want that to happen? So I kind of gave this example earlier, right? Like, let's say we create an ethnostate. Yeah, we create an ethnostate based on white skin, and now we've got all the white people. Then somebody says, well, I only want people with blonde hair, or people that are of a certain height, or people that are whatever. How do I say, well, no, I don't want you to do that when I was already okay with the previous ethnostate? What morally consistent argument can I give?
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
That's the thing with all these things, like taking away the like free speech and stuff. It's like once you do it to someone else, then you create the license for them to do it. So I mean, I don't think you ever want to. That's like creating the Ring of Sauron. You just don't do that. Bad idea.
All right. Okay.
I mean, I think that might be it for us for now. I mean, you can hang around if you want to.
I love you guys.
Continue to make great content.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Thanks for not
Destiny, I did one of my favorite. I love when you roasted No Bullshit. That was very entertaining.
And Tonka.
No,
Tonka's a fucking retard.
Not that that's very difficult to do, but it was still.
How do you guys hate people like Tonka No Bullshit and Andy Worski's in here? That's the real question. Now we want to talk about consistency. That's the real question.
I think of Tonka as like a slightly smarter version of No Bullshit.
Wait, what is it about them being in the server?
Oh no, I was just curious how you guys tolerate somebody like Andy Worski, but then think that people like No Bullshit.
They're not that active in here. And No Bullshit is really fucking retarded. I just want
Do you guys get like a lot of SJWS people in here? Or?
It's well, we did a straw poll earlier. It's mostly centrist, and there's pretty balanced far left and far right.
When you say centrist, what does that mean?
Big brain centrist.
No, I just mean when people were asked to self-identify, they just picked the centrist box. We didn't have it like hashed out.
Because it feels to me like that centrist position is pretty fucking far right-leaning in a lot of cases. So I'm just like, I would consider myself, honestly, a centrist, but I know a lot of people consider me very far left, so I'm not sure.
I know where you're coming from.
Let's see if I'm a centrist. What makes someone a centrist?
Well, so like, for instance, I'm anti-abortion and I'm very much pro-Second Amendment, but I'm also very pro-capitalism, but I'm also very pro, like, redistribution of wealth if it can be shown to have positive effects, so things like welfare or socialized medicine or whatever, but I'm also pro, like, open border. Like, I have a lot of positions that could be adopted by the left or right, so I would say that's center-leaning, but a lot of people seem to just call themselves centrist, and then they're, like, anti-immigration, pro-traditional values, anti-socialized everything, and it's like, okay, well, you're pretty much just, like, somebody that's right-leaning, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, I'm with abortion, I have a bit of a mixed bag. It's like I care about the sentience, so I consider it initially fine, and then I believe that it becomes moral once it's a sentient being.
Do you like capitalism?
Yeah, I like capitalism, but I could elaborate on that. I'm for the Second Amendment, but I draw a line at wherever you can argue is necessary for self-defense in like a reasonable situation. And with capitalism, it's like you can either start from a controlled economy and add to freedom, or start from a free economy and add degrees of control. An economy is like an ecosystem. It's crazy to think you can control it totally, so that's a bad starting position. So for me, it's start from freedom, add degrees of control. I'm for like monopoly busting laws or anything like that. I like socialized medicine, but I also believe we should have a parallel private system because there's no good reason to tell two consenting individuals they can't exchange money for a service.
Gotcha. Okay, interesting, yeah. I only asked about the SJW thing because I thought there'd be more in here. But I noticed you guys are using a lot of ableist slurs, so yeah, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, we're kind of like pretty overall anti-SJW, but that's not because most of us are right necessarily. It's just like the center doesn't like the SJWs, or really the alt-right, to be honest.
Gotcha. Interesting.
Although there's some of both in here. Do I meet your criteria for a centrist from what you've heard so far?
I don't know. I stopped using political labels a long time ago. I was just curious.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is I don't think it's some massively right-leaning server that's calling itself centrist. I think it's actually people are split.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, I love you guys. It's been fun. Stay safe. Okay.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the discussion. See you later.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, you're still. Avi, are you actually even fucking Israeli or Jewish, or do you just do this shit to troll on Twitter?
Oh, I'm just trolling. No, I'm Jewish.
I don't fucking know. Why is it funny? How am I supposed to know that? What?
My name is Avi.
Is that a? Oh, Avi Shlam. Oh, never mind. You're right. It is. That is a Jewish name. I don't know. Okay. I thought it was like fucking short for Avatar or some shit. Jesus. Okay. Fuck you.
Literal. My last name is Bitterman, by the way.
Oh, true. That's right. Is that a Jewish name?
Yes, I have the most Jewish first and last name. Like one of the most, like short of like Schmeckelstein or something. Like, I mean, come on, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it okay then to kill a person who is robbing you? It's the same to.
Because they're violating your rights.
I mean, sure, but
Well,
for example,
violating your rights doesn't make sense because a baby is violating your rights too. So you need to.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not. You're the one through your own agency put that baby inside you.
Yeah, but you might not consent
not,
to it being
not
there.
really. Yeah. And those-
Wait, what the hell are you talking about?
And I think the point of the responsibility objection is that the responsibility condition holds without consent. So for the same reason that if someone were to basically take a burglar, and if they like picked a burglar off the street and forced the burglar into their own home and said, "Aha, you have to be here," and the burglar happened to be like, "Okay, well, if you're going to keep me locked in here, if you're the one who's like forced me to be here in the first place, I might as well just help myself to your fridge." And the reason it wouldn't be okay to shoot the burglar at that point is because you're the one who put the burglar there in the first place, and whatever conditions you are.
Exactly.
Yeah, I understand.
It's not that you consented to the burglar. It's not about whether you consented to the burglar opening your fridge or not. The point is that once you've done certain actions to the burglar, you're responsible for the burglar in some way.
Yeah, let me make a point about that. So let's say contraception failed, right? So like a pill or something, it's something failed, right? And you get pregnant, although you took precautions, but it kind of failed. Or maybe you were not like responsible enough. Maybe you forgot to take a pill or some shit, right? So isn't that, for example, if you leave like your door open and it makes it easier for people to rob you, and you not only you didn't lock it, you like leave it like open, like the door is there.
Or you just put someone, or you kidnap someone and put them in your house.
Well, like again, I don't think that analogy works too well. Like saying you left the door open, that's just plain and simple victim blaming. Like again, the only analogy that makes sense is you took somebody and put them in your house.
No, actually, I think Anna's analogy is actually perfect. I don't think it's a good analogy. It's actually an analogy that Hunter Thompson uses in her paper when she talks about people seeds, where she says, imagine that you live in a room where people seeds kind of float outside, and if they get through your window, people seed plants itself in your living room, grows into a person. And let's say you buy a really expensive screen for your window, but for some reason the screen fails and a people seed happens to float through and plant itself in your living room, even though you try to take precautions to keep it from getting in there, you have a right to kill the person who's not growing in your living room. I think that was an example she used in an anti-abortion paper. So I think it's a good analogy.
So you left the door open, you were like very irresponsible, you basically invited people to fucking rob your you're at this point, right? But it's still your right if you come back and you see someone stealing your shit to engage them in they're attacking, for example, something. Or that's not even attacking, right? So you are irresponsible. You're dumb, right? So same with a woman who doesn't take a pill or like fucks without like I don't know, proper protection, for example. It's also
Wait, why don't you let her finish her point? She can just finish her sentence. It's okay.
It's also take a pill or like fucks without like I don't know, proper protection, for example. It's also
Wait, why don't you let her finish her point? She can just finish her sentence. It's okay.
Yeah, thank you. So basically in both cases you are irresponsible. In a way, it's your actions and your irresponsibility that led to harm, being done to you in a way, right? But in that case, it's still like okay for you to defend yourself from a robber, even if you're dumb to let the door open, right? And I kind of think it maybe applies as well in like a woman situation. No?
So when people talk about the responsibility condition, there's no univocal usage of the responsibility condition. You have to ask them what those conditions are. So for example, the people seeds analogy, or you're not, you got a good screen, but you're leaving it open. If we analogize that to just someone, saying, okay, well, she's easy, she's spreading her legs, blah blah blah, but she won't actually, she won't actually invite someone in. She won't take someone and bring them inside her. But she'll be like, she'll do things that make it easy for people to come inside her. She'll leave her door open. She'll walk around, and she won't offer resistance. She won't call the cops, and then someone rapes her, right? If something like that happens in like a people seed-esque type of scenario, one can hold the responsibility condition and just say, well, those conditions aren't met, because even if the requirement for responsibility condition is not, it is consensual sex. And yes, while you may have not been responsible in preventing unconsensual sex, it is still, that's not one of my requirements. My requirement for the responsibility condition to obtain is consensual sex. And so, yeah, the people seed analogy is a good analogy for that, but they could just reject that that's one of their conditions. And so that's why the analogy here that's being offered is not the people seed analogy. It's not the analogy in which you just left your door open and a burglar came in. The analogy is you forced the burglar in, right?
Yeah, the analogy only really makes sense in cases of rape.
It's not going to make sense. Well, yes, I agree it only works in cases of rape, but the point...
Wait. Rape, obviously, right, is one thing. It's like you didn't want it. It happened against you, obviously, right? But I don't think it's like it only works in that case. For example, if your contraception just didn't work, like it's not your fucking fault, right? It's not like it's same shit. Like you might have not been very responsible, for example, like the door opening thing, right? But it's still like it doesn't make it your fault. Like for example, my friend got pregnant because her pill was not working properly, and it worked before, but for some reason, she had some different like hormonal situation, and it stopped working, and she got pregnant. She had a baby, by the way, but the point is just that in that case, it's not really her choice. She didn't kidnap anyone and didn't like brought them against. It's just I don't understand this kidnapping shit. It's not like in a sense that you are being responsible, sure, but you are being irresponsible with the door opening thing as well. But still,
I want to explain the kidnapping shit because it's actually really important. And it's important to why that analogy is used. The point of the kidnapping stuff is it's the antithesis of it's essentially the difference between someone forcing their way into your house versus you inviting them or forcing them more so into the house. When the point is that when someone creates a child, that child has no say in whether they are in the womb or not. They are forced into that position. Through no choice of their own. It's not that they're invited in the womb.
It also doesn't have in that case any say if there is a baby there.
Yeah.
You didn't hear it? Can you say it again? Sorry.
The point is that it's not that there was this open screen and then the child decided to climb its way into the womb. What happened was that there was a consensual action taken by the person who had
to get a baby.
What?
To sex, not to sex, not to pregnancy.
Yeah, no, I didn't say to an action that has some probability of forcing a baby in the womb, right? That's the point.
There is
knowing the
probability if you open the door of your apartment.
Wait, I did let you finish. If you could just let me finish.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So the Now, look, someone can go either way on that. They can say, okay, well, look. Someone can have a view and say, all right, look, if there is a certain amount of precautions that were taken, then that's enough to absolve you of the responsibility, even if the pregnancy remains. Or someone can say, well, no, on my view of the responsibility condition, that's not enough to absolve one of the pregnancy of the responsibility condition if the pregnancy obtains. Someone could go either way. Someone could just say, well, I'm not sure. Someone can say, I'm not sure in the case where they've really taken everything. But it's overdetermined, surely, in the case where they haven't been doing that, where they haven't taken birth control, they haven't taken polyphenol. By the way, the majority of pregnancies in the United States are not from highly effective birth controls. And the majority of abortions that take place are also not from pregnancies.
Yeah, sure. But there is like a pretty big percentage of abortions, and as far as I'm concerned, like pro-life people generally want to ban like pretty much everything, right? So whatever, it's like even some cases like rape scenarios and shit like that. So I presume
I don't know why you're bringing that up when that's not our position. Like, you're debating us.
I'm not arguing
She didn't say it was her position. She literally just said generally.
Yeah, who cares? Then why even bring that up?
Because I wanted to talk to Stephen about pro-lifers arguments.
Who cares? You're debating this.
Wait.
You can prove if you don't like it.
I'm not debating this, but we're having a conversation. The point I'm trying to make here is that
the good proportion argument. That's what I'm doing.
The point I'm making here is that there is an objection called the responsibility objection. The point here is that there's no univocal responsibility objection. The strongest form of the responsibility objection, I think, easily goes through, which is just to say that if the person isn't really taking any sort of precaution, if they're just having consensual sex, and they're not doing anything to prevent or minimize the chances of pregnancy, it's essentially like someone taking the burglar, not just leaving your door open, but actually just forcing the burglar into the house at that point. Like they're just, or just, they're doing what they can. In fact, they're maximizing the probability.
I have one question. Who's going to be the responsibility in rape police?
That's a different.
That's a different topic.
I'm just curious because apparently this is really important, even though it's really difficult to actually implement.
It's important to mention that type of topic is a fundamentally different topic than the principled conversation we were having. You're talking about policy now. You're talking about pragmatic solutions. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, in principle, should this be done? In principle, should this be legal? Whether we have the effective means of enforcing it is a different conversation, or how can we enforce it is a different conversation.
Should or should this not be legal? I mean, leads to that, right? You can't enforce something as a legality
No, it doesn't.
It's ridiculous.
No, it's a separate topic. It doesn't lead to that.
Well, I'm making it this topic. I'm making it this topic because it is important.
Well, why don't you do us a favor and stop chewing on your
I was here before you fucking.
No, you
like
weren't.
it or leave.
So, to be clear, I didn't say we do not have effective ways of enforcing it. I said to the degree that we have effective ways, we may or may not have effective ways to enforce it, and having a conversation about what the most effective way and efficacious way, while maintaining some form of justice, while maintaining some form of justice, is a conversation that can be had. It's just a different topic. That's what I'm saying. And I'd like to stay on one topic and finish it before we go on another topic. We can have that conversation. I just don't want a conversation to be derailed. That's all.
Again, what seems to be like the problem with this type of argument that I brought up is that it's hard to determine like responsibility basically level, and people can say, well, you're responsible like either way. If you have like sex, basically, you kind of like consent into the probability of it ending up in pregnancy, right? Which I kind of
that's not. To be clear, that's not the responsibility. The point of the responsibility condition is exactly opposite of that. It's that consent is not required.
I see.
That there are conditions that, if met, it doesn't matter if you consent to it or not. You're responsible for it.
Well, I kind of like don't agree with that one, but.
No, I understand you don't agree with it, but I'm just clarifying what the argument is.
Yeah. The point is, I understand. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, think about it a bit, I guess.
And I think I don't know about Avi, but my position would be as long as sex is consensual and you get to a point in gestation where the fetus is sentient on principle, you probably shouldn't abort outside of like maybe other extreme cases like risk of death to the mother.
I see.
Yeah,
So you're
and
pretty much pro-life in all cases, aside from like the next risk of health to.
No, he may be pro-choice in the majority of cases, actually, depending on when the fetus becomes sentient.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I mean, if
vegan
after
gains.
the-
Do you think it's at like 8 weeks, like Abby? Sentience?
Maybe. I'm not really.
Either. Represented again. I'm going to respond if I'm misrepresented. I didn't say it begins at 8 weeks, or I didn't say I think it begins at 8 weeks. I say that's the mark where I draw the precautionary principle.
Yeah, I'd probably draw the precautionary principle
turn
at
it down
about
for a
12
second?
weeks.
Imaginary line they draw.
So it's not something easy to do. There's a gray area. Just like I don't know how a pot, how many drops of water it takes for a pond to be full.
Well, by the way, if you're going to claim you draw an imaginary line, do you think you should be able to, like, again, abort a 9-month-old baby that's just about to be born? Like, oh, what imaginary line do you have? I don't understand. So if you're going to make that claim, you're drawing an imaginary line, then how is that, like, I don't understand how our position, I don't understand how our position is any more arbitrary or imaginary than yours.
We can take it out and see if it lives.
Yeah, there's many, wait, but that has nothing to do with it.
That really has nothing to do
my
with
position.
The point, wait, but no, the point in response to this line of attack is that, well, there's some sort of arbitrary line being drawn. We draw arbitrary lines for precautionary principles among continuous variables all the time, right? The age of consent is always for the month.
The making fun of you part was the part where I said it was.
No, well,
I mean, can I say, like, I agree we like determine things arbitrarily like all the time, but is it like this the argument we can use that we determine like the value of his life in certain scenarios higher than others as well? For example, like women will be allowed on a like in an extreme situation on a boat above men, right? So in that case, we value women's life higher than men, and same thing, for example, in war. So this is also kind of arbitrary, right? So why can I value then the comfort of already living, like existing person over the, the
the claim here isn't that you are not able to value things. You can value all sorts of things. You can value the indiscriminate murder of adults.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, your line is arbitrary, and but that's the same as this, no?
Yeah, but that's not being disputed, right? Like that's not the point in contention. I'm fully willing to grant subjectivism about morality. I'm not claiming any form of objective morality.
I mean, it is mine. I'm trying to make like an argument that you can value women's comfort and health and shit like that higher
That could be
than.
another anti-realism. We don't need objective morality for that. The point here is that there are certain arguments and there are certain principles that may be appealing to a majority of people, or at least the plurality of people, and that might be persuasive to them. There's no requirement that someone take on a view that morality is objective in any way in order to deliver those arguments. If that's not persuasive, we just have different values. Fair enough, that's fine. I think a lot of people would hear at least the strong forms of responsibility objections, especially in cases where they're really over-determined, and they would resonate with that. You might, I think a lot of people
Oh, my brain is soup. Thank you. Probably gonna go.
You gotta be responsible, Anna. You gotta be responsible.
I mean, I am greatly responsible. Yeah.
Wait, was there like one big question or whatever, I guess? Okay, I got somebody right us first.
Yeah, I forgot like literally everything I wanted to say at some point. Yeah, so this is my yeah, my question was basically.
No, sorry. Keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that.
I wanted, like, yeah, sorry, there. Oh, sorry, it's just lagging a bit on my end. But yeah, I wanted to ask, like, basically, well, I mean, at this whole conversation, so it made me think about things as well, obviously. But I wanted basically to ask, like, about the consciousness thing. Like, it's sounds pretty like disputed and like arbitrary. Okay, so I pretty much just wanted to know why you choose that, exactly that as your argument, and why you use, for example, my thing, which basically what I wanted to talk about.
Sure, gotcha. I think just as a very quick thing, and we can talk about this later if you want, is that look, when it comes to abortion, I think the first rule or the first thing you have to figure out is like when is a life like a thing worth protecting. That's really important because if we decide that it's like a life at 9 months, then abortion is a really easy question. You should be able to have as many abortions as you want, as many times as you want, as long as the child's not born yet, right? But if we think that the child is like a human before that, before birth, well, we probably need a reason. Well, why do we think it has rights or protections for that? And then, if we want to have abortion still, we have to think of like, what are some things that we can do to overcome somebody's right to life? We can imagine those things. One can be for a severe crime. One can be self-defense of extreme bodily autonomy. So somebody's coming up with my arm off. One might.
That was basically what I was trying to go by.
Yeah. Those are like the two things.
Yeah.
Why do you think Jordan Peterson thinks that?
Because he's a bigot.
That's all you got?
Well, look.
No. I want you to make a real effort. And otherwise, and also, by the way, real quick. If you can't, or if you don't have the desire to, by the way, that's fine. Everybody has a different role to play in society. But my role, very specifically, is trying to talk to people that disagree with me and get them to agree with me a little bit more.
So, okay, shut the f up. If we were, so I was going to say, if we're,
I'm listening to you. I'm trying to have a reasonable discussion here. Why don't you share your actual opinion and clarify your belief?
Sure, I know, but I'm saying, hold on, you're gonna call me out. I'm gonna counter call you out. The fetus doesn't intentionally come about. You caused it to come about. When you go outside and something breaks you, that's not that person's making the decision to do it. So these are not analogous. They're totally disanalogous situations. What you got for me?
Okay, hey. So just two things I want to talk about. Starting on abortion. So can you both agree that the fetus has right to life, right? That's kind of like your starting premise.
I got you.
Okay, so would you both agree that the right to life doesn't guarantee having the right to be given being, so we're like continuities of another's body?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why wouldn't you then have the moral authority to be able to revoke consent from the fetus at any point in pregnancy?
Because it seems like when you engage in the acts of sexual acts, you kind of accept that there's some risk that you're going to bring about the physical life of the lining.
So when you're engaging in the sexual acts, you're not necessarily consenting to pregnancy. That's a risk, right? But people engage in sexual acts for all sorts of reasons that don't necessitate pregnancy.
I mean, if somebody wants to drunk drive, they're not necessarily engaging in the idea of going to kill somebody, they're just trying to get home and it's fun.
Yeah, but I think it's more akin to like owning a house, right? Like if I own a house, I know there's a risk of it being burglarized, but that doesn't mean I'm consenting to the burglar coming into my house.
Yeah, but he's activist analogous, like a burglar. It's his own moral agent that's committing something that's moral wrong. If he is just kind of something that's not necessarily considering or doing this moral wrong with its own like agency, like really consider that.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But so then, like, I guess at what point would you be able to? So if you like take precautions though against like certain things happening to your house, like say to like it being destroyed or like somebody coming into your house, maybe not even necessarily like a negative moral decision, just something maybe like coming into the side within your house, you still able to consent for that, right?
Depends on how you revoke consent. It depends on who the person is. Because in the case of an abortion, we're talking about killing somebody. Now, if an adult broke into your house with intentions of murder or suicide or whatever, you probably kill that. If a 3-year-old broke into your house, do you think you should kill the 3-year-old?
But I don't think it's necessarily killing it. It's more if you're just not allowing it to stay in your house. Like, killing is just a byproduct of this really special situation.
Okay, sure. So tell me what you think. Sure. So tell me you can be more like something. Let's say that you have a house. You're chilling inside. All of a sudden, a 3-year-old child wanders into your house. Say that it's like snowing a lot outside and it's freezing cold. Do you think that if you keep that child out into the cold, knowing that it's going to die in the blizzard, do you think that that's okay because he's in your house and you don't consent to it? You should be able to just kick him out into the street and he dies, and you're not like you're free of responsibility from that.
So I think that at the point where you're within society and there's like other options outside of just like kicking it out into the cold, where you can just like you take it out into the cold but then drive it to like the nearest gas station or drive it to like a fire station where they're able to then take it up for adoption would be the thing, right? Because there's like ways to abdicate responsibility once you have social constructs set up. But at the point
sure, but let's say for the sake of an example, let's say it's a cabin in the middle of the woods and it's a guy that doesn't like to fuck with society and he's like, fuck all that shit, like I don't do adoption or whatever. It's not available in the society or whatever, right? If they know that they kick the child out into the blizzard because it's infringing on their property, is that okay? Even though the child's not like old enough to take care of itself or know anything about that, would it be okay then if he didn't have an alternative? Since the child is infringing on his property without like good reason or good cause, and it's a violation of his autonomy.
I guess like at that point it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for him to do it, but it also wouldn't be like a moral wrong for him to just abdicate the responsibility of someone infringing upon him, right? Because he didn't like consent to that person coming into the house, so then when he's kicking them outside, he's just like not taking on special responsibilities.
Yeah.
So I guess the idea would be that whenever we're within a pregnancy, whenever you're saying that the woman morally has to continue carrying the child, you're saying that that woman should take on like special moral considerations that we wouldn't give her in other situations. For example, like I think the classic example is a kidney donation, where you wouldn't say just because somebody's going to die because they're not going to receive my kidney, I don't have to give that person my kidney, even though it might be like a really, really good thing for me to do. I still have the bottle.
Well, yeah, so again, these are disanalogous. Let's say, for instance, let's say that there are 3 people, okay? And let's say that 2 people want to go and have a fun activity, and there's like a 1% chance that if they engage in that activity, that the other person is going to need one of their kidneys. At that point, do you think you can compel one of them to donate the kidney? It's like, because I mean, you kind of caused it, like this was your thing, and you made it so that person needed the kidney. It was a really low chance if you didn't want it to happen, but it did. Do you think at that point you could compel them, or do you think you say, fuck it, it was such a low percentage chance that that person's just unlucky and they die now?
Yeah, I think at that point it's again the idea of like special moral consideration, where like you did something where sure there was a risk that you were going to have to become like dependent and give the person the kidney, but you aren't necessarily consenting to that act. So at the point where then they ask you for it, you still have the ability to withdraw or give consent at any point. And then after you give consent, which I think would be analogous to the woman like giving birth to the child, that's at the point where you've taken on some kind of responsibility. Not just like, oh, there's a risk, there's a possibility, so now I somehow have more moral considerations. Like, it would be a really good thing if you did, but it's not like a morally necessitated thing. Because I kind of feel like those odd people should, right?
Wait, what? Hold on, wait. Wait, so what's the difference between the 2 people and a kidney thing versus like the woman getting pregnant?
The 2 people and the kidney thing is fine. So like, if I didn't hear exactly what your metaphor was, but there was some like risk, right?
Well, yeah. So 2 people are engaging in an activity, and it might make the 3rd person need a kidney. Do you think that if they do that, and then because of their actions, the 3rd person does need a kidney, even if it's a really low percentage chance, do you then think that that 3rd person has like the moral authority to kind of say, like, hey, you should give me a kidney because this is your fault?
No, because they still don't have the ability to trump the other person's right to bodily autonomy. Just because, even the drunk driving one was a good example. If the person gets in an accident and injures somebody else, and they now need an organ transplant, you still cannot force that drunk driver to give up his organs to the person he injured, because he still has that right to bodily autonomy that's trumping the right to life. Or it's not trumping it necessarily, but just enacting the bodily autonomy means that the right to life is going to possibly be infringed on in that situation.
What? I'm just gonna get the fuck out of this.
I should.
Okay, so you're saying that. What did we use the car analogy for again? Hold on,
So you said that there was a drunk driver, right? And that he got in an accident and injured somebody else. And so what I was saying is that if you got in that accident and you injured the other person, and now they need an organ transplant, you're not morally obligated to give him your organ because that's violating your right to life.